Good morning. Doing some Kerbal Space Program again. And I was going to put this together in orbit, but this is how far I've got so far on the Station Science Station. It takes a lot of power. We've got 2 cyclotrons underneath all these solar panels. And I'm hoping that I've got enough power on here. Because you got to figure only one side of it's going to be facing the sun at any given time. So these humongous solar panels generate 50. These Gigantor Extra Larges generate 24 apiece. And I believe that a cyclotron requires 100 a second. So I've got 2 cyclotrons, and I'm hoping that with the partial exposure to 2 panels at pretty much any given time, well, I guess it'll be like, because you'd have these 2, so that'd be about 100, and then another 50 from this, and then partial exposure on these 2 and this one. And then off this way we would have exposure to these 3, because I just have extending ones on 2 sides. Then the extending ones on that. I think I'm gonna have to put more on the bottom. And then I'm using directly connected cans to figure out how much food we're gonna have. I think we're gonna need more kibble than that, but those won't actually be attached to the station. I think that I'm gonna probably either build those into the crew transport. Nah, I don't think so. I think the crew pods should probably be their own thing, and they'll only really be designed to come up, dock to this, and to deorbit. They won't really be traveling transports, and that'll keep them fairly simple. Because I think we have 4 seats in each laboratory. Yeah, it looks like it. So, we've got 16 people that are going to live on this. So I've only gone with a blimp to make them comfortable, and it looks like they're going to be plenty comfortable. The blimp, I can't remember how many people it houses. I think 8, though. Let's see if I can find it. 9. Okay. So 9 there, and then I put the Mark III, I think it's a Mark III, viewing couple on the top to give them an observation deck kind of thing. Good morning, Deadly. I think it's called a PPD-27 extra large couple cockpit, but yeah, I think it's basically a Mark III, and then I moved it down to cover up the door that's on it. So on the bottom here, I do have 2 docking ports because I'm thinking that the crew transports that we're going to use, I'm going to design them to be probably 10 passengers. Typically, I think there would be a pilot and maybe an engineer, and then 8 scientists per transport, so two launches just to get the station fully crewed. And maybe not even a pilot. I might make them remote controlled, because we're just going to leave them up here, and I don't know if it's really going to be worth having a pilot living up here forever. We're working on a station that's dedicated to a mod called Station Science. So we've got a boatload of different things that we're going to use. We have 2 zoology bays that are attached right now, 2 thinker research laboratories that generate eurekas. Then we've got 2 cyclotrons in here that generate quarks. And then we'll have maybe a 3rd transport, because I think we're going to be swapping these in and out a lot. I can't remember. I don't think that they're resettable, like rechargeable. I think they're designed for us to perform the experiment and then bring them back home and recover them. But I could be wrong, and if I am wrong, then we'll either integrate them into one or the other of the transports. I think we're gonna have a resupply vessel, and then crew transports that'll basically just operate as escape pods later on. So I want those to remain fairly small, and I may actually just move the farms inline here. Let's see, if I do that, the only thing it's going to screw up is my solar panels. I don't know, if I do them inline, I could probably fit, let's see, 6 different farms. But eventually I am going to need the hubs to lead back into the center stack. What I'm trying to decide here is whether adding that many farms is going to be worth it. If I do, then I only need to bring fertilizer. I don't really need to bring in supplies. Because I think one of these farms will fully feed two people, but it may be more. It might be a little overkill. If we're gonna have 16 people on here, then I think 6 farms ought to get them pretty damn close. Just to stretch the food out a little bit and keep the supply transport fairly small. Because I'm thinking the advantage of going inline is that 2 of those small transports can dock a little bit closer to the center stack rather than being way out here and way out here. But then I have to dock them parallel too, which is a little bit trickier. Like, I don't have as much clearance, whereas out here, all the clearance in the world. I don't think I'm gonna worry about it too much. The transports, I believe, should be pretty basic. I think we have some pretty good, what do you call it, command pods, so at worst I think we may have to add a hitchhiker or something to the back of them to be able to fit all the crew. And then a remote control package. And that's going to be kind of a pain in the ass. We do still have a chance to lose line of sight with the all of our satellites that we're currently using for communications, and the ground station. That would suck. I don't think I'm going to worry about it too much, because it shouldn't cost too much to bring up 9,000 food. And if we were at full capacity, which is 32 right now, that'd be about 30 days worth of supplies. It's a little bit less than that because some of our supplies are stored in here, so if I take those out, I think that's only about a day worth of supplies or so. Yeah, that only cuts it down to 28. If I pop these off, then we go down to 0 days. So 2 full container tanks of food, which are the equivalent to the USI food can worth of food, 4,500 food apiece. That should be enough for these guys to stay up there for about 2 months, because this is double the number of people that we would actually send up there. So I don't think that'll be too bad. I think the docking port for that can probably go on the bottom, which would allow us to have a portion of the craft that isn't crew passable, whereas right now everything is crew passable. Thank you for the host, Mr. Reed. Wow, you were streaming super late or super early. Good morning, sir. You get a shout out for you there. We're just getting started. We're getting ready to put up a humongous station. We're playing Kerbal Space Program. If you haven't met me yet, my name is Dan. This thing weighs about 225 tons-ish. It's 232 right now, but if we pop that off, that's a little bit closer. So yeah, it'll end up being probably around 200 and a little over 200 tons. And I'm going to try to launch it in one launch, because we have some engines that we haven't even broken into yet. And we have another station that we put up not yesterday. I was off. I just got back from my weekend. But the last day that I streamed on Sunday, we put up a big ol' like 200-ton station. Gonna be tricky. This is gonna be made for 16 people. Depending on how many people can fit in the labs, if I use the right-click menu, it looks like I can fit 4 people per laboratory. 2 zoology labs and 2 thinker research labs. Apparently I can also fit a little bit of snacks in these too, but not much. 150, that's like a day worth of snacks. 16 hours? No big deal. Man, And you finished off with Slay the Spire. I'm sure you covered a lot of games in your 16 hours. I hope it was a good stream. I'm sorry that I missed it. I got about 12 hours worth of sleep. It was really hot. I couldn't go to sleep on my first day off, so I just stayed up all night to make sure that I didn't screw up my sleep schedule, and then I slept for like 12 hours. Then I got up and awkwardly fell asleep in my chair this morning before I got started. Took a little naparino. Let my ice and my iced coffee all melt. It was great. But I'm feeling a little bit better now. Here, let's go take a look at that other station, because I'm curious what the size of the actual payload is. I'm just going to leave these attached to it and save that. Because the deployer for this other station was kind of a pain in the butt. So Science Station 1 ended up being about 255 parts with the deployer. And we just parked this thing at, I think 455 kilometers. This science station, we'll park that one at probably 475. The one that we're building right now. It'll load eventually, trust me. I could be wrong. Oh, no, there we go. So this is the station that we put up on Sunday. And this one is also a 16-man station. This one features 2 Netherdyne universities, 2 8-person research labs. Got an airlock on the front. Minimal number of farms, because we plan to design a transport for this that will bring up the food with them. This will be more of a long-term research station. The station itself, most of this is just deployer. So we can tear off all this stuff. This is just how we get it up into space. Oops, forgot a decoupler. So this is the station itself. And it does have quite a bit of food down here. These are all just food cans. At least they better be. I'd feel like a real dick if I got it all the way up there and I had like 8 cans of ore attached to the bottom or something. Let's get rid of this thing too. So I hope that I have enough power on this. I'm not sure. I just went with 8 Gigantor XL solar arrays, 4 at the top, 4 at the bottom. And it looks like the payload was actually only 120 tons. But we do have engines that we haven't even cracked into, so don't save that for sure. We got this thing up here with, or up there with, mostly Thor, what do you call it, solid rocket boosters, and then some Griffin 8Ds and 2 Titan T1 engines. And we have the Mammoth, and we have Griffin Century. No, I think we have Griffin 20s, not Griffin Century. So we should have powerful enough engines to not have too much of a problem with this guy. And we are playing in a scaled solar system. We're at a 2.7 scale. It's 2.7, 2.8, something like that. Playing in a map pack called JNSQ by Galileo, where they've redone pretty much, well, no, not pretty much. They've redone everything. Literally everything. And the whole solar system is all scaled up. Liar? Yes. Yes, I totally lied. I thought it was 200 tons, but I guess not. I guess not. So, we know that this is going to be enough food. The kibble, I'm not sure. I don't know how quickly the zoology bays will chew through kibble. So that's why I want to keep the 2 transports separate, one of them for crew, and both of those will stay up here all the time. And then a separate one so that we can revamp it as needed, that'll be used for supplies and kibble. And I think what I'll do, if we're short on power, I'll probably put like 4 Gigantors on that transport too, because that'll be docked right at the bottom here. So I think that'd be a good way to extend our power. So before I actually add the adapter here to go down to the docking port that the resupply can will use, And I may just go with a large docking port so that it's incompatible with any of our transports, just to make everything a pain in the ass later on. You know, do something that I'm almost guaranteed to regret. Yeah, I think we probably will. We'll go with the Gigantor on the bottom. But I do need a lot of electrical storage. And I'm going to do that in the form of these lithium... what are they called? Super lithium batteries. And I know that we're going to consume around 200 electric charge a second. I don't know if I need that all the way up 100. I think I need it higher than 1. I'm just not exactly sure how these work, other than they store power as kilowatt hours, and kilowatt hours are over 1,000 electric charge per. So that should give us tons of power. And we're not going to put this one up with a tourist contract because this station is going to be intermittently in use. It's not always going to be in use. Like our Netherdyne University, if all goes well, should always be in use. Whereas this one, once we've performed all of the experiments that we have available, there's really not a whole lot else for this thing to do beyond the spectrometron. So actually, I guess we would end up with a skeleton crew on this. A minimal number of people that can run the spectrometron. Because so like say you have a surface sample, you can feed that through a normal laboratory and get more science by studying the effects of, you know, spaceflight on that soil sample or whatever. You do something very similar with the spectrometron, where you use the quarks that you make in a Thinker research lab. And I think Eurekas are what you make in a research lab. And then I think you also use quarks from a cyclotron in a spectrometron. So you take an extra soil sample and you can get a different final result by exposing it to those two things on this. So that would be something that, like, you know, every time we get soil samples will be a little bit of a special case because I'm not going to beam physical objects across space. So we do have a mod called Science Relay where we can take our temperature data, photographs, barometer data, anything that's not tangible, anything that's just an output. Those things we'll send over to the 2 different stations that we have for further processing. But soil samples themselves, we're going to have to actually physically bring over to this. Just kind of a house rule thing. They're not excluded from that mod, from Science Relay, but we're excluding them for our playthrough. And then on top of that, we need regular power storage, which typically I would do in Ranger battery packs because they store 6,000 electric charge and they weigh 0.3 tons. But I may have a better inline option. We have a lot of stuff that I've never really had before, so let me... Ooh, baby. I mean, it weighs more than one of them. We would end up with 10,000 electric charge storage in line. Oh, never mind. I didn't notice that it was such a large diameter. So it's still not as efficient as 2 of these. 2 of these would weigh 0.6 and hold 12,000 electric charge, whereas this one is the wrong diameter. So I would need an additional part for an adapter to it. I don't think I want that. Yeah, I think we'll just go with the Ranger battery packs. The only downside to these guys, they're part of, what are they a part of? I gotta mouse over it and check. They're part of USI. The only downside to these is they do require an attachment point. So to get around that, we do have an additional part that we're gonna add. Just a structural point. How hard were the other bodies to do stuff on? Not too bad, but honestly, we didn't actually finish the playthrough, so I couldn't say as far as like putting together our station, or putting together our ground facility and whatnot. I don't really know. We kind of made it easy on ourselves, though, using... so the first thing that we do, and the same thing that we're going to do in this one, this is going to be a 2-phase playthrough. Phase 1 is what we're in now, where we're concentrating on unlocking the entire tech tree, using community tech tree and probes for crew, then and everything for the most part for that is going to be local outside of a couple of probes that we'll probably send out to other planets, and those will only be to the closest planets because of the travel time. Because typically I don't just stay on a probe and like time warp through 3 years and do one mission at a time. We kind of, you know, do as many launches as possible and do as little time warp as possible. And then we'll transition over to sandbox playthrough, and that's where we'll start concentrating on making bases, you know, exploiting other worlds. Nothing really will take place around the local world. It's completely interstellar. So unfortunately, in our 1.4.5 playthrough, when we did GPP, I didn't make it very far into that before X4 came out, and we ended up taking a huge break from the game. We're just very recently back to Kerbal Space Program. I still have that playthrough though, and at some point I do kind of want to revisit it, even though it'll be in 1.4.5. Is that a little much? That seems like that might be excessive. I was thinking maybe they would look better, but 8 of them also seems like a hell of a lot of battery. And I do think that I want to move these somewhat subsurface, so they don't just look like a battery pack that's like outwardly attached. I kind of want them to look like they're hopefully you know, built into the power storage part of this. I could fit... No, I couldn't. I was gonna say I could fit 2 more solar arrays there. I could put them off at a 45 degree, but they would partially block this one, I think. But we have to take this out and see if it's gonna explode too, because of the way that I've attached things. I've gone from a single stack and split out to 4 stacks, and then I've reconnected them together using decouplers that are glitched into the part, like clipped into the parts there. So I do have to go back and make sure that those are all set up properly. So if I had 4 of these, I don't even know if they might be too wide for me to have 4 of them on that. This will be our last crew passable part. No, they're not too wide. Maybe we'll leave 4 on there. Doing a 2.5 scaled GPP, I would totally go for it. I really wish that I had a second or a second and a third star to go to in this one, just because of the way that I play for phase 2. We're gonna be using hyper futuristic technologies, shit like the Alcubierre theoretical drive and fusion drives and stuff like that to get from point A to point B, jump beacons and whatnot. So something like a star that's light years away isn't really a problem for us once we get to that point in the playthrough. It's also why I generally don't bother to launch anything to the outer worlds in a massive map pack, because the probe will never get there by the time we're going into faster than light travel. So what's a flipping point? I did add a bunch of air balloon parts, but I don't know if I have the right air balloon parts for us to make a colony inside of the upper atmosphere of a gas giant again. I don't know if what I have will work. There's Hooligan Air Labs. Hooligan Labs, the Heisenberg parts. Then there's one that I think is just called KSP Balloon. There's a 4th one that I used to use, though, that had these monstrous, I don't know, they didn't look like weather balloons at all. They were really cool looking. And those were the ones that I really like to use for, like, air fortresses and stuff like that. Good morning, Isley. I'll be damned if I can remember the name of the mod. So what I need to do is load up an old 1.4.5 playthrough. And see what the hell the name of it was. Well, that's not gonna work. Where's the big version of you? Well, that's excessive. Where's the not quite that huge version of you? Oh, right. I was actually going to use a different decoupler so that I didn't need that. I think that looks okay. None of the parts from above are clipping into it, so I think that'll do. Free melt behind your PZ? Oh no. Still roasting, Has it at least been cooling down at night? So that you get some relief? We have like all the way up until the sun starts to come up, and then it's hot as hell here. Weather's been pretty rough lately. Oh, neat. Near future construction added radial docking ports. I've never seen those before. I've used near future a lot. I don't know if that was just a part that I previously had overlooked. So just like a radial decoupler, these would be a radial, like a specifically radial docking port. That's awesome. We're going to use these a ton. I can already think of a couple of things that I might swap those out for. If they had a shielded version, I would be an even happier camper. Which is 15 above your max tolerance. Oh no. Well, I sure hope it cools down soon. Kind of. On the other hand, I still prefer the heat. I don't know why. I guess I'm just an asshole. I don't know, I don't think we need anything else on here. I think it's comfy enough. I think we can start working on the other parts to this. I think I'm gonna go ahead and attach that so that one of these, because it's got like handholds, but they're off in three-way symmetry. So I think I want the one that's gonna point upward to be the one that's at a cardinal direction, and then the other two don't really matter. None of them really matter, but I think it'll look better. So I was originally going to design this so that it laid flat and had to hold prograde or reposition itself to prograde. This morning I decided that we would do it just like we did all of our other stations, kind of to remain somewhat consistent. So this will be the top part. This will point north, and I've tried to put it together so that basically one side or the other from our vantage point would be where we're focusing all of our solar panels. Trying to collect as much power as we can from any given side rather than from the front and the back. I think it'll just be a better way to do it since I can't hold prograde while it's not the active vessel, and since we're using mandatory RCS, I'm a little nervous about maintaining enough RCS on this to be able to spin it around every time we do go over to it. So methinks it's probably time to set up all of our action groups and everything. I'm gonna go ahead and fill these with supplies. Apparently I can put a little bit of supplies in these two. We're just under 200,000 kilograms. There. And I can't store any food in that part. I can store just a little bit in that part, though. Ooh. So it also has monoprop in it. I'm going to take that out. I don't think any of the other parts can store monopropellant. And I don't think there's any reason for the station to have it, since the station won't actually have thrusters to use it. It'll be relying on other things to be able to move around. We don't have to go that way, though. We could totally put a set of thrusters out on these. Maybe we'll leave it. Because it really wouldn't be a bad idea to have them. I often regret not putting them on stations somewhere. I think I'm just going to go with 4 linear ports. Well, if I go with just linear ports, if I don't give them any angle, then I give up the ability to roll. So I'm thinking it might be smarter to have two that point outward, and then if we were to translate that away, we'd have two that would work together for flipping us around, and we wouldn't have to give up the ability to roll. Only thing that we won't be able to do is burst directly forward or backward. But I can't really think of any reason why this would. And I gotta pull these off. That'll have to go. Yeah, because I don't see any really good spot on the bottom for them. I want them at either the front or the bottom. Should be safe for me to detach that. I'm just gonna swap it out with this one so that all of our ports are in the exact same spot. Oop, I need a copy of you. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. So I do need to throw it out on the pad real quick and just see if any of those decouplers aren't going to work. Using decouplers to reattach these physically from, like I split off in 4 different directions here, and I want them to be crew passable all the way down and back in. And I don't want this piece to move independently of this piece. So I do have a little spacer piece in there, and then I have some docking ports that are inside the part. And I think they're lined up right. Now that I'm looking, it doesn't look like they're lined up right at all. What have I done? I think when I made that, I deleted the part that I actually did it in. Whoops. I did, yeah. Okay, so the 2 docking ports are present, but they're obviously not going to work the way that they are now. So probably the easiest way to do this is to make a copy of this one, reattach this, and then the upper docking port. If I can find it. I need to make it match up with the one that's attached to the top here. Wait, I said that wrong. I need to make it match up with the bottom one. I think I can make that work. So that'll have to go right there. Now if I pop that off, that piece won't have moved. I want to get rid of that one, and then reattach this piece. And then I have to make an extra copy on this side. Those are what I need to test, so glad that I noticed that that was screwed up. Uh-oh. Okay, so what I had done, I did get it pretty much perfect. I just have to make sure that I attach this bottom one before I attach the top one. Because otherwise the top part wants to attach to the docking port. I need to make sure that the top part is attaching at the core piece there. And then I'm just moving my mouse over them, because if I attach them improperly, this whole part should light up. And then I've done the same thing with the recyclotrons, but the recyclotrons, I've attached them at the top, and I attached those since the little elbow here goes into the part a little bit. I've just used a regular docking port, which I need to find and make sure that same part is enabled. Same vessel interaction, sorry. I need that for both of these. So I'll probably have to take them apart. There we go, same vessel interaction, yes and yes. That is not facing the right way at all. How did I manage that? A little tricky, but totally worth it. So this one right here is the docking port that's attached to the top of the cyclotron. And that's the one that I need to move down and make sure that it's in the right position. If I can get any kind of view in here. Okay, and I'm thinking that that one is the one that it needs to attach to, so my view still isn't quite right. There we go. So this one that I'm highlighting right now is the one that I'm looking to replace, and I need this one to be just perfectly where it is. Okay. Now, if I did that right, I should be able to take away this part that I was using for, what do you call it, a visual aid there. Oh, I just noticed that we're having a problem with our thruster blocks again. I'm gonna have to figure out, there's something that I had to delete to fix that, and I have no fucking clue what it was. So the small parts will actually have to go on second to make sure that the larger parts are connecting at their proper place. And then if I highlight the bottom part and the top part glows green, then I didn't attach them properly. But those look good so far. Okay, let's use some stability thingy things. Launch stability enhancer. Let's take a look at this thing. Do kind of want multiple of these. I think I'll put them on the farms to hold this thing up. That's gonna conflict with these. Okay, so I'll hold it up at the bottom. And then I want it held fairly high up off of the ground, so that all of our solar panels can be extended too. Take it out, get a look at it. We need to add lighting, and I think we may illuminate this from within the center there. Probably. I don't know for sure. Let's take it out on the pad though. If it's nighttime, I can figure out how much power we're actually going to consume too. I have to take those capacitors off so that I can get that consumption in the form of electric charge, but because I have no idea what the life support stuff is going to cost in electric charge. All I really know is that we're looking at, I'm pretty sure it's like 90 electric charge a second that we're going to consume when we're running our cyclotrons, and we have two different ones, so I was aiming for about 200 plus. Okay, so no explosions yet. That's a good sign. I do have the cyclotrons on, so we're kind of boned there, but... Or the, what do you call it? The... Oh man, lithium batteries? Super lithium batteries. Let's go ahead and deploy our solar. That should have deployed all of them. Oh, I must have hit the wrong option. And I just want to make sure that nothing is clipping into any of the parts that it's attached to. I have a little structural spacer piece underneath this one, so that I could give it a little bit of a standoff there, so that the solar panel's not going to clip into any of the handholds, any of the ladder there. And it looks like that part will be okay. And then I've also moved these as close to the surface as I can get them, the ones that are off at a 90-degree angle. And those look just fine. I think it'll do. I did turn this a little bit, and I also turned... Oh, never mind, I got rid of it. There's another part that I turned a little bit so that we wouldn't be blocking any windows with our solar panels. Yeah, it looks like it'll be fine. So if we were up in orbit and the sun is shining on it from this direction, we have way more than enough power, I think. We're looking at 25 per Gigantor. It's just under 25, it's 24. And then we have 4 on the bottom, so we've got well over 150 from that. And these would be 50 apiece, these humongous solar panels in the middle. From this side, we might have a problem. We'll get partial exposure. I attached the top ones off at an angle so that we would have partial exposure. We'll probably be okay. This one might be a problem right at noontime if it were pointed directly at the sun. But we should have all 3 of these exposed, and then 2 of these, whereas the other 2 would be blocked, and 1 in the middle. Plus these big old panels here and partial exposure on that one and that one. I think we're going to be fine. I think we have plenty of solar panels. Ooh, I'm going to have to remember to set that. I think that on auto, the lights will turn on if somebody is actually inside of it. Move Mafu down there, and it doesn't look like it, so we'll just change them to on. Yeah. And then at the bottom, the doors here. We'll open up the doors after the launch. But as far as looks go, that'd give it a little bit more light. So let's add lights. How's it going, Mug? Oh yeah, I didn't even think about the people that are outside in that shit. Oh my god. Oh, no problem, Isley. Totally understand. It's just now starting to get hotter over here. Since it's in the morning, and it's already hot. What have you been up to, Mugs? So originally what I was thinking is the lighting all around the center here. I do have a crew tube in between the cyclotron. A regular tube would have been too wide and would have clipped into the parts, so to avoid that I just put 2 of the smaller crew tubes. So that, you know, you wouldn't have to go out onto the, through the laboratories or through the cyclotrons, which I believe are crew passable. To get from, you know, one end of the station to the other. And I was thinking about lighting in there. I don't know if it's actually going to work, though, now that I'm looking at it. Because I think the center of the station is still going to be awful dark. Yeah, it's not going to work. I suppose I could put it on the top and the bottom of the cyclotrons. If I can figure out how to rotate. Top and bottom of the cyclotrons, and I don't really have anywhere at all to attach it to the top there. So maybe it would be better to light from here. Which would also let me get around having to detach that part. So that'll light up most of that. That one would be more for the habitat up there, and I think the lighting from just two sides will be fine for that part. Then I would need one more of these down here somewhere. That would be for just the back of the vessel. Although, I think I do kind of want these attached at pretty much the same point. But I want them at different angles. Yeah, we can see how that looks. So to maintain symmetry, I'm just going to cut that whole part out. And then for these ones, I actually need a copy of the cyclotron. Oop. So this part has to go on second. This is the one I need the copy of. We'll see if those are too bright. That just might be a little overkill. That might be too much. And I may put an additional light down here to illuminate the outside of these a little bit better. I could just put it under the front solar panel, because it's not going to evenly light it. I don't know, maybe just a surface light. Let's see, one of these surface lights. They're just called surface mounted spotlights. I want to have way too much light and then take away where it's unneeded, you know? And I'm making copies of the whole stack so that the one on this side is perfect with the one on this side, since I wasn't able to build it with symmetry. Let's go take a look at that. Probably a little bit too bright, but... well, I left streaming for quite a while. Had a job with the government for 5 years, almost 6 years. Then I came back to Twitch a little over a year ago. I still have a lot of fun with it. Definitely tons of people on Twitch, though. Faux show. Hell of a lot bigger platform than it was when I was first streaming on it. No passengers. All in all, though, I wish I had never left. I don't know, is that too bright? I feel like these surface lights aren't doing a goddamn thing for this part here. I'm not really too worried about these being so dark. There and there. More than likely, we'll have a headlight of some type on the transport. So that would light this up a little bit better. These, though, are doing dick all. I think I might just relocate them to there. I feel like that's definitely bright enough, this part, for a station. Yeah, I think I'm actually going to take off the ones that are on the bottom and just move it to a four-way symmetry on the very bottom and get rid of those surface lights. See how that would look. Most of our stations, though, don't really have surface lighting. So it's not like it's required or anything. For the most part, it just interferes with our indicator lights that we're going to use to let other vessels know, like, you know, where an open parking spot is while they're approaching. So I don't feel like these did a very good job from where I have them attached, and they're not lighting up any of the part that they're actually on. I think it'll be much easier and just simpler overall if we go with 4 of them down here. And we shouldn't have to make copies of anything and reattach it since we're taking a part away. It's when I add a part, I want to make sure that the part goes on to both sides of this in, you know, the exact same spot. And I'm going to toggle these on and off out on the pad, because these two might not be necessary either to brighten that up. These lights do a pretty good job usually. So then we have 2 other craft that we need to design. 3 technically, but 2 might do the trick. We need transports. I want a transport that's always attached to the station that would allow, like if we were to switch over to a station and it were to Kraken on us, I want a transport already there connected to it that can see every person that we have on the transport, or multiple, you know, little ejection pods. And I don't think I want to build them into the station itself. I think I would like to send them up separately to bring the crew up. Well, it's definitely bright. Can I get rid of these? I hardly see any difference in the lighting of the station without those 2. So those 2 can definitely go. I'm thinking 1 more spotlight somewhere on here, though, to light these up properly. So I'll probably get rid of the 2 that are down at the bottom and relocate them up to this. And then we'll start working on a deployer. Something to get this sumbitch up to where we need it. Good morning, Geisha. How are you? Geisha, always showing up right when I drop a cuss word. Gotta clean it up. Geisha's hanging out. Doing pretty well. Having a heck of a time waking up, though. Oh, you just say that because you're super nice. So I'm going to throw just those 2 back on. Those are the wrong 2. Yeah. These 2 back on. I'm going to get rid of the 2 that are on the top completely. I'm just going to throw them up here. Thankfully, that's the large part, so I should only have to delete this one and replace it. And I'm just highlighting the bottom parts to make sure that this doesn't light up. Looks fine. See how that changed it. These spotlights just shine so darn far, you know? I think 4 of them will be just fine. But since we do have a front door still on the laboratory and the zoology bays, I do kind of want those lit up. A little bit easier for us to line up to. KSP's going well. We got that humongous 20-ton station up on Sunday. And now we're going to try for a 200-ish ton. That'll give us somewhere around like 32 scientists that are working away at any given time up in orbit. 2 16-man stations. I think that's far better. It still doesn't seem to light up the outside of this all that well, though. It would definitely work better if I put it on a standoff. Made of a light pole, you know? I think that'll be fine, though. I don't see any problem. Let's go ahead and extend all these again, get a look at it with the solar panels out. Yeah, I think we're ready to take it up. Well, hopefully take it up and give it a test. So, back into the VAB, we'll get rid of the launch stability enhancers. Now's the hard part. Good morning, Paula. Thank you for the host, Paula. This is going to be a tricky one. Hopefully it'll work out. Oh, I need to integrate a monopropellant can into this too. Because the 100 monopropellant that we have up in the viewing cupola on the very end is not actually going to be adequate for any kind of, long-term maneuvers for repositioning this. So one last thing that I do want to add, and we'll just throw it down at the bottom since the bottom is not going to be crew passable. It's going to have to go under the decoupler, but I need to find the right size. No, that's not it. Do I not have a can that's that big? Oh, I do. Okay, so that'll add another 3.5 tons to the vehicle. That'll go right down on the bottom there. May as well move the lights all the way to the end. So two weight for the station itself turned out to be 204 tons. 204,208 kilograms altogether. We're gonna try and get it up in one launch. If we do have to break it apart, I have to break it apart at the hubs. You know what? There's no way. I would have to actually redesign. I could attach this later. I could attach this later. But there's no way in Earth I could put all of that back together properly because of the decouplers. I could put it back together to where it looks like it's, supposed to be that way. We'll fudge it to make it look like it's right, but it would never actually, this hub would never actually physically connect to this hub and any of these parts if I did it that way. Well, heck, I think we're ready to rock. So, probably just gonna make a copy of this decoupler. The final stage will only be responsible for getting this into the orbit that we want it in. And I think I'm gonna have to build another drone, like another drone controlling unit. I'm gonna make this one with a 2.5 meter. I'm pretty sure that, let's check our sub-assemblies. I'm pretty sure the only drone control unit that I've made, is a 1.25. So I just want essentially a duplicate of this little guy. And I think I'm gonna just steal the parts from it too. This thing's entire responsibility is deorbiting the lower portion of this. Now, I don't think we're gonna need like Kerbal Engineer. We shouldn't need an Omni antenna. But I do need 4 relays on this, don't I? I could just attach them down here. Today we are over-engineering a 16-person science station that's all kind of geared around the station science mod. I'm looking it over real quick just to make sure that I don't have any antennas. I don't think I added any. Doesn't look like it. So I think as far as communications, we're just going to go with the relays again. I wonder if those are going to be a little too close to the light, though. This might not be a very good spot. If they shine brighter than the sun, then I'm not going to be happy with that spot. I'm going to move them just a little bit subsurface. I better take it back out and look at it. Probably. So this can go away now. I want to save this one as a new sub-assembly for a 2.5 meter version. I'm probably also going to add a monopropellant cannon there. Yeah, fuck it. We'll just go with it now before we save the sub-assembly. I mean, fudge it. And I want sub-assemblies. This is the 2.5 meter. I'm just saving those so that they're a little bit... It's a little bit faster to put them together because we're going to need these on quite a few different things. I wonder if that's actually big enough for me to also put in the nozzles. Working on moonlanders? Nice. I saw a really cool mod for a moonlander the other day that I'm really considering. It's called Duna Direct. And I really like how compact it is. It integrates quite a few parts into a 4-man command pod. So you have 2 of them. It's got like a built-in science lab. So you need 2 scientists, a single pilot, and a single engineer. And overall, just a really cool mod. It's designed for a, you know, I can't remember the total pieces. It's got like an antenna, the command pod. I think it has a service module. And it may even have a lower part under that. And then it's got 2 different kinds of heat shields that you can use for it. And they look really good. That's not actually going to work for this part of the mission. These would need to be aligned here. I think I'm okay with 2 of them being inward, being, you know, toward the inside of it, because all we need this for anyway is to flip. Nah, I'm gonna go with just 2. Either just 2 of those, or let's go with a 4-way. Let's go with... I don't know, I have 2 really good options. But I'm not seeing the second one. Where the heck my nozzle at? PIWB, thank you for the follow, sir. Oh, it's right next to it. I thought it should be in the general area of it, and it was. I think we'll go with this guy in here. How much monoprop is that? That's only 120? If I'm going to use these, I may just swap that out for a larger container. Ew. The next size up is 400, though. That's a lot. That's definitely excessive. Let's go with the previous one. Trying to get those to the... Oh! Oops. I didn't mean to click on you again. Come here, probe core. There you go. So the Omni antenna that we're going to launch with is the Omni antenna on this. Ooh, should I send it up with supplies? And should we just make our resupply drone now? Because we totally could. Just integrate it into the craft? Nah, I don't think so. The biggest downside to doing that is the resupply drone would be totally overpowered for its actual resupply missions if I were to design it to also get this thing up into orbit. That, or we would just be duplicating this, the resupply drone portion of it. Yeah, there's really no reason to. So that will remain closed until we detach from the payload. Then on top of that, I guess I do need solar on this too. And I'm not really going to worry about recovering it because the strategy that we have lowers our launch cost by 75%. So I'm not going to bother with making any of this recoverable at all either. I'm just wondering if I can fit any of these solar panels on top of that nozzle and still be able to close the door. Okay, that one's a little buku. That's a little big. Still a little big. Okay, screw all of those. Oh, that's the 3x2? I was looking all over the place to figure out if it was a 1x6 or a 3x2. I'm going to attach 2 of the 1x6s. And I'm going to see if I have enough room in here for them to be attached to the end of the nozzle. And these aren't retractable, but that's okay, because none of this is going to be recoverable. Trying to get that little attachment point at the top of this, on the back, right into the center of these. And let's see how they deploy. Okay, didn't clip into anything while it deploys. I think that'll be just fine. It's not going to be a whole lot of power, but this thing really only needs to be able to power itself until we do its deorbit. I'm going to leave the pre-built one, the, what do you call it, yeah, whatever the hell that's called. I'm going to leave that one without a monopropellant cam because it won't be necessary in a lot of builds. But I don't want to have to go through all of our tabs and grab the capacitor, the engineering chip, an omni antenna, our probe cores, the reaction wheels. But throwing a can in there is really variable depending on what kind of a deployment method we're going to use. So anything that would just use retro rockets, like if it was going to be a 2.5 meter that still needed a probe core but was going to deorbit from with solid rocket boosters pointed forward, then the monopropellant cam won't be necessary. And if it's going to need a lot of monopropellant, the monopropellant cam will probably go on the bottom of it or on the top of it and lead to the docking port. So that's just for what we need for this flight. Hopefully. And then we can start looking at the fun part, the lifter. I'm going to go with an SSTU can, because I have no idea what final diameter this is going to be. And the initial diameter, I'm going to bring it all the way up to a 2.5 meter, the same as the service bay that it's attached to. No parachutes or anything, no surface attached pieces. I'm going to try to keep everything inside of the bay. I could hide a lot of parts here if we were to do a fairing. A fairing wouldn't do us a damn bit of good on the top. I think I'm going to wait for a fairing, though, just to see if any of this is going to actually fly off during the takeoff. If it is, we'll protect it with a fairing. If not, then we'll just skip it. Methinks. And then as far as engines, for this part, I want something that's at least somewhat efficient. Wouldn't think that a T1 is very good. No, it's just about the same specific thrust at sea level as it is in the vacuum. What about... well, okay, let's start with a Wolfhound. What could a Wolfhound do, and how long would our burn time be if we were to use a Wolfhound for our upper stage? Because it's the right diameter. This is just a monstrosity of a payload. That would only give us 500 DV, and I think our target is actually going to be about 800. Plus the 5-minute burn time, that kind of sucks. I may go with multiple of these, though, and a larger upper stage. Let's compare that with the Marlin vacuum engine. So, burn time is improved a little bit, but DV is still basically shit. 462, so are these parts... they're almost the same. Looks like this one's slightly more efficient. Oh, and with a much higher thrust in the vacuum too. So out of those two, this would be the one that I want. I'm debating on how I would put a cluster together with this. It should be okay for parts to clip into one another, so I think what I'm going to do is leave the bottom at some sort of an adapter. Now we'll just use an inline, and we'll just clear it all the way. I think. I'm going to get rid of the lower. I'm going to make a copy of this guy. I'm going to hit the wrong button several times before I find the C key. So I'm going to lower the diameter on the top of these. Nah. Let's do the same diameter. Whoops. If I lower the diameter on the top, then they're going to need a standoff, so I don't think I'm going to bother. I'm going to lower the core size, and then I'm going to compare using 4 engines to what we previously had. That'd be 3. There we go. So that would give us enough DV. The heavy lifter definitely has to go up into orbit with us, though. We're only going to need about 600 or so delta V to get this into its final orbit. It's 200 to get it up there after we've established an actual orbit, 200 to get it up there, 200 to circularize, and then whatever is left over to detach and deorbit the probe itself. That wouldn't be too bad, though. I think we will go with the Wolfhounds, too. Just because they're a little bit lower profile, and I love them. And then I want some sort of a top on this that makes them look a little less shitty. And I'm mainly looking at the nose cone ones. Yeah, I think something like that'll be fine. So I'm going to move these up just above the bottom of the other can. The engine plate there, just above the bottom of the can. And I'm going to move it to where the engine itself is just right alongside of it. So that we have a little bit lower profile. You don't really want to clip into anything in that bay since we are going to open the bay itself. So I'm moving down a little bit. Let's just make sure. Yeah, I don't have any of the nose cone poking into that, so that'll be fine. At least me thinks so. Now this part I may end up putting a cover on. Maybe. Let's go ahead and close that. I'm probably also going to want some thrusters on these. But I have no idea how big I want to go. Those are a power of 1. These are a power of 1. I feel like a power of 4 may just be overdoing it. Maybe if I only go with 1 on each one. I want that as low as possible. I'm okay with the overhang. The engine will gimbal from the top of the nozzle there. So it should be fine. And then I'm also kind of debating whether to go a little bit narrower and to change these over to that kind of an engine and come down with an angled tank. Yeah, I think it will. I used to be able to drag this thing around. For some reason it's not working. Okay, there we go. Let's move those up to there. And I have to leave enough room in the center for us to have a decoupler and a structural part so that we can, you know, actually stack this. So everything's looking fine, but I did fudge up on this. I need to go with either a larger core tank, which is going to increase our burn time. I think I'll just go for it. We'll just go for the longer, so that we have a little bit of a standoff in there. Maybe I'll move these down to there. So I want a fairly small decoupler in here. And the decoupler has to be able to pass between all four of these nozzles. So even that one's not gonna work. What the hell just happened? I wasn't, like, my left hand's on my coffee, not even my keyboard, and I made a copy of my my nozzle there. It was a little weird. I wonder if I attach four. No, because even if I attach four, it should have picked up all four when I clicked on it. I think that one will be just fine though. And I'm going to use any old structural part or a tank as a standoff. Probably a fuel tank. See if we have one ready-made that'll work. That's definitely too much. Could always tweak it to a smaller size, but I'd like to start out with a skinnier one if I can. That's almost enough, but not really quite. So I am going to have to go with one of these longer ones and see if they'll tweak down to the appropriate size. Actually, why am I messing around with any of those? We'll do an SSTU tank and just make it fit. Hey, get in there. It's just about perfect. Let's do another SSTU tank directly below that. I'm going to want the top of that to go down to a lower diameter, and I'm going to flare the rest of this out. Maybe. Actually, I don't think I will. I do think that I'm still going to go with an SSTU tank down there. Let's see if we have a large enough fairing plate to cover these during the launch. That one's probably not going to do it. And I hate to scale these up. Ooh. Oh, baby. That one would do it, though. You know, if we're gonna have a monstrosity of a fairing there, I may as well just bring it up and cover all the fiddly bits. So let's see how narrow I need to go on this. I want to dead end it under the handles there. Just like that. That added a shitload of weight to the vessel. I think it'll be okay. We're gonna try out our heavy lifters this time. It's been a while. Oh, 5 meter tank. We've never put a 5 meter tank on anything yet. We're gonna have to come down lower depending on our TWR of these. Let's just start with the mammoth. Can a mammoth do the job? One singular mammoth cannot do the job. It can do about a third of the job. Decent burn time. Thinking for an upper stage engine, that might be okay. I'm looking at my different thrust options here. That one's 3,700, so that one's just a little bit less powerful. It's also a smaller diameter, so a cluster of those may be the way to go. And I know that the mainsail's not going to be able to compete. Ah, okay, here we go. The Griffin is a little bit more powerful than the Mammoth. And I believe that the Griffin 20 is our most powerful engine at the moment then. We could, but engines, typically I don't scale them up unless I've unlocked the whole tech tree, because then we're kind of skipping the next step in the tech tree, where we would get the Griffin Century. We're kind of replacing it with a Griffin 20. So you'll see me, mess with tanks tons, and a lot of other parts a whole lot, but you'll very infrequently see me do an upsize on an engine. I will tweak them slightly to make them fit a little bit better, but it shouldn't matter too much for this, because I'll probably end up just lowering the core a little bit. Depends on how much DV I'm going to get out of it. And then I'll go with a with an angle on the bottom. Actually, let's go with a mount. So that would still give us about 1,000 DV in the last part of the lifter, and usually the very last part of the lifter I don't leave very much fuel in. I think I'm okay with that. It might be too high up though by the time we get rid of it. It depends on how powerful our side stacks end up being. Because that's only a quarter of the... no, that's a fifth. That's 20% of the total velocity that we need to get up into orbit. It's only 1,000 meters a second. So now we look at side stacks. Good morning, Anadin. Let's just go with our big old decouplers. I want to see if they're going to have enough of a standoff for us to be able to use them. Yeah, we should be doing our first test launch once we get the side stacks put in. Putting them together is kind of gonna be the pain in the butt part. I think I'm gonna build a standoff into them, and we'll just start with it right now. Go with an SSTU tank yet again, because they're kind of a one-stop shop. I want these to point outward though, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to radially attach them with the nose cone pointing in the direction that I want. That's the nose cone that I want, if I can find a lower one. I thought that we had nose cones on the bottom, but I'm not positive. We might still have them. They might be under mount. For some reason, I can't just click and drag in this anymore. I can make that work, though. And the whole purpose of that is to give the inside of the large tank just an independent standoff that we should be able to use, because this is going to be a huge booster, and I don't want it to conflict with our fairing here. Plenty of test launches soon. That's right. I agree with this estimate. So I'm just going to swap these. Okay, so as far as thrust to weight ratio, we're good. As far as DV though, we're doing absolutely dogshite terrible. So I think I'm going to make these into heavy lifters. And we're going to do that with probably just 2 of these. Let's go ahead and take these out of symmetry. This will be our first time messing with it. Remove from symmetry. That should allow me to add 2 tanks to just the one, and then we'll make a copy of it and we'll move it over to the other side when we need to. So that's about a 127. Still don't have my fuel lines or anything in. Give me the arrow. I want an angled lower on this one. Any kind of angled lower would do, honestly. That'll be fine. And then I want a nose cone on top of these. I think I passed them. Oh, I'm on tops. I need variant, or I need, wait, no, I do need top. Yeah, where's the nose cones? You holding out on me. There we go. I think that'll be fine. I'd like to get this on at a freaking 90 degree. Oh, there we go. So 165 on the pad. I need more. No, Sivnet, I did it through the installer the first time, and then I had some configuration files that I wanted to preserve the second time. So the second time when I updated JNSQ, I did that one manually through the zip file. So we're gonna end up going with 4 boosters at least. So I want to add fuel to this until we get our thrust to weight ratio on the launch pad down to about 1 1/4. .3 might actually be safer. Let's go up to max though. And then a nose cone for these guys too. Where's the nose cone at? Okay, it's somewhere around here. That is a big mother freaking booster. Now I've done it. Still some quirks with the remove from symmetry thing, I think. Let's see if we're clipping into the payload. Might be too tall. It is. I think I'm just gonna add more to this one. I could move them further out on their little standoff tank here. I don't think I wanna. Not yet. Not until I see if the additional boosters are actually gonna fit. I think these might actually be our final boosters as well, so I may have to take some fuel out anyway. Yeah, let's plan on it. Let's take some of that fuel out. Oh no, actually, let's leave these totally full. We'll take the fuel out of the next stage. I gotta pick a different lower. 3-to-1 just looks funky. Oh ho ho. Hello, little brother. How are you doing today? Yeah, I think I'm just gonna plan on that being the larger of the booster set, so I'm gonna reattach this over on this side. Trying to get it roughly level. See if we're still clipping into the payload. Oh yeah, very much so. I don't know how low I want to go on this with a 3-minute burn time. I don't think I want to go much lower. Or longer, I mean. I guess we could flare out at the top. That's going to move these even closer inward, though. Well, screw it. Gotta do what you gotta do, right? So I'm gonna take out a shitload of fuel by lowering the diameter of this monstrous 5-meter tank. And then I'm gonna go with an outward upper stage. There we go. And then we can adjust the core for length. And then we can move these guys down. I'm afraid that it's just gonna mess it up if I don't just pick it up and reattach it, though. I'm scared. There we go. We're kind of dwarfing the size of the payload now, because the lifter is going to be so flippin' huge. So the 4-to-3 mount is no longer going to work. That doesn't look terrible at all, but it may interfere with our additional stacks. Probably just end up going with a different lower if I can't find an outward swept adapter that'll work. Could make the 3-to-4 work. Actually, do I even need a mount? I don't even need a mount. I'm dicking around with an option that doesn't apply. Okay. I'm gonna end up repositioning these quite frequently until we get them all leveled out and get our stats where we want them. So that's a 143. That's still a little high, but I think that's okay. We took out a lot of fuel from the center stage. We're going to need fuel lines from these that lead into the next side stack. Size-wise, I think it fits just perfectly. Fits beautifully. Do I have enough room for an additional set of these? I do, holy shit. Okay. And let me just add, let me just make sure. I want to check the fuel delivery overlay for all of these. Wow, so they're not even pulling fuel from the middle. I might not need a second stack. AC ain't cutting it? Oh, I totally feel ya. Totally feel ya. I forget that there's an enable crossfeed option on these tanks. There we go. Okay, just double checking. Let's go ahead and enable it on these two as well. Holy moly. I'm thinking that we probably won't need this one. 2,764. We need 4,900 to get this thing up into orbit, or pretty damn close to it before we get to the final stage. We're already very, very close. Let's go ahead and make sure that these are all enabled for crossfeed. Looks good. Need this one too as well. Enable. And the center one too. And then I want a fuel line. Oh, when I changed the diameter of that, it did change the top. Let's take care of that real quick. Oh, why did that not work? Ah, because you're removed from symmetry. Oh, nope. It looks like that one will work. Sweet. So we're at 3,000 meters a second. I don't know. I'm thinking rather than going with the dual Griffin 20s on the side, putting these back over on as the initial lifters, and then just doing a single stack for the second set of boosters. I think it'll be worth doing. So I'm gonna transition these over to here again. Since I'm gonna reconfigure the other stack, we're gonna use the one that we already have built though, because I think it's gonna turn out pretty damn close to what we want. So I'm going to jack the engine off of that one. Attach it down here and get rid of that mount. Okay, now I still want 2 fuel lines, but I want the first 2 fuel lines to feed over to here. Just make sure that both sides did it, and that part looks good. And then I want fuel lines from here to the center. So I just have to make sure that I mouse over the center stack so that this is re-enabled in symmetry. And you'll feed right into here. Okay, so I want these two to separate first. That gives us, it's only a 135 on the pad. I don't know, we're pretty damn close. Then we separate from these two, then we get rid of our payload fairing. Then we disconnect from the heavy lifter and transition to a quad Wolfhound upper stage. I'm still just a little bit low, but I don't know if I want to go back to dual Griffins. A vat of cold water to put your feet in? I had to do that the other day. Oh my god, it was so hot. Well, I did it with my hands, though. It was so hot. I'm just double checking all these for crossfeed. I missed one there. Because the engines definitely seem powerful enough. Now I gotta figure out where the hell I want to add the extra fuel, though. Yeah, I got a big metal bowl and I had my hands on the outside. Grabbed a bunch of ice and put my drink in it. Classy and shit. I don't know, I think I am gonna have to go with at least a solid rocket booster. See, we're getting 3,888, but our target is 4,900. That leaves us a full 900 short. Full 1,000 short before I want to get there. So, I do think I'm gonna ditch this one. I'm gonna go back to a copy of these guys on the other side. It seemed like we had way too much before, so I felt like it was probably a cross-feed issue. But I do think that I'm gonna have to go with one of these. And then I need you to feed into the center, and I have to reattach the opposite ones. Just to get their fuel line going back to where I want it. Let's see if I can get a good vantage point here. Need to have my head inside this other tank. Okay. So hopefully, if I pick this up and put it right back, hopefully the fuel lines will feed back over to this stack. Looks good. 3,797. Now that's atmospheric Delta V. Pretty sure that we're good to go. We do need some additional gear though, so I'm gonna have to pick these up and put them back down. Didn't even think about it. Separation rockets. We want them. We support separation rockets. We're gonna need quite a few. Let's see if I can do this on just one part. Remove you from symmetry. No, I'm not gonna be able to. Well, I can. I think I can do it on the middle part. Oh, no, it won't let me do mirrored symmetry on it. Hold on. Let me just double check. Remove from symmetry. Oh shit, it will work. Yes! Want 2 of those at the top of this big bad boy, and 2 more that I'm gonna move all the way to the bottom. Wahaha. I do have them pointed inward a little bit, since the bottom 2 are going to be a little wide. The top 2 probably don't need that. All the way to the bottom. These should hopefully be powerful enough to move those stacks away from us as we stage them. Oh man, you got out of work early because it's so damn hot out? Congratulations, but also condolences? That sucks. It wasn't even supposed to be that hot today? Oh man. Well, enjoy that time off. Okay, what happened? There we go. We'll see if that separates properly. I may have to take it down to just 1 on the very upper portion. If the nose doesn't move away from us, then that would be a problem. And then I want the same thing on this guy. So remove from symmetry. I may have to actually quarter turn the vessel though. Yeah, it will let me do radial symmetry, but it won't let me do radial symmetry in the direction that I want. So I'm gonna pick all of this up. Just give it a quarter turn. And then I'm gonna use one of these on the outside for a bookmark so that I know which one needs to go back over to the, well, actually, I can go by the fuel lines. We'll be fine. I can get rid of that. So I'm just looking to do the exact same thing that we just did on those other ones. But I need them on this part of the VAB to be able to attach them properly. Now I'm attaching the top ones all the way up here just to make sure that they're on at the same angle. Because I am giving them a little bit of an inward angle. Tomorrow it's gonna get to 40? Jesus. And no. I veto. I think that's just a little too hot. I disagree with this plan. I think we should go another way. Just a couple more minutes. We'll do our first launch, I think. I do need to make a copy of these, reattach them, make sure everything's level. We gotta put on control surfaces, but that's about it. And then we'll see if we got enough oomph. I think we're gonna be fine. Got a lot of oomph. Just gonna move those all the way to the bottom. I want them right above the engine. Nice. Speaking of control surfaces, how the hell do we want to do those? So now that I have that on, I gotta pick this thing up again, flip it back around and reattach it. So if we look at our fuel lines, oh, they're all fucked. That's not really gonna matter though, because I have to pick up the ones that have the solid rocket boosters and make a copy of them. So that may fix that problem. So this is one set that had a solid rocket booster, and it should be the set that's feeding into the center. So I want to attach the set that's feeding into the center before I attach the other set that's going to feed into it. Definitely don't need 3 of these. Or 4. There we go. Just 2. See if the fuel lines went in right. Okay, good. Fuel lines are looking good. And then this is the booster with the separation rockets, so that's the one I want to detach from here. Then I'm going to do the exact same thing, just line it up on the bottom and reattach. I wonder why it keeps going to a 4-way symmetry. Probably because I have those other 2 removed from symmetry, but I can't think of anything that I have attached in a 4-way symmetry, so it seems a little odd. Okay, and now we just separate out our stages. Easy peasy. Stage 1 is the ignition of every engine that we have. Stage 2 is going to be the separation of this stack and its opposite. As well as the retro rockets there, but we'll just separate the retro rockets from the other one. Well, separation rockets, not really retro, they're not pointed forward. The nozzle isn't pointed forward. You go there. I'm also going to add a few of these, just a couple though, since we can hot stage this one, this stage here. But I do want a couple of them in here. I think I can just attach them here, probably. I don't know, for safety I'll move them lower. I might go with 4. I don't think 4 is necessary though. Nah, I'm not gonna go with 4. I might go with 4 smaller ones. If I can find them. I thought they were at the bottom. Oh no, the game took them away from me for abusing them. Found them. I would attach him directly to this, but I don't want him that close to the stage up above. So I'm just gonna move him into this. Come here. Ought to do. And those will be part of this stage. Okay, control surfaces. I don't want them on the main stack. We're going to be at too high of an elevation for them to matter much. I definitely want them on the lifting stages though, and I may have to detach and reattach them to be able to put them on. Normally I would go with a tail fin for something this huge. Oh. What the hell? Oh, I guess you can't radially attach a tail fin anyway. This is never freaking mind. Probably just end up going with an oversized griffin. One of these guys. Gotta check my symmetry, make sure that I put one on both sides. And just to keep it simple, I'm gonna put them on just this one. Just the middle tank, but I may end up needing multiple. Moused over something improperly. Oh right, you're removed from symmetry. I don't think that's actually going to work for me. I think... yeah, I need to mouse over like this. And then attach them? Oh shit. I guess I'll have to take that one off. Maybe if I mouse over that, but I think it's going to undo it when I mouse over all these tanks getting back to it. Screw it. We'll add it just to one, and then we'll move it into place. Make a copy of the whole stack and move it into place. There's no tank there, so I can have that as low as I want it. Or there's no engine nozzle there, I mean. So that ought to be fine for those. Something very similar for this set. And then to get a copy of it over on that one, I gotta pick up my tanks and reattach them. It's fine. It's not my favorite thing to do, but it'll get the job done. Okay, I don't need 8 of them though. Just 2. Seems like obviously you want 8 of these dual Griffin Century stacks. Let me help you with that. I'm not so worried about these lining up with the middle nozzle, because I don't want the rocket to rest on the middle nozzle, but I do want it to rest on all 4 of these engines, if I can. And now, I think because I picked that one up, I may have to... oh, no, we're good. Fuel lines went on properly and everything. Control surfaces are on there good. Cool. And I don't know if I have a... 2-part SAS that'll fit on these. Oh, I do. I actually have one for the size larger. Is that the right one? Sweet. I want that on the middle stack. And I'm gonna have 2 of them. Probably be smarter for me to put them on the outer stacks, since these are going to be nerfed by mandatory RCS, but it's fine. I have no way of knowing if I put that on properly. Nailed it. Good deal. It might be okay without launch stability enhancers. We might be kind of leaning over the side. Auto strut to grandparent. We'll see how it does with just auto strut on the boosters. Okay, let's go ahead and update our save. Take it out for a test flight. Ooh, I see two little boxes out on my porch. I'm thinking that my, I don't know how to even say it now. Worcester or some shit sauce chips from Britain might be here. And then the other one is Jaffa cakes. I've never tried a Jaffa cake. Deb and I recently tried prawn cocktail. They're sitting on my desk, so I'm looking at them. Prawn cocktail, tomato ketchup, and roast chicken chips, which I've never actually seen for sale in the U.S. before. So I went and bought some online to give them a shot since we were talking about different snacks. So I'm pretty sure out on the porch, Scarlett had also suggested that I try Jaffa cakes. And I've heard of Jaffa cakes in Minecraft, but I didn't know what a Jaffa cake was. And then the fourth flavor of chips that I ordered was, I think it's called Worcester, I don't know. It looks like Worcester to me, but apparently that's not how you say it. If they survive the trip, yeah, that's the risky part. The chips actually did excellent. I totally expected for the chips to be all smashed to shit. Just from the way that they were kind of crammed into the box. But there's really no crumbs at all. Oh, baby. That's a big feller. Alright. Test flight number 1. We're going to test out all of our staging. It looks okay, though. I think we'll be alright. I do see one fudge up here. But I think it'll be fine. 3, 2, 1, go. Because of the weight of the vessel, I did kind of twist around a little bit, so let's undo that twist immediately. I want to nose down into the gravity turn here. This thing is fud-ruckin' huge. I forgot to get a weight of the final payload, or the final build. Oh, some Jaffa cakes are chocolate coated? I don't think these are. I didn't notice them mention anything about chocolate. I had no idea. And there were 2 different deals that seemed like they were pretty good. I think I paid like $3 no, I paid $2 a box for those. But I can't remember, there were 2 different deals. One of them was for 2 boxes and one was for 3 boxes. I don't remember if I paid $4 or $6. Oh, they all have chocolate coating on them? Oh, shit. Well, I highly doubt that those were packaged properly for shipping then. Yeah, I had no idea that they had chocolate on them. Scarlett just suggested that I grab some, so I did. Oops. That would be my bad. Let's start leaning into our gravity turn a little bit here. Not going to be connected to the first set of boosters for very long at all, so let's start to stabilize. We're down to about 20% of our fuel left in them. I want to right-click on all the individual tanks just to make sure it didn't fuck up on the crossfeed thing. Because I've done that before where we got it almost all the way up into orbit, and then I realized that there was one set of tanks that I was separating from that was completely full. But it looks like we're okay. At least on that stack. We're at a thrust-to-weight ratio of 2.3 already. We're going to pop off the first 2 boosters here. Oh, a bit of a chug on them. Yeah, I could probably go with a less powerful upper separation rocket on those. That takes us down to a perfect 1.5 thrust to weight ratio at stage. So that makes me pretty happy. Let's see if we have enough DV to get through the rest of this, though. I'm going to nose us down a little bit further into our gravity turn. AP is already at 30 degrees, so by all rights, honestly, I should be at a 45 by now. But since those were so tall, I didn't want to go into my gravity turn too early. And it looks like I'm actually probably going to lose control. I think we're in a somersault. I think I need additional control surfaces. Bummer. But it looks like my standoff is actually large enough for me to put them on the main stack. So let's go and add those on the main stack. I don't think we need a whole lot. It would have definitely helped if I had gone further into my gravity turn initially before the separation. Oopsie. We're going to have to launch again because the game's like, what the fuck are you even doing? It's like a little patty on top, little cake thing on top of it. Okay. Should be a sponge cake kind of deal at the bottom with an orange jelly core. Really? I didn't know that either. Nobody told me anything. And the top is coated in chocolate. Well, shit, I'm going to go grab those off my porch since we have to relaunch. And I might as well grab some more, make some more iced coffee. And, yeah. Probably hit the restroom real quick, too. Let me put my BRB thing up. Remind me to take that off if I forget. Sometimes it will. I'm going to step away for a moment. This will take a couple of minutes to launch again. But what are you going to do, right? Be right back. Oh, crap. Sorry, apparently I muted it when I came back and told you guys that I was gonna walk the dog, too. I'm back now, though. Sorry about that. Just sat down and saw the little red light blink in my, I have like a pop filter that is fairly large and it covers up the light when I'm sitting. I did not see it. Alright. Let's load back up. And I fudged up. I put too much coffee in and I couldn't fit enough ice. I was thinking, you know, be smart. Put the coffee and the creamer and all that stuff in there. Got my dunce cap already. And then mix it up before I put the ice in it. Yeah. My ice to coffee ratio is totally fucked. Oh well. Got a nice hat for me even. The good old Dr. Duke dunce. Still pretty good coffee. Could be colder though. More like lukewarm coffee with ice in it. Alright, we're gonna load that monstrosity back up. Station Science 2. And I know that I need more control on the initial launch for sure. And then I think, just before I forget, I'm also going to put some fairly large thruster ports. Oh no, I've already got them. Awesome. I was going to put some big ones on the bottom of this, but it looks like I've already got them. Sweet. Let's make a copy of that. No? That. Yes. And I want that with angle snap in all 4 directions. I'm going to move it on down to the bottom of the rocket. We'll see if that helps. Can't hurt, right? More control surfaces, the better. I think I have enough of a standoff in there. I don't want that to clip in any of these other parts. And I don't think... I want to detach these or anything. But I do think that I want to take a little bit of the fuel out of them if I can get my view to somewhere where I can actually right-click on them. Maybe fuck it. Yeah, I'm thinking fuck it. Ah, there we go. So either take some fuel out or let's do the thrust limiter. I'm just gonna take it down to 50. Well, let's do 75 because I do still want the top to move away from us. I think I'm going to do 75 and I am going to take out a little bit of fuel. And we'll do the same for this one. Take it down to about 75 and take a little bit of the fuel out of it. Everything else, though, actually went fairly well. I just lost control on the last part of the launch there. Can I put these on both of you at the same time? I can, but I have to have them out here, huh? Because it's pitch control that I need to add, so 2 more of these right on the outside there would be just perfect. No, it doesn't look like I can do it. Oh well. We'll try it as is. Staging looks just fine. Okay, yeah. We'll just take it out for another launch. Trying to think. We shouldn't have anything that's gonna pay for us to have crew in here, so... Oh my god. Look at all these stowaways. Sanjo, Paula, Mafu, Jackin, Pancake. Everybody in the whole space program wants to go up on this station. And I really should do my life support stuff in an action group too, but I don't think it's going to matter all that much. Link to the cross-section of a Jaffa cake. Ew. No kidding, I had no idea. I just thought it was like a shortbread-looking thing. Oh, the 2 packages that I did get were for Renner, so I went and put them out in front of his door. Because I wasn't in really any of a hurry since the game takes so long to launch. So no Jaffa cakes for me quite yet, but I'll have to try to remember to grab them off of the porch since there's chocolate involved. Alright, 3, 2, 1, go again. So we're yellow clocking like mad, but I'm gonna get up just a little bit of initial surface speed. Nah, we'll be fine. I'm gonna throw us into a bit of our gravity turn here. This is one of those ones that's probably gonna be a pain in the ass where I have to really balance out where my prograde ends up just to be able to maintain control. The 4 additional control surfaces should definitely help a lot though. Toss this over to maybe a 65 or a 70 degree right off the pad and see if that helps out. And I'm going to try to remain at full throttle for the vast majority of the flight. I could definitely throttle back and probably save a bunch of fuel. I think it's more important for us to get out of the lower atmosphere and burn through as much fuel as possible though. I can't wait for you to get up there and start working either. We've got 2 more vessels that we need to design before we'll actually put any people up on them. Now, would you rather work at the university or the one that we're launching right now, the just science station? Best served cool but not cold. So do I throw them in the fridge? But not the freezer? And they're more of a sponge cake, huh? I figured they were a bread cake kind of thing. But I know nothing of them. Alright, let's see if we can maintain control this time. We're going to be up at about 2 1/4 thrust to weight ratio by the time we stage. See how the separation rockets do too. Okay, so they are still moving the front out a little bit further than the back. I want that. It actually worked out pretty well perfect. We still had just a little bit more fuel than we needed in the lower ones, but honestly, couldn't ask for more. I want them to kind of peel away from us or stay perfectly parallel. But rather than reposition those and reattach them so that I could have 2 in there, I figured I'd just take some of the fuel out and use a bit of a thrust limiter. 75 seems to be pretty good. I could probably take down to like 60. Okay, let's double check these now that we're on our burn phase. I want to make sure that I'm sucking fuel out of all of these. And that part looks great. AP's at about 33. I'm going to try to nose down gradually here. Much more control with the additional fins here, but I could still overdo it. We definitely have a buku payload. That thing weighs a lot. I haven't seen any explosions, so I'm just going to assume that none of our parts are falling off of the top there. Bridge might be a little bit too much. Okay. Put them in there to cool them down, and then just take them out. Oh shit. I wasn't paying enough attention. AP's already at 61, so I want to be down to like a 30 or 25 degree angle. I had a little bit of a twist in there, so I'm going to correct that too. All in all though, looking great. Still have plenty of fuel left. Actual altitude's over 45 kilometers now. AP is at 70 already, and we're not even on that that last booster. I don't think that last booster is going to last all that long, honestly. Alright. So I'm hoping that we can get up to an 85k PE, or AP. Yeah, we'll definitely be able to, before we run out of fuel in these. Looks like we're going to be just fine. We're going to lay over horizontal at that point. It's going to push up a little bit higher, but this thing's final destination is 450, well, probably 475 for this one, because I already have one at 450 and 455. Or 455 and 465, something like that. So we'll throw this one up at 475. Hopefully. Get rid of our boosters. We're at 71 kilometers, so we'll also get rid of our payload fairing. Alright, looking good. We're just going to exhaust the remaining fuel in this guy. So I did push this all the way down to like a 0.8 or something like that, leaving us at only a thrust-to-weight ratio of 1. But we have over a minute before we actually reach AP. So it should be just fine. Just want to make sure that I nose down and keep my nose horizontal here. I don't want to get too close to AP, but I do want to burn out the rest of our fuel. And then we go to the travel stage. So the hope is that we're going to be, if not in orbit already, then damn near in orbit by the time we need to stage this. If we do end up achieving a complete orbit with the last of the heavy lifters here, then I need to go back and retrofit it for a whole bunch of retro rockets. Because right now it just has 4 of the smaller ones. I just wanted those to move it away from this guy. But if it's actually going to end up in orbit, then I need enough of them, then they have to have enough power to deorbit this stage. Get rid of it. Burn, baby, burn. We're going to be damn near orbital velocity by the time we get rid of this. We only have 23 seconds until we reach AP and have to nose up, though. Which isn't going to leave me a whole lot of time to circularize with the wolfhounds if we fall short. So let's nose up now. Bye-bye. So our thrust-to-weight ratio is only 0.5. I need more on the heavy lifting stage before we transition to this one. But we should be able to see how short we are. With a 0.5 thrust-to-weight ratio, even if I point directly upward, I don't think that I can maintain our orbit, though. I might be wrong. I'm only at a 30 degree. 45 is as far as I'm willing to really commit to. Go ahead and nose up to it. We're eating away at the DV that we wanted to put this into orbit with, though. Or to put it into its final orbit with. So we need more on the lifter. And I think that that's going to be totally easy. We'll just do it with solid rocket boosters. And we could also do it by increasing our efficiency, throttling down throughout the initial launch. Our other option would be to send a refueling truck up, or a rocket, and to just refuel it. Because because it does look like our 0.5, we were so close to achieving orbital velocity, we can maintain altitude, but we still may fall short. We're damn near our orbital velocity, though. I just don't think we're going to be able to finish it out. We're not building up as much horizontal velocity with these 4 Wolfhounds as we should be. But this also wasn't their job. This is not what they were supposed to do. Yep, I agree. I think just some solid rocket boosters on the first stage and we're good to go. I'm just gonna let it burn out of fuel, because I think we are gonna get into an orbit. If we have enough DV to get into an orbit, then we know that we just need to add like about 600 more total delta V. Yeah, it looks like that's what it's about going to come down to. I actually need probably somewhere closer to like 800, though. Or I just need to send something up to refuel the damn thing, and then put it into its final orbit. That would probably be the easiest way. We don't actually have a design yet for a refueler, and it's a little bit irresponsible of us not to have one. Because then we have to go and design one, you know, next time we have an emergency. It's not the time where you want to be in the design phase. Let's go ahead and turn that off. Get a look of it out in orbit. I believe that we're safe to use Extend All Solar, but I'm not actually positive. I'm gonna make a quick save. I'm worried about the 2 that are inside of this fairing. So I'm gonna make a quick save, and if they do fudge up, then I'll just open it up. Okay, good. It gave us a message saying that they could not be deployed while they're stowed, which is exactly what we wanted. I don't know, what do you think? Should we just fuel it up? We do need an awful lot of fuel. Oh, baby. Somebody forgot to enable crossfeed. Well, looky what we have here. Is it enabled? I don't know. I don't know if I'm actually allowed to enable crossfeed afterwards. So I just deadlifted a monstrous fuel tank. For no fucking reason, right in the middle of all these. Just for shits and gigs, it's fine. Let's go ahead and get rid of that maneuver node. Let's see, I've already got my quick save. Let's try another one just in, you know, just in case. I think that I've enabled crossfeed. Oh, wait, actually, I think it might be oh, yeah, it's the outer ones that I need to enable crossfeed on. So what are we going to end up with? What a terrible, inefficient way to do that. 545, that's just a little bit short of a successful mission. We're literally within like 50 meters a second of a successful mission, I think. I could be wrong though. So I want to do these burns when we're out in the sunlight probably. So let's plan the first one here. And I think I'm also going to set our other hotels as target. Oh, no, I don't have to set them as targets. So one of them's at 500. One of them is at 455. Should we put this one right in the middle? 475? That was kind of the plan. I'm thinking 475 or 525, either way. 188? Holy shit, we have enough. The follow-up maneuver to circularize is going to cost 179. It's only going to cost 188 for the first one. We need 350. We have 545. G fucking G. Oh, baby. On the structural pillar in the first stage. Oh, that wouldn't be fine, though. Because, wait, structural pillar. Oh, the one that was in between these two? You're right. So I did stage some fuel that I didn't need to get rid of. You're totally right. I don't know for sure. I can't remember for right if I take two of these tanks and stack them on top of each other, if they have to have the crossfeed enabled. Oh, the structural one that's on the decouplers? I know I got that one. Because I right-clicked on that one just to double-check. That little tiny guy that's on the inside of the two longest tanks. That one's fine. But I could have got just a smidge more DV out of that upper one if attaching it to the top of another SSTU tank doesn't, by default, enable crossfeed. So I want this autopilot to hold prograde. I want this autopilot to execute the next maneuver, and that final maneuver is just going to be removed. So I'm going to get rid of all of that except for execute planned maneuver. And I'm going to get rid of this maneuver node. Nope. There we go. Just because we shouldn't really need it. We're going to aim for 475 kilometers. This station, honestly, we could put it at whatever altitude that we want. I want them all to be roughly the same, though, so that we can actually, like, swap out different stuff. Skinny one that has the decoupler on it in this stage. Yeah, that one. Yeah, I know for a fact that I didn't enable crossfeed. Where I'm confused is, I think if I take one of these tanks and I stack another tank on top of it, I think it automatically does it. I think it's just when you radially attach stuff, it doesn't automatically do it. But I have no idea. We may have used it up. In the end, though, I think we're just fine. So this, hopefully, will be able to continue holding prograde for us. And we'll just time warp up to the next maneuver. We don't have any stowaways or anything. So we need to design a bottom part of it that's also going to be our food and kibble storage. I want at least 2 food cans. I want a minimum of 30 days of supplies on this. And I have no idea how much kibble to add to it, so I'm going to start out with like 5 of them. They're about 10 tons apiece. We're going to bring up 50 tons of animal feed. Now, hopefully that'll be enough. One would think, right? Just gonna vent all my monoprop if I don't time warp. Looks like we're on prograde well enough. Nope, I want the experiments to probably be added into the crew portion. And that's another reason why I think I might make them capable of maneuvering their way up here without a pilot. That way, if we're done with an experiment and we need a fresh set, we just send up another transport and swap its parking spot out. 475.5, I think that's close enough. We could dial it in, though, by holding prograde and just bursting forward. We do have some forward and rear-facing monopropellant nozzles on this lower stage. We won't have any on the upper stage after we're done, so we're going to have to reposition it with the drone, the food delivery drone. I did not mean to time warp. I'm just silly. What I meant to do... just burst forward so that we're slowing down, And I'm just looking to lower that to just above 475. Then we come back out, we do a new maneuver all the way over here at AP to circularize. And we're going to let the flight computer take care of that one too. Now in the meantime, let's go ahead and enable all of our longer range stuff. I want one of our antennas to point at active vessel all the time. I want another one of our antennas to point out to, well, down to the homeworld at all times. A third antenna to point to one or the other moon. And then the fourth one to do the same, but to the opposite moon. And I do need to double check those after I set them all, just in case I fudge something up. So close all that down. That one's activated, pointed at Minmus. Activated, pointed at the moon. Activated, pointed at Kerbin. Activated, pointed at active vessel. Perfect. Awesome! So we've got the regular SAS, holding prograde. Let's go ahead and time warp. Get this follow-up maneuver out of the way. It's going to cost 179 out of our 357 that we have remaining. We don't have any parachutes on the lifter itself, so this is all disposable. I don't have a mod list exactly, not like a print-out one. I do have a CCAN favorite list if you'd like that, though. We've got it up in the Discord in the KSP modding channel, and then we have a couple of patches that we wrote too, and those are all up in there as well. Yeah, no problem. So when you're going to use that, go into your compatible versions and tick everything from 1.4 to 1.7, and then go and load that into your CCAN. And then there's a very short list of things that you want to add manually. And that should be up there as well. Everything's looking okay-ish. I really hope that we have enough power to run all of our cyclotrons, but we do have the ability to add more solar panels to the lower portion of this that we're about to go build. Shouldn't be too big of a deal. Yeah, like notable other things for JNSQ, for the solar system that we're using, that has its own installer. Then you'll want Copernicus for whatever version of KSP you're going to install it on. And with Copernicus, you're also going to want the modular flight integrator. It's a hard dependency. Okay, let's go back to holding prograde. And we'll just finish off this orbit. And then outside of that, I also have trajectories installed, but I had a problem with it when I first installed it working with JNSQ. Other people didn't have that problem, so the CCAN version may work for you, but it won't be in the CCAN list. JNSQ, can't think of much else. I really want to circularize this a little bit better, and the easiest way is to wait until we're at PE and pull AP down. I think I might do it the hard way, though, by pointing inward toward the planet. And bursting downward. Because we're just about right in between AP and PE right now. And that way, my lazy ass doesn't have to wait. I'm just hoping that I don't mess up my orbit after I'm done by whipping his back around. Because we're going to be pointing the opposite direction of how we actually want to separate in. Oh wait, we have nozzles that point forward and backward. I'm an idiot. I need to go to radial out. I think that this is going to use way more monopropellant than is actually necessary, so I'm going to disable SAS for this. I'm going to do it manually in just a few bursts. Because it seems to want to do it as absolutely fast as possible, which is fine, but really isn't necessary. I'm actually going to separate north, but... So I guess all in all, it didn't matter. I keep forgetting that originally I was going to design this to hold prograde, but then this morning I decided to design it so that it'll point upward. So right now I want to point outward. Wouldn't have really mattered though. Could have just kept going with what I was doing and burst my nozzles the opposite direction. And then I'm going to transition us to the north, and then we'll disconnect from the maneuvering stage. And we'll deorbit that sucker and go and design the rest of this thing. So these bursts, since I'm pointed directly outward and I'm almost right in between the two, we'll just lower AP a little bit and raise PE a little bit. And I'm looking to lower my eccentricity to as close to nothing as I can get. Since I'm not exactly in between the two, I can't get it perfectly zeroed out, but we can get it pretty damn close. I'm going to go ahead and pivot around so that my nozzles are facing the right way. And then I just want to nose up. We're kind of looking at it from the side too. Let's transition our view so this makes a little bit more sense. So we're on an equatorial orbit pointed directly away from the planet. And now I'm just looking to transition upward. And then we'll release. I am glad that I left those nozzles on it so that we can pivot around and whatnot, though. I think probably going to start doing that with all of our stations, because I've really regretted it in the past. We can do it once we have a transport attached to it, but it's not as accurate. So I think it's going to be worth just having one set of nozzles that points outward, in either an offset or in pairs, the way that we did this one. So that it can nose up, nose down, all that good stuff. Am I a little eccentric? Oh no. Oh, okay, we're fine. It seemed like I had lost control there for a second, but it was just sluggish. This is a fairly large payload. I just didn't think that I had bursted that hard in that direction. Alright, time to bring this little puppy home. Let's go ahead and open up the bays on it. And we'll deploy its solar panels. Apparently the first one was on his break. Come on. Go ahead and decouple from it, and the final station is up here. I'm going to switch over to the probe. Want to enable RCS and burst away from the payload. I don't know, I think it looks okay. Double checking symmetry and everything before I lose the ability to revert the part. Should we test its power out too, just to make sure that it's adequate? Oh wait, actually I don't know if I can fire up a cyclotron without crew. Holy crap, I can. Cool. And it doesn't look like we're consuming kilowatt hours or electric charge. I'm gonna have to go into time warp just to make sure, though. Uh-oh. I am. Damn it. Somehow I don't have enough solar panels on this. They do have a very high consumption, though. These things are sucking up like 90 electric charge a second. All of our extending solar panels generate 24 apiece, and these large static panels generate 50 apiece, so I figured this would be enough. I might be better off, let's see. If I rotate this around... Don't want to rotate too quickly. I want to see if it's going to have a better shot at staying fully charged at a little bit more of an angle from the sun. Because it's a fairly small price to pay. And then I won't relaunch or anything. I would have liked for all of these to remain on the whole time, though. I don't think, even if I enable these, I don't think these are going to pull any power quite yet. I'm going to turn all their lights on, too. Yeah, I don't think it's actually going to do anything. I don't think we're actually pulling any power with those at the moment. And then we want life support enabled there, and I know we need it down here too. We've already got our antennas on, so that's looking good. None of the rest of these parts... Oh, wait. The farms. Let's go ahead and open up our doors on the farms and start agroponics. Then we'll have any mulch until we actually get people up on this thing. So it won't actually be growing food, but we went and pre-filled it with supplies. And I think that's it. Oh, bummer. I don't have a start habitat option for the XL cupola cockpit. I might have to write a patch for that if I want to add it. Shouldn't be a big deal, though. We already know that this is going to be comfy enough for them to be up here for over 30 days at a time. And that was really just our only goal for those. Oops. Somebody turned off the light for that. I don't want that. Well, I think that's about it, but we're definitely consuming a lot of power. So we may have to turn this off occasionally to regenerate power. Even with all this solar. Bummer, dude. That or go and revamp it. Now is the time. Let's start out by adding 2 sets of large solar panels to the food delivery part that's going to be on the bottom here. And we could also add solar panels to the transports, because we should have enough of a standoff that it'll be fine. I don't actually want to cover any of these with these solar panels, though, because these are more efficient. So I might not do that. Yeah, I think we can start working on the transports. I did time warp a little bit, but apparently I didn't move too far away from this probe, so it's still holding retrograde. Looking good. We know that this thing's not going to be recoverable, so I just want to burn until it's got a negative periapsis, and then this should hopefully be destroyed. So back over to the Space Center. I think I'm going to leave the station itself just the way it is. I don't think I want to go and add any more. Well, if we're losing power on the light side, we know for a fact we're going to be losing power on the dark side. So what we might have to do is just disable the cyclotrons at night when we're performing experiments. Or only rely on one cyclotron during our night cycle, and either solution is fine. We have enough power stored on it that we could probably go a few rotations before we have to worry about it, but eventually we're going to have to disable at least one cyclotron. And then I think we'll be okay. Yeah, and we'll figure it out when we get some people up there, because we're not pulling power from the zoology bay or the lab. And I think that, I think it's just going to be the cyclotron that's the problem. We weren't consuming a whole lot of power, so I'm fairly certain that we can leave one cyclotron enabled, as long as we disable the other one. And then we could just leave them on all the time, and then we'll re-enable the other cyclotron as needed, kind of thing. We'll just keep an eye on our power when we're actually using the station. But I'm going to add additional solar panels to the lower portion too. So as far as that lower portion goes, oh, there were a couple other things that I could have fixed. Like, I don't think we were pulling any fuel out of that part there. And I know for a damn fact that we weren't pulling any fuel out of that part. So we could enable crossfeed on that and just update the save real quick. But I don't think we're going to have to launch another one of these, unless we really decide to revamp something. So let's go to new. This will be the unmanned portion of it. This is going to have our supplies and whatnot, and this is the one that I want to add the solar panels to. I don't know what to use for a core, because I don't want an SSTU part to be the core, just to avoid a little bug. I think we'll just go with the subassembly that we designed previously. We'll go with the 2.5, since we know that we're going to use a large docking port. Oh, I did save it with the can. I didn't mean to. That's fine though. This is going to need more though, so I probably actually will end up pulling the can, because this is going to have the ability to dock. Well, I guess it wouldn't matter if it had extra in there, but then it seems like we have an excessive, yeah, fairly excessive amount. Nah, it'll be fine, because I'll just use monopropellant for the final propulsion, like for the actual propellant. So let me just throw one of those back in here, since by and large it's not going to matter. So as far as the nozzles for this one, I want them to be very, very well balanced. We're going to use them to actually dock the vessel. And I want them to be fairly efficient as well. For the nose of it, we're going to use a large docking port. If I can find it. Oh, I'm just blind. It's right there at the top. No scrolling needed. And I went and quarter turned that. I'm hoping that this is oriented in the right way so that we nose down into our gravity turn. I also would like for it to transition from, well, to basically be identical, whether I'm controlling it from the probe core, which is in the center of the upper stage, or whether I'm controlling it by the docking port. So I'm hoping that I pivoted that properly, and if not, I'll pick it up and I'll reattach it all. Usually, if you pick up the whole thing and you rotate it with Q just one time, it's pointed the right way. That just keeps my nav ball from flipping on me when I go in for a docking maneuver. But it's not all that big of a deal. Nope, I'm putting it bass backwards. I'm pretty sure the docking port was in the right orientation, though. It's just a lot faster of a loading time if I check it now. So I need to flip that around twice and then reattach that, and we'll try it again, just to make sure. I might go and pull the subassembly and just save over it with this one. Just make sure that that's... Well, I think I'm pretty sure, however, whatever orientation I save it in is what it's going to save the subassembly in. I guess I don't really know for sure. All in all, that part is just kind of a quality of life thing, not really necessary. Okay, so our little notch here is pointed toward the 90-degree line. That's what I wanted, and I'm hoping that this will be the same. If I transition control to the docking port, yeah, cool. So I just needed to pivot that around one time with Q. Awesome. Back into the VAB. And I'm not very likely to make this little drone recoverable as well. because I think that the recovery cost that we'll get back from the drone basically makes it a free launch. I do want to have to pay something. We're getting a hell of a discount. So this is going to use a nose cone deployed fairing, since we have a big ol' exposed docking port on the top of it. The main things that are going to be important with this one are the solar panels. In addition to that, the food containers, if I can find the right thingy thing. And these are a little bit of a pain in the ass because they have so many different contents. Once I get one, then we're good to go. Hydrates, fertilizer, recyclables, machinery, or supplies. And I want that full of supplies, and I want 2 of them. Then outside of that, over in the science tab, if I can find it, we want a big old 10-ton can of kibble. Kibble apparently weighs twice as much as our supplies. I think I'm going to go with 5. For some reason I remember it consuming kibble very rapidly. That'll give us more surface area too. It does take us up to a 62-ton payload. Only 10,000 of it is this part. And then below that, for even more surface area, do I have a monoprop tank that's actually the right diameter? Doesn't look like I do. Oh, baby, I do. Okay. No, I'm gonna swap that out, because, I don't know how much monoprop we're actually gonna need. So, the SSTU tank is totally fine with me loading it up with monopropellant, so I'll just use an SSTU tank. Let's go ahead and take that core size all the way down. And I want to compare the different options that we have for an orbital maneuvering stage that relies on monopropellant for its thrust. So I'm thinking that's one of our most powerful ones. And that's going to be about 1/3 of the DV that we're going to actually need. I think we're on the right track though. Let's go ahead and give this guy an appropriate mount for the size there. That'll give us 977. Yeah, I think we're in it. I think that's all we need. Now we also need for it to be able to dock. I'm not really too concerned with I mean, it is a fairly heavy vessel, but I don't think that we need to go with the heavy RCS blocks. I could be wrong. I think I want something with a power of 2. If I don't have any, I might go with the heavy RCS blocks just anyway, and just use a limiter. Yeah, fuck it, let's go for it. We're gonna go for heavy RCS blocks. Four of them there and 4 of them there. Wrong button. I'm going to use a mod called RCS Build Aid to try and figure out what power these need to be at so that they're balanced. And I want to balance them out so that the rear set is down to about 50, because at 100% I'm pretty sure that's just way too much. This is a fairly dense payload though. At 50... I have to take the upper ones all the way down to 15.5. And it's actually going to be lower if this has any fuel. Right now it's calculating for it to be empty other than the monopropellant cans. Well, I could definitely tick both of those boxes. Doesn't look like it's actually going to be all that bad, since it weighs so damn much. It's going to have a little bit of a roll to it, but not too bad, I don't think. So that would be perfectly balanced if it were completely out of fuel and completely full on monoprop. I think that's what we'll go for. Now we gotta get this big bad boy up into space. Shouldn't be too tough though. I'm gonna try to go for a single stack. Maybe, well, probably end up adding... Do you have a... Oh, nice. You have a fairing too? Cool. So all I need is a decoupler in there. I was planning on having to build an interstage fairing, but we don't need one. Wrong size. Still the wrong size. Oh shit. Oh no. Do I not have the right size of decoupler? I do have the SSTU custom one. Trust docking connector. What the hell is a stack decoupler? Well, it's the right size. Yeah, screw it. I think we'll go with it. If it's a stack separator, if it separates from both, I might just swap it out for an oversized decoupler, though. Then back over to fuel tanks. SSTU again. Such a handy-ass mod. Ooh, I lie. I lie. Because I want the fairing plate connected to this one. Okay, so I'm going to leave the shroud enabled, which I normally wouldn't do. But it looks really good. So I'm just going to leave it. Shit. I don't think I have a fairing plate that's appropriate for this. That'll work. I was gonna go with a nose cone one. I think that looks really good though. If I didn't have the right size, then I would totally go with a nose cone deploying fairing. Because then you lose the weight of the plate when you get rid of the fairing. You just optimize how much weight you're getting rid of. Do I want to go all the way up to the full diameter of this? Do we want to launch a 5-meter rocket? Maybe. So let's start out with the Griffin 8D and see how that thing feels. It looks so small on this. The Griffin 8D feels like this is way too much payload for it. Which is crazy. The Griffin 8D is a very powerful heavy lifter. Not quite powerful enough for what we're doing here, though. What if we went all the way up to the Griffin 20, our most powerful? Our most powerful also says this is a little much. So I am gonna need some side boosters. This is such a small payload, but it's so dense. There's so much in there. Like, so for comparison, if I go and pop this off at the fairing base, take that decoupler out. This weighs 94 tons. Our other station, our other science station, didn't that one weigh 120 tons? I'm pretty sure. Oh, and I forgot the solar panels. I'm a total dick. Electricity. I hope that it's wide enough for me to be able to actually add these. Okay, yeah, just barely. I don't want them to clip into one another. I really would have liked to have added 3 sets. If I put them down here, they're going to be upswept. And that's usually a bad idea with solar panels. Let's see, if I extend you... Well, they're not going to clip into each other. Yeah, that'll work. I think it'll be fine anyway. That took our total payload size to 98 tons. Just in this one little thing. Now I'm debating whether I want to go side stacks or a single stack setup with a cluster of heavy lifting engines for the lower stage. We don't do a whole lot of single stacks. Let's do a single stack. So that'll take the thrust to weight ratio of this at sea level down to less than 1. That should be fine for where we're actually going to use it. I'm going to have an inner stage adapter that we'll build there, and we'll just use the same fairing that we used up above. So you still need a decoupler. Doesn't matter what kind or size though, since it'll be hidden within a fairing. We'll no longer need a shroud for this engine. I'm going to give this a little bit of a gap just to make sure that it's not going to clip into the nozzles of the engine above it. Now with that same fairing plate that we had up top. Let's see if we can make this into a monstrous single stack. I'm still going to go with the SSTU tank. And I believe we also have an engine plate unlocked right now. I think they're in coupling though. Yeah. Wait, aren't there more engine plates that I'll unlock later that are bigger? If there are, then I don't want to scale this up. I'm pretty sure that there are. Let's see what its other options are. Those are all options for the fairing that'll come off of it. I don't think I want that. Let's go for a mount though. All of those are kind of bad shit. Something more like that. Okay, it's still only gonna have one attachment point. That kind of sucks. It's a Purios mount. That's a Nova mount. I don't know, I'm thinking the SSTU heavy lifter is probably going to be the smartest one to do, and then I can do it in the 3 inline. Whoa, calm down. So if I put it all the way up at a double, I only have a 0.72 thrust to weight ratio. If I do a triple inline, I have a thrust to weight ratio of 1.6. I'm going to have to go with a freaking quad, aren't I? Take 4 of those. So the mount that I have on the tank is totally invalidated. Technically, without SRBs, that would work. Let's go for... just quad. Just 4 of them. Let's go ahead and disable the mount that I put on that. Just take it to inset so that everything matches right. I need to widen the spacing because I can see that the nozzles here are clipping into each other. I don't want that. There we go. No nozzles clipping into one another. Thrust to weight ratio with 5 is at 142. Total DV is a little low though. So I think what we'll do is just add our solid rocket boosters and throttle back with them to assist us so that we can stay single stack. So coupling. I'm going to try to only go with 4 of these. And I'm thinking, let's just do Thors. Let's do 2 sets of Thors. The Thor solid rocket booster is a SRB, huge SRB that's added by KW Rocketry. Those right about there. I want another set off this way. I want this to rest on the main engine when it's on the pad, so I'm trying to add these in so that the nozzle is just slightly higher than the main engine nozzle. Looks about right. Okay, so now we gotta clean up our staging just a little bit. We're gonna have some extra stuff that we're gonna add, but for our first stage, if we were to ignite both of those solid rocket boosters and our main engine, we have a thrust to weight ratio of 1.76. We're gonna max out at about 1.96 by the time we get rid of these. So I want this set to be at 100%. I want this set to be as low as I can get it while still remaining over a thrust to weight ratio of 1.5. And it looks like I can take it down all the way, which is perfect. So I'm gonna take that all the way down to 1. Now we put in our separation and retro rockets. Our DV is still a little low. Yeah, it is a little low. I may have to use solid rocket booster clusters. And if I do that, do I want to use the Thors? Probably not, because they're just so fucking powerful. I think I'm just going to end up having to add fuel to this. So I don't want to add so much fuel that we go too far under 1.5 for stage 1, but I do want our target DV to be above 4,900. We're going to need about 5,500 DV. So I'm okay with starting just a little bit under 1.5 or a little bit over 1.5. But I don't want to go too high in one direction or the other. See, that one looks fine. Alright, control surfaces. And another set of nozzles, huh? Well, actually that won't really be necessary because the payload has so many. I don't think we need nozzles for that set, for that stage. Just control surfaces. We're gonna start out with 4 of these, but I think I might want to trick them into place. So I definitely want to scale them up. But I don't really want them at an angle. I'm gonna see if there's any way that I can attach them to this little flared out part of the engine mount. No, I can't. It's too great of an angle. Shit. I really dislike having them all the way up here. I can't really get rid of that though. Oh, and I'm also clipping through it. My vertical positioning needs to go lower. Yeah, actually, you know what? It looks like I'm not going to be able to use the Saturn V mount with the 5 engines that I've selected. So I'm going to take them to... Whoops, I didn't mean to lower that to quad. Let's take them to 5. Let's go ahead and lower the spacing as low as we can go so that we're not clipping into one another. I'm going to remove the -50 vertical spacing because I do want them at the bottom of the tank. But then as far as this tank goes, for the lower portion, I'm going to flare out a little bit. That's a lot of bit. That's a lot of bit. It's better. Okay, that might be a little too wide. If I have to, I'll add an adapter in there. I'm pretty sure we have an option that should be adequate. That just barely works. I think we'll go with it. I want to enable crossfeed on this one. I'm going to have to actually put a standoff for the control surfaces. So I'm going to do that with additional SSTU tanks. What the fuck are you doing? What? Yeah, just like that. See if we can find any kind of a lower that we like. Anything that takes it down to a lower diameter is fine by me. I would really prefer a nose cone down there, but I didn't really see one. Yeah. Oh, okay. So I do have some. So we'll get rid of the one on lower, and we'll go with the option on mount that's a nose cone. It's pointed the wrong way, though. That'll work. I'm gonna see if I can find that same one for the upper. It's probably on top, though, isn't it? Perfect, that one's a little bit longer, but that doesn't matter at all. This is gonna look even better if I don't have a nose cone on the bottom. Because then I can move the tank all the way down to just about where you can see it there. So all the way down to there, and the little bit of a flare out is still covering it. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. So the entire purpose of those is literally just so that I can attach these and not clip into anything. But then we gotta fix another problem. I'm gonna have to move them out just a bit. Okay, so that all looks fine, but the engines flare out so wide that I'm clipping into these solid rocket boosters. So to fix that, I'm gonna set those aside, and I'm gonna set those aside. Let's go ahead and enable fuel delivery overlay. Oh, so I fudged it. I thought that I enabled crossfeed on... Oh, okay, I have to do it on both? That's fine. I'm gonna make another copy of these. We're gonna use them in four-way symmetry again. What the hell? Oh, right. I just have to move my mouse up. Now I have to undo all that other shit that I did. Let's throw that away. There we go. Now with this set, no control surfaces. Give me the control surface. Just the decoupler. Oh, and I totally fudged that up. I need to put these on in 2x2. For some reason I have to attach them up higher. They won't snap on properly, but that's just fine. I can see the nozzle on the other one trying to do what this one did. There we go. Oh, I've got it on at the wrong angle now. I think that was when I attached this piece, though. I think the tank itself is on at the correct angle. Symmetry is just fucking with me today, isn't it? There we go. So with the decoupler on the bottom, we're going to have a certain amount of ejection force that's going to be applied to the bottom of the rocket rather than the top. Definitely won't be even. So our bottom of the rocket is going to swing outward when we decouple. And we're going to try to overcome that with a slightly underpowered separation rocket on the bottom of it, in the hopes that it'll either stay parallel and move away from us, or that the top will at least, you know, curve outward. I want to make sure that's in the proper symmetry, and it looks like it's okay. Another one of those down here. I'm putting these on before I put on the control surfaces, so that the control surface isn't in the way. I don't really think that we're going to need additional control surfaces on these two. I want them on these two, though. The two that'll help us out the most with pitch. I don't think these two are going to remain connected for very long. Another thing that I could do is put the top one, or put the lower one a little bit higher up, so that it's closer to the center of mass. And then put this one as far up on this as I possibly can. Oops, I meant to get out of the movement one, but I went back to placement. Don't want that. Oh, god damn it. Come back. It's all going so well. And I don't want it to clip out of the front, but it looks like I can move it as high as I want, so let's go up to something like that. We'll see if that's enough to overcome the additional ejection force of the radial decoupler being so damn low on that thing. Outside of that, the other solution is to just move the additional tank there up here, put the nose cone back on it, and have it, you know, right at the center of mass of the SRB. But I think it's fine with it attached that low. Auto struts will take care of the rest of the problem. I think that this is just actually a little too low. That one and that one. I can see just a little bit of the tank through here. Looks like the other four with the control surfaces are totally fine, though. Alright, so no more clipping on those ones. Let's go and grab a couple more. These aren't really, like, absolutely necessary if you don't want to add these. I mean, totally don't have to. They're just kind of a safety thing that I like to stick with to move the any of the side boosters that we attach to anything away from it. And those will be in the same stage as the decoupler. Okay, fix up our staging. Let's see where we are. Those all go together. This set is going to burn at full throttle. So the first set of decouplers just needs that, and couldn't see it. I wasn't scrolled up far enough. That one in there. Second one should need these two. We're going to hot fire the next stages. So these aren't strictly necessary, but less explosions means less lag. So I'm also going to put a couple on here. And those just point forward. I'm going to move them anywhere inside of this where it doesn't look like dog shit. We'll connect them right on the sides of the decoupler. I try not to attach them directly to the decoupler, like snap them onto the decoupler, just so that there's no chance whatsoever that I'll accidentally separate from them. And the 4 of those will go into this stage, their little decoupler. Additionally, the inner stage fairing will go there. And the ignition of the engine in there will also go in there. So if I was going to make this recoverable, I would stage the engine as a separate stage. But since it's not, it doesn't really matter if it blows up. We're going to increase our stability by just going ahead and putting it all in the same stage. And then one last set of them up here under the payload. And I'm making them look like they're going on the decoupler, but they're not actually attached to the decoupler. Make sure that I put them on either the fairing plate or the fuel tank. So even with our 75% discount, well, I was gonna say that 120 grand is kind of a lot, but honestly, that ain't shit. With our 75% discount, we paid $120,000 to launch this. Cheap. Super cheap. Cheap at twice the price. I'm considering whether or not to add reaction wheels to the final payload. And perhaps maybe some to the ascent vehicle too. Because I thought that, I'm pretty sure that I have some unlocked that are the right size. I sure am do. So let's enable angle snap. I do want that to be as low on the vehicle as possible though. Since we got all those other things down there, I figured it would be better just to attach it up here and move it down. I'm going to do another one at the top of the heavy lifter. Right under the fairing. And one right above where I dead-ended the fairing on this one. I don't think there's any reason to put another one at the opposite end though. Because by the time we switch over to that, they're going to be nerfed so bad by mandatory RCS that I don't think it's going to matter. So let me double check this guy. Fuel delivery overlay. I just want to make sure that all those little tanks that I attached are actually going to feed fuel into it. And it looks like they're going to be fine. I'm not exactly certain why some of these have a gray line though. Why do some of these have a gray line? Oh, I think it's thinking that I may also have been able to pull fuel out of the fin, but we can't do that, so that's fine. Alright, looking okay-ish. TWR 162, we can definitely add some more fuel now that we have all of our extra stuff on here. Oh, this last set of separation rockets needs to go up here. The payload fairing, though, that'll be much lower in the staging. So I have no idea where we get rid of the payload fairing. So for now, it'll just stay where it is. And then the orbital maneuvering engine that we have on the final stage can go down there. So 921 DV, we need to get that final payload into almost a complete orbit by the time we get rid of it. From the looks of it, we're pretty damn close, but I may fall just a hair short and we might end up adding that extra fuel. I guess we could go for it. Just do it now. I just don't want to have a shitload of fuel left over in it. Even though, you know, even though it's not like we're really paying for it. I just don't want to overdo it. So then to balance that out, these guys just move back down to where they were. So I didn't add a whole lot of fuel, but I did end up getting another 150 something DV on the pad. Atmospheric at sea level Delta V. I think that'll be fine. We're going to throttle back as we ascend anyway for just a little bit. We've got about a 2-minute burn on these two solid rocket boosters and about a 1-minute burn on this set of solid rocket boosters. Alright, so this is going to be the research station resupply probe. Oh, and I forgot solar panels for it, didn't I? Let's just step out of the thingy thing here. I don't know why, but it won't let me click up here. Hello? I would like to rename my vessel. May I please rename the craft? The hell? Game says no. There we go. This is specifically designed for Space Station number 2, and it's our first version of its resupply vehicle. So we'll get that saved. The additional set of control surfaces, I think I'm going to do a test launch without them. I think we'll just try it the way it is. Let's go ahead and throw it out on the pad. See if we missed anything. Oh yeah, got a ton of solar panels on the final one, so those will probably make up for what I forgot. In Soviet Russia, shippery name you. Oh dear. Is that true? I don't think that's true. I'm looking down my list here just to make sure that I don't have anything fucking silly. Now, it looks okay. Every now and then I'll load up my list and I'm like, why do I have 4 tons of ore? Shit, I forgot lighting. That's okay though. Alright, throttle at full, SAS enabled. 3, 2, 1, go. Man, it's dark out though. Should we light it up? Let's do the test flight and then we'll go add lights. I'm gonna add the lights to the very bottom of it to illuminate up this way, and then we'll do surface lighting for the payload itself. Any other color probably would have been okay though, huh? Let's keep an eye on our thrust to weight ratio. We're gonna throttle back as it starts to reach a TWR of about 2. I'm gonna go ahead and get us laid over a little bit here. Okay, and now we just start watching our fuel. Fuel and TWR, we're at about a 1.9. I'm gonna let it go ahead and get all the way up to 2, and then I'm gonna throttle back so that we can conserve some of our liquid fuel. Since we're just a hair short on our target total DV. We know that we have enough fuel in the final craft, the probe itself, to get up to the orbit that we need. So we need all the rest of it to come out of the rest of this. And I might have to put retro rockets on that last upper lifter. I don't think we need to throttle back anymore. Take it down to about a 1/3 throttle. And then we're going to go full throttle before we disconnect. Go ahead and separate those. I'll go full throttle before I disconnect so that hopefully my control surfaces are a little bit more stable. That leaves us all the way back up at a 2, huh? I guess I do have these nerfed pretty good, so we'll just stay at 2/3 throttle. Let's go a little bit higher than 2/3. I think on the next launch I'll just launch it at about 2/3 throttle. Nah, maybe not. Maybe we'll just throttle back to it. What I'm worried about now is that that monstrous engine cluster that we have is going to consume the liquid fuel in this stage before these are finished burning. Which could be a thing. It might happen. If it does, then what we do is take away the thrust limiter on these two and just let them burn out their fuel and throttle back a little bit sooner. Oh yeah, I'm totally going to be out of fuel. Okay, well, let's throttle back. Let's see if we can make it all work out. It's going to be pretty damn close, though. That's enough of a design flaw for a relaunch, too. That's kind of a problem. No, I think I'm just barely going to get it. We're going to have 2 stages, like, right on top of each other, though. AP is way too fucking high. I need to lay over. but I want to be stable before I do any kind of layover. Oh yeah, AP's way too high. Go ahead and get rid of that guy. Trying to nose down. Sorry about the complete inability to see the payload there. Sure, now the sun's out. Let's go ahead and throttle all the way up. We're at a thrust to weight ratio of 1.15. Pretty soon we're going to get rid of the payload fairing. That should help out quite a bit. Lose a lot of weight there. Actual altitude is coming up on 60K. It's about the time that I want to get rid of it. Pop all that off. That leaves us with an apparent thrust to weight ratio of 0. Did I have something in the wrong stage? I don't think so. Oh. So, the fairing plate that I used is apparently also a decoupler. And so now I have absolutely no control over this firing rocket behind us. That's a problem. That's a big problem. Let's go and fix that. Back to the VAB. We'll put some lights on it too. That's a big oops. I've never used that fairing plate though. So I had no idea. Apparently it's not just a fairing, it's an interstage. Interstage fairing specifically. So it worked out perfectly for this. I actually don't need a decoupler in there. And I need to see if, okay, yeah, as long as I have the ability to disable staging, we can still use it the way that we want. Let's go ahead and separate that one and get rid of that. We'll leave the rest of it as is, though. I think I may give it a little bit more of a gap and then rebuild the fairing. Just to make sure that when it attaches, it's not accidentally clipping into the bottom of the nozzle there. Mr. Carr, how are you, sir? Good to see you. Yeah, it was a pretty damn good view, wasn't it? We'll just go to edit fairing and finish it out again. Let's add lights right now, because I'm totally gonna forget. What are you up to today, Mr. Carr? Playing some video games? I'm just gonna add these to all 4 of these bottom ones. And I want them to point almost directly upward. So I'm going to use the curve of the nose cone there to get that done. And then for our other lighting, I think I'm just going to light up the payload. Do I have different color options with you, Mr. Fairing Base? Let's go ahead and disable staging. Doesn't look like I have any other color options, so I'm probably gonna need another set of lights a little bit further up. But then for the probe itself, let's put some surface lighting on it. Oh god, it's too hot. It's just starting to heat up here. I don't know what we're gonna get today. I have to look down the vehicle to figure out which side I want these on. We go for lighting up there, down there. I think that's it. Oh, shit. Oh no, never mind. Accidentally did the right thing. We're good. Hold on. Is all that quarter turned, or am I tripping? I'm tripping. So my lighting on the upper part has to line up with my nozzles here. Well, no, it doesn't matter. That can be off at a 45 degree. It's fine. I think I'll just use these smaller surface lights. Probably up here. Throw those on. They're kind of clipping into it a little bit. I do want them somewhat flush, but I don't want them inside the tank. Won't do us any good as far as being able to see it, will it? The devil called, he wants his weather back. Good one. He can have it, right? Jeez. Those will just mostly be for the curved surface there. Okay, should be a hell of a lot easier to see now. I disabled the actual staging part of the payload fairing, so we do still require a decoupler in there. And now we can actually do a, hopefully, more successful test flight. .40°C is 104 degrees Fahrenheit. Ugh. No, thank you. You can go ahead and stop at 90. You go ahead and stop at 85, I'll be even happier. You can stop at 80, I'd be even happier. Just try to keep it between, like, 65, 70 and 80. Yeah, somewhere in there. I like that. Yeah, I bet that severely detracts from the amount of fun that you have. Can you imagine the money you'd make selling water at that event? Yeah, it's still pretty hard to see. Apparently the payload fairing is made of black hole. Oh well, we'll test it. 3, 2, 1, go. Now we shouldn't actually separate from the flippin' booster like that. So I still wanted to get up its initial surface speed before I throttle back, but we are going to have that fuel problem again. So I know that this time I want to throttle down as we ascend instead of just leaving it at 2/3 throttle. But I do still want to push it up to get us off of the pad more quickly. Get us up to our cruising speed a little bit faster. I'm just going to let it push up to about 2. Let's go ahead and start into a gravity turn. A little bit here. There we go. It's kind of wobbly since I tried to turn so aggressively with such a humongous rocket. And now I want to stay right at 1.5, or as close to it as possible, just to conserve a little bit more fuel in this guy. I'm going to double check these. They're looking good. One of the problems that I'm actually having here is the fuel flow priority is too low. I'm going to have to set that to a higher number. I don't think it's really going to matter. Like, I don't think we're going to end up staging that with fuel still left in it or anything. That would be a bigger problem. Go ahead and get rid of those guys. Let's keep an eye on our AP this time, too. Since I'm going to have to do more of the gravity turn with the main lifter than I did before. Prevent water use as much as possible. Ugh. So one of the things that we're starting to do in our reservoirs out here, I think they're called like sun balls or something like that. They're like these black balls that they, plastic balls that they put out in the reservoirs. And they really work well for conserving water. They keep the birds off of it too. So they lower contamination and filtration issues that you have later on down the line. So start up a plastics company, start designing them, and market them to all of your local reservoirs if you're having water problems in the summer. Oh, do you guys have them too? Damn, they're everywhere. Thought we were gonna get rich. Off of somebody else's idea. Oh, do they fill your guys's with water? I don't think we fill ours with anything. I don't think they have like a sea pole or anything, but they do have a little weight in them so that they point one direction and they wobble kind of when they roll. Alright, screw it. We're going up to full throttle, baby. Let's go ahead and stabilize. Stage that portion. And blow it up immediately with our upper engine there. Bathe in the glorious sun flare. So I feel like the thrust to weight ratio on this stage is far too low. I think I need another engine in here with this guy. We do have a long time before we actually have to get our thrust to weight ratio over 1.5 though. Might be okay. I could also get rid of the payload fairing a little bit sooner. That might help. Yeah, I suppose most of your stuff would be underwater, wouldn't it? Underground wells and so you guys don't have a whole lot of surface reservoirs? Burn, little boy. Or girl. I don't know. I don't want to gender identify a rocket. I always think that they might be boys, though. I mean, just, it's the shape. Go, go, go. I should have probably left that on. The drag characteristics of a docking port are total shit. Probably should have left that on until we got a little bit higher up than normal. Alright, TWR is coming up on 1.6, so we're good there, and it does it before we're even halfway done with our fuel. I think this engine will do just fine. We still have 30 seconds before we reach AP, and now we just have to keep an eye on AP. Definitely want that to be over 85, and we want to lay over just before it gets there. Measure and issue warnings, and that's it, huh? That helps. It's the thought that counts when it comes to water conservation, I guess. Yeah, we already got the station up, no problem. Took actually, what, 2 test flights? And we got the station up there, so now we're designing a lower portion of the station that we can swap out whenever we need to, that's gonna store their food. Food for both the occupants as well as for the animals, because we do have a couple of zoology bays up there. And we were a little bit low on power, so this thing is just absolutely covered in monstrous solar panels to try and compensate for that. But definitely not as difficult as I thought it was gonna be. It would have been if I had tried to stick with the previous series of engines, but I just said screw it and we busted out the big guns right away. Oh yeah, we're damn near at orbital velocity already. We're not even out of fuel on the lifter. This is gonna be perfect. We're gonna have a hell of a delay before we actually ignite the next engine though. Let's go ahead and cut throttle before we separate. Just let that go away. The only important thing is that we have a negative periapsis so that that thing doesn't end up being debris. We are in space, so let's go ahead and extend all of our solar panels. Way more solar panels than this thing actually needs, but we do need more on the station. We have 3.5 minutes until we actually reach AP. So we're going to add a maneuver here. At AP to circularize. That's going to cost us 167. I might be low. Might actually be low. That's a larger chunk than I was expecting. 920? Oh no, we're fine. We're totally fine. And I fudged up. I need to get rid... well, I need to turn that off. I still wanted to execute the maneuver, but I don't want it to go ahead and retarget all the way down to there. There's just no purpose in it. I want it to retarget and hold prograde. We definitely don't have to worry about this running out of power, do we? Do a little poof to circularize. You had a dream about me. Oh god. Okay, that phrasing is a little bit better. I was in your dream, not a dream about me. Alright, hold the band hammers. We're fine. We don't have a stalker issue quite yet. We're good. I hope it was a good dream. I kind of like the look of it. I think it'll do. Let's see how it docks, though. Oh, what the fuck are you doing? Let's turn that off. It's like, no, I can do better than perfect. Trying to veer off in all directions. We're just gonna go ahead and let SAS hold prograde, and now we select our target. The target for this is Station Science 2. Let's see. I want plenty of time during the day to do the docking maneuver. I did not check our inclination on that at all. Only our eccentricity. For I'm heathen. Dirty, disgusting heathen. It's only off by 0.2 though, so I think that'll be okay. So at our descending node, just because it lines up so well, let's go ahead and increase our speed. Oh, no. I don't want to do that. Never mind. Never fucking mind. What I do want, this is where I want to time where we go up to meet our target. So the ascending node and descending node probably aren't going to even be taken into account. All we give a shit about is separation. And it looks like if we wait until about the middle of the night, we'll get pretty darn close. 3.6 kilometer separation? I'll take it. I'm not going to adjust angle or anything. We'll be fine. We're going to tell that to execute it. I'm going to get rid of the initial one, though, so that it stays off and doesn't take away control from the SAS until the burn. There we go. Told him they needed to contact me, but help him let him fly it. Oh, dear. No, you should refer him over to Reed. He's really good. Oh, yeah. We'll go ahead and time warp. I'm still not very confident that that's enough solar panels. I think we're going to be pretty damn close to what we require, though. Lots of time warping. Let's keep an eye on our power here, too. We shouldn't have anything that's really draining a lot of power. Got a couple of surface lights. I'm going to throw another set of these surface lights on this curved tank for future flights. So it automatically made a 3-minute warning alarm here. We'll go ahead and delete that. We'll let it realign to just prograde. And we'll time warp up to the burn. Oh shit. What's it doing? Get back on target. Quit messing around. It's the biggest problem with really powerful nozzles. If they're off a little bit, then you end up spending a lot to try and get them back on target. Okay, we're looking good now. I really wish it would just hold prograde, but that's fine. It's fine. I guess the extra DV is actually a really good thing, since that's also, you know, our ability to maneuver. I'm just gonna get ready to cut this off before it does any crazy-ass deviations like that. Stop doing what you're doing. Go back over to prograde. Bad probe, no. And once it's on prograde, we'll go out to map view, and we'll dial in our separation. We can get rid of that. Our separation is going to be about 26.5. We can definitely do better. Let's go ahead and right-click on that so that it stays up. I think it overburned a bit. So I'm bursting forward to slow down. Anything under 40 is totally doable. Closer the better, though, right? Just gonna crank away on it until it starts to rise again. So at 5.4, it started to kind of, yeah, even out, and it's only gonna deviate more and more. So we'll just leave it at 5.4. And right in the middle of the intersect, I want a follow-up maneuver. It doesn't really matter what this maneuver is for. I mostly just am lazy, so I want it to add an alarm for me. And I'm thinking, are we heading the right way? Well, we will be if we hold prograde. This is right about at AP, so we'll just stay holding prograde. No, retro. I want the opposite. I want you to flip around for me. I should have done that before I dialed in the next maneuver, but I wasn't thinking about it. No, I don't need to go retrograde. God damn it. I need to be in retrograde if I'm not going to hold prograde. Ugh. Come here, coffee. Help me. Oh, remind me when you get home, babe. I'm letting the rest of the coffee cool down, and I'm gonna fill up the coffee cube trays. Throw them in the freezer. But I don't want to waste it. There's more than I'm willing to drink in a day, though. Come on. You can do it. Get on target. Why are you using so much monopropellant for such an easy maneuver? Do a good job. Probably because this weighs so damn much. It's like, help me. Okay. So we have our alarm. We should be able to just time warp. We should see our target approaching from behind us. Any second now. There it is. So we're still 3 minutes away from when I put that alarm in. I'm gonna go ahead and take that out since I don't need the flight computer at all. How the hell? I think I'm totally upside down, aren't I? Let's go ahead and pivot around. I should put just one extra light on here somewhere so that I can tell which way is, you know, up. But I guess it is oriented with the nav ball, so that'll help too. I just want to point it upwards so that when I go to translate, you know, yaw, roll, pitch, all that stuff, I know that this is nose up, that's nose down, that's to the right, that's to the left, that kind of thing. Just helps with our follow-up maneuvers. So we're pretty much right onto where we need to be. We'll go ahead and enable SAS there. And I'm going to time warp until we start to get a little bit closer. Let's get down to about 15 kilometers away from it. Now we're going to start to match its speed and also adjust our angle so that we can get rid of that additional separation that we had. So we don't want to be directly on retrograde. That's only going to adjust our speed. I want to push retrograde toward my anti-target marker on my nav ball. And I'm staying off of retro because I still do want to approach, but I don't ever want it directly on my anti-target. And since we're dealing with retrograde and anti-target, I'm pretty sure that I want that to remain on top of the anti-target so that we come in and approach underneath it. So we're only approaching at 31.8 meters a second. We're probably going to have another correction. I don't think I'm going to lock it into retrograde quite yet. Yeah, I'll definitely do at least one more correction. Oh, and that maneuver node can go away. We don't need that at all. I'm also coming in a little bit to the side, so I want to correct that. So this little bit of drift that I'm doing here, that's why I kind of wanted this to take place like right before the sun came up. By the time we actually get there, it's almost going to be sundown, so I'm probably going to be doing this maneuver in the dark. Or just before dawn. Or dusk, sorry. The other dawn. Let's do another correction. I don't want to slow down as much as I want to change angle. And I'm going to be coming in kind of off to the side, so we'll correct that too. So one thing that I hadn't really considered, if I'm only using monopropellant for the propellant of the final stage here, unfortunately I won't be able to use this for an emergency refueling. Unless we design our transports so that they only use monopropellant as well. We can do that. We want to get pretty close. There we go. Okay. So at this point, we'll go ahead and lock in on retrograde. And now we just steer it into place. Do I have that right? I think we're going to come in right below it, since our retrograde is up above our anti-target marker. But I could be wrong. I might fudge it up, who knows. Should we make a quick save? Yeah, let's go for it. It's time warp. And I want to, if I lined that up properly, I want to get basically right underneath it. My engine nozzle should be totally clear, and I want to match its speed. My vantage point is fucked. Oh, it is. Damn it. Did that do it right? Oh, I'm just an idiot. Once again, I was thinking that I oriented the damn thing so that it holds prograde. I have it pointing to the north. I'm dumb. So if we're holding on to retro, then we should be able to just burst whichever direction we want this to go. Right now I'm coming in too low. I want to continue to hold retrograde, and I want to burst upward. I want to get closer to the target. So it's not as effective at higher speeds, but I'm just moving this closer to that without using my actual engines. And it looks like I can't tell which side is the top and which one's the bottom. I'm thinking that's the top, thinking that's the bottom of it, and that's where we want to be. I'm going to end up having to use the damn engines. So I'm going to reset SAS. I don't want to kill off all of our approach velocity. So I'm going to deviate from retrograde a little bit here. Nope. I'm doing it anyway, aren't I? Now I might have to flip around and undo what I did. I just wasted steps there for sure. Because I don't want to have to time warp for 4 years before I actually get to it. We do have really powerful nozzles though, so I think what I'll do is just burst toward the target. We're only 500 meters away. I think actually it'll probably be fine. And I was trying to just guess at when this would be just about parallel with that. I was a little wrong. Actually, let's lock in on it, since we're so close. I think that's right. I'm pretty sure that's our communications array down there. So I think our angle's good. Let's go ahead and reorient to this view and rotate the craft around. I'm coming in at a bit of an angle. And I feel like it might be coming in a little too high, too. I don't want to hit it with my solar panels. We have an impressive plume of solar panels going on. I'm going to just increase our approach speed a little bit. So this doesn't take 5 years. Yeah, it looks like we'll be fine. It's hard to tell with such a huge surface area. If this was skinnier, if I didn't have all these deployed, it'd be a hell of a lot easier to tell how close I'm going to approach. Just trying to back us into our parking spot a bit. Okay, let's start killing off some approach velocity. Everything's looking good. And then we're going to use docking port alignment indicator to connect this at a right angle to the rest of it. So I kind of am just guessing where the center of this is, since I'm going to pivot upward. And I want to match speed with a target right about when that's right in the middle there. Oh, I'm off to the side a little bit like a heathen. Let's go ahead and nose up though. And we can see, because of our nav ball, we can see that I'm drifting away from it just a little bit. We'll go ahead and correct for that, but we may as well set our target and start to control from here so that we can use our handy dandy docking port module. Now I want this orange line. This is the most important bit of information that we're going to get this time. I want that orange line off at a right angle somewhere. You know, doesn't really matter what direction since we have so many solar panels. I guess it kind of does, doesn't it? Because we have fewer solar panels exposed to the sun from this angle. So since we have two sets that are off at that direction, I kind of want to attach something like this. See, it's gonna be opposite. It's gonna be easier for me to go to the opposite one. I think that's the notch I want, but for some reason I don't have my little notches there. So I'll flip this all the way around so that I can get right on it. Okay. Then we just angle so that we're flush, so that our docking port is flush with that docking port, and then we just start our approach. We could probably actually start our approach now since we're drifting away. It is very touchy. This thing weighs a ton. Okay. Hopefully it's somewhat balanced. If it is, then we won't waste as much of our monopropellant correcting, you know, translating in one direction or another. And if that's lined up properly, these two solar panels should line up just right on that one. Yeah, it's looking like it'll do pretty well. There is a little bit of a twist in it. I don't even think I'm going to correct for it, though. Don't think that it's going to prevent us from actually being able to dock, so not going to worry about it. Alright, we're 25 meters away. Let's go ahead and burst toward it. Maybe I will correct just a little bit. It's starting to skew more and more the faster I'm going. Looking pretty snazzy though. Nose needs to come up just a little hair bit. There. So I'm approaching at about half a meter a second. I don't want to actually dock at half a meter a second, but I do want to close distance fairly quickly. Then we'll start to burst forward just to slow down a bit. It looks pretty well lined up. Okay, let's zoom out and check out the final product here. Not too bad. Looks like our solar panels are pretty well matched up with those above them. Yeah, not too bad. My goodness, am I still consuming power? Even with the additional solar panels? I think I am. Let's go ahead and use some more monoprop. Should get this thing holding normal. Okay. Let's see how much power we're consuming here. A lot. An awful lot. Bummer. I was hoping that would take care of it. What I probably actually need to do, if I totally want to take care of that, is just go and add a generator of some kind, like a nuclear generator. Well, that's not that bad. At least I don't think. We are going to go through power exceptionally quickly, though. So, I'm just going to go ahead and time warp. I don't want to actually leave this in the dark, because otherwise it's just going to drain its power until it's empty. The huge ones that we had in the last episode, these are the cyclotrons here. I think that's the one that you mean. Those are the heaviest ones that I think we brought up. Those are about 30 tons apiece. And then these laboratories are, I think, 12 and 15 tons apiece. The spectrometron, I think, is like 10 or 15 tons apiece. And then down here, each one of these kibble cans is 10 tons. And these are about 5 tons apiece, somewhere in there, for the food cans. But if you're talking about the other station, we did get the other station up. The other science station. This is a station dedicated to a mod, though, called Station Science. pretty neat mod. We'll definitely be using some of the parts today. Oh, I was hitting the frickin' / key. I'm like, why is my time warp not going up? I'm looking over here, I don't have any maneuvers. I do have one maneuver that's not in the list. We do need to go over to our telescope, the one that I planned on smashing. It's actually going to work out. Since I updated the game, Minmus moved, and since Minmus moved, its follow-up maneuver to do a flyby of both the moon and Minmus is just not going to work. Oh, the science laboratory? It's the Netherdyne University from... I think the Civilians mod. Let me check. These parts weigh more than that part. Oddly enough. Because I think those weighed about 15 apiece. And these... So just one cyclotron, I believe, weighs double that. Okay, there we go. We're generating power again. For now, I think I'm going to turn off the cyclotrons. Let's stop just one. Is that going to be good enough? Or do I have to stop both? Uh-oh. You want both of them stopped. I wonder if one of my solar panels is broken. Okay, it says that that one's blocked by the zoology bay. That's fine. So that one's in direct sunlight. My energy flow is actually lower than it's supposed to be. It doesn't have full sun exposure for some reason. That one basically should. What about you? Do you have full sun exposure? Oh no, it's fine. Yeah. This one's got nearly full sun exposure and it's at 55. What about you guys? How are you doing? 24.4? No, it's not them. How strange, though. I could have swore that it said that this thing consumes 90 electric charge per second. Odd. Well, I know that I'm not going to add any more frickin' solar panels. I still, even if that's not adequate, I feel like that's enough. We'll just have to be wary of our power consumption, and we'll have to toggle off the cyclotrons occasionally. I think it'll be just fine. I'm going to go ahead and deactivate this engine, just in case I fuck something up later. I'm going to right-click and just shut that down so that we don't have to worry about it. And now we need to design 2 8-man crew pods. And we're going to use those for... Actually, let's go over to the other station. The other science station. I'm pretty sure that that needs 16 crew as well. I just can't remember how many docking ports I have on it. I thought that I left 2 of them, but I could be wrong. If I only left 1 docking port on this, we need 1 16-man transport and 1 8-man transport. But if I did, then we just need 2 8-man transport, or well, one design for an 8-man transport, and it should work between either. Okay, cool. We definitely have 2 docking ports. The biggest difference is going to be that I don't have a Clampatron or a docking port senior. So I'd need a different kind of resupply vessel for this one. But it's basically going to be the exact same as the other one. We'll just swap out the kibble for supplies cans. And we're going to have to make sure that that one has a regular Clampatron docking port on the front of it. So I think this is the part that you were talking about. These are the Netherdyne universities, and when we get back into the VAB, I'll try to find you which actual mod it's from. I also need to get these guys down, so we'll probably just have Scott and Mr. Jebediah go ahead and test out our re-entry vehicles. We'll do a couple of unmanned tests first. And if I remember right, yeah, I'm going to have to check the number on the capacity for those, because I think it's 8 people apiece. I'm almost positive that it's 8 people apiece. So we're going to have crews come up and groups of 8. But I do need to get our pilots home. We have the pilots on that one because it's also a... Ah, shit. It's also an ah, shit. Crap. I need to bring them food. That third docking port is going to have to be for tourists. Balls. What can I do about that? I could make the transport crew passable. I'm pretty sure you're right. I'm pretty sure it's the civilian population mod. That's like the only part that I added it for, too. Indeed it is, yes. The Netherdyne University is part of the civilian population mod. And it does look like it has a crew capacity of 8. And I covered up that extra docking port. That would have been perfect too, but oh well. First, let's concentrate on what we know we need, which is an 8-man transport. I do want it to have the ability for us to remotely control it. Ooh, I should have used a Geigen command pod. Since it doesn't actually have, like, seats in it. Because just for, transporting supplies. I have no idea which pod I'm going to use. We can definitely make a cool one out of the OPT Humpback class cockpit, though. Only problem with those, re-entry is a little bit more difficult. Well, the Rodan will carry 4. The Soyuz is only 2. I think I'm gonna end up using that 4-man. My only problem with this guy is then I have an additional piece for an adapter there, but that's not that big of a deal. It is a damn good looking couple of cockpit. I'm thinking either this one. Nah, I'm thinking this one. I'm thinking this one for sure. So I am going to need additional pieces though, because that's only half the crew that we want to get up there. I may just end up using a station part. I don't know if any of these are going to fit very well. Well, that one fits pretty damn good. And that's a 6-man, so that'll be a 10-man transport in 2 pieces. We do totally invalidate the built-in nozzles and the built-in engines up here. I don't know if there's a way for me to toggle them off, because we definitely don't want it to be burning up all of our monopropellant. I don't think there is. It's just not designed to permanently attach to another piece. It's designed to have a decoupler there and to be able to use its own propulsion as an abort. Yeah, I don't see any. Okay, so life support, supplies, what do all those mean? Life support apparently also includes mulch. I think just supplies is fine. And I didn't see it disable, so that's okay. We'll just let it have supplies. This is a station part. The other thing that I was considering is just a hitchhiker, though. It's got 2 fewer seats. Let's see what the difference in weight is. That one's almost 5 tons. That one's about half the size, and we lose 2 seats. I think I'd just rather have the extra 2 seats. maybe. Because that's only crew capacity of 2. These are going to be the wrong diameter. Yeah, I think we'll go with this. My only real hesitation is it feels like this might be a little bit too large to have docked to the side of the station pointed outward, and that we may have Kraken issues. Which I do not want. But I don't have any 8-man pods. Wonder if we can get one. Well, I guess I... wait a minute. Or not. Was the Humpback an 8-man pod? Maybe it will be the way to go. They do look really cool. Just a little trickier to, unless I want to add wings, a little bit trickier to use for re-entry. What's it going to cost for our next command modules, and how many seats are they going to offer us? We get a 6-man re-entry module with a service module. That's a 1-man, a 3-man, a 2-man. None of them are perfect. That one's pretty goddamn close, though. I just need to add 2 more seats. I would prefer to add 4, so maybe the hitchhiker on that. If we go one further, we got a 4-man, 3-man, 2... Frick. Nothing was made to bring 8 freaking people up here until we get up into the later ones. There's another, the Callisto Heavy Orbital Command Module. Oh, wow. None of these are made for 8. Our closest that we can get in just the command module is 7. Huh. Playing some Spaceflight Simulator and wondering when to launch direct from the pad. Oh, for the moon? I don't know. You probably... I mean, if it's anything like KSP... If it were KSP, then just get into orbit, figure out where your maneuver node's going to be, and then try to eyeball a launch trajectory that'll leave you at that point by the time you get there. And that'd be your launch window. So, like in KSP, you want to be at about a 45 degree from the moon. So you pretty much want to launch from the pad at about a 40... yeah, at just a little greater than a 45 degree. And then instead of circularizing, you would just continue your burn. I don't know. Made the Lunar Excursion module, command module, and 2 stages with boosters. Very cool. How are you liking it so far? Spaceflight Simulator. I'm trying to think if I own that one. I don't think so. I have one of them that's something like that, though. Do I have a Spaceflight Simulator? I do not. Uh-oh. I don't even see it on here. Do you have to buy it direct from the developers or something? Got out to Jupiter, landed on Mars, and lots of moon landing crashes? Aw. Oh, it's on an iPhone and an iPad, okay. Interesting. Is it worth unlocking another node for 2 extra seats in the pod? Yeah, fuck it, let's go for it. We can afford it. Let's grab it. We already have all the prereqs, we had enough science, no problem. Let's go see if we can integrate that. I would like to add 2 seats though, like I said. It's like a phone version of KSP, huh? That's awesome. I bet it's really hard with a touchscreen. Honestly, I bet this game's pretty difficult with a controller too. Let's grab our new high capacity re-entry module. What is the blue there? Is that a docking camera that's integrated into it? If it is, that's awesome. And do you have a parachute integrated into this thing? It does have options for a drogue chute and a main chute. So I'm assuming that you stage all those things all at once here. That's awesome. This one actually has lights that work. For some reason, I wasn't able to get the, what do you call it? The lights in the cabin of the shuttle parts. I couldn't get the lights to work in these guys. I'm not sure why. It's already got an integrated heat shield too. That's kind of a downside, honestly, if I want to add 2 additional seats. Unless I want to put them on the nose. Which we could do. There's so many options in here. Oh, thankfully you can enable and disable RCS in this one too, because that wasn't an option on the other one. So for shield type, I can take it down to light, but it does not look like I can just disable it. Is there anything past that? No. I guess I could just take all the ablator out to try and minimize the weight of it. And then, can I switch the fuel that it's got inside? I can switch it over to monopropellant so that it stores 34.4 monopropellant. So the integrated RCS, I'm just going to disable that, because it's almost always off at a funny angle. I might be wrong though, so I'm going to check it first. Oh, nope, it's got 2 nozzles pointed directly outward. It doesn't have any that point backward, which totally makes sense, and it's got 4 that point directly forward. Yeah, maybe we'll leave them integrated, or leave them on. I think I'll leave that all alone. I'm going to take the ablator out of this, because we're going to use a separate heat shield. I do need those 2 extra seats, though. Do I want to put them on the nose? Super hard to rendezvous because your screen shakes so bad at full power? I bet. I bet that makes for a very difficult burn. I might just have to swap it out, honestly. Quite a bit bigger than its little counterpart over here, though. Let's go down to utility and see what we have in the way of 2-person parts. I don't think I'm going to be able to find one that's the right diameter for this, though. It's a little oversized so that the heat shield makes more sense, so like, a hitchhiker really doesn't look right, does it? That doesn't necessarily mean that we can't use it, though. Because for one thing, we don't need the door. I would totally be okay with the look of it if I could get it to fit in there a little bit better. I don't think I have anything that's going to be the right diameter for 2 people at all. See, like, these are the right diameter, but the Asylum weighs 10 tons and has a crew capacity of 6. Screw it, should we just make a 12-man descent module? Could. Let's go ahead and change the mounts on these and get rid of some of those outer handles. This also has 1500 freaking monopropellant? Okay. Alright. We're on the right track there. I'm gonna just quickly grab an SSTU can. since it's one of the only ones that I can transition over to monopropellant. It's either that or just use a monoprop can, but we have way more options with this. Let's go look at our engines. Got a moon encounter right from the pad? GG. Good freaking deal. Oh my god, so that's a little overpowered for what we need. Actually, yeah, we don't really need this at all if we go with this. But I'll probably need a thrust limiter. And then I need a decoupler, we need landing legs. All the fancy stuff that we would normally have. Solar panels, parachutes. Definitely have to account for the additional weight. Maybe I do want a tank in there. Might change my mind on it, but maybe I do. So this has an integrated docking port that should be compatible with everything that we're using right now. We're going to want some monopropellant nozzles, and then we're going to want to balance those out with the integrated monoprop nozzles. So the only thing these ones can't do is burst backward. I think I might just go with a 5-way nozzle on the bottom. Well, let's see. Will I be able to attach it properly? Ooh, I think I can. It's gonna look a little weird if I stick with this plate, though. I definitely like the look of the boat tail more. I just don't see any way that I can stick the nozzles on the way that I want to with them there. Oh, yes I can. If I do the 4-way nozzle, we should be okay. Never mind. Because if I do these, then they're gonna have to be off at a 45 degree. That may make it more difficult for me to balance this out. Well, let's see what we can get. I mean, it looks okay, but can I balance it? So forward and backward, we're fine. Holy shit, they're almost perfect as is. Of course, I don't have the heat shield and all that in there yet. Let's go ahead and add that. I think we'll be able to use these no problem. I may have to move them a little bit further down so that they're a little bit further inward to really perfectly balance it, but everything's looking fantastic so far. So, a decoupler. Is that going to be the right size, or is that too big? It's a little too big. That one's even larger. These are going to be too small, though. Plus it's a fairing base, because I'm an idiot. I'm clicking on the wrong shit and in the wrong tab. It's all good. It's fine. So my biggest decoupler, unfortunately, is not big enough if I want to go with the regular decouplers. Which leaves me using a stack separator. That weighs... Here. You go away for a second. That weighs 2 tons. Holy shit. I think it'll be okay. Pretty heavy, though. Any additional options on you? Nope. And does this decouple from just the what it's attached to, or from both? It's a stacked decoupler. Is that the same as a stacked separator? If it's a stacked separator, then this will detach and this will detach. And I want this to remain attached to this, if at all possible. I might have another option in here. And I know of a workaround we could definitely use. Could just go for the SSTU decoupler, because that's made to be resized. Attitude control decoupler. Okay, that one's too small. That one's way too small. Damn, I don't have a big enough one. Spacecraft separator. Interesting. I kind of want to take it out and test it out. Let's see, our thrust to weight ratio on the pad is 1. I want to take a little bit of the fuel out of this so we can get up off of the pad. We have additional fuel up in the top there. I'm just going to fly it up, separate it, and see what happens. I don't know if a stack decoupler is the same thing as a stack separator. I don't know, honestly we'll be in a suborbital trajectory when we do separate from it. Only problem is I could separate higher and reorient into a better position if I can attach retro rockets to it. So if I am going to attach retro rockets, I do want them to be on just one piece of something, you know? It looks like it only separated from this. Okay. Right, a stack separator. I know that will decouple from both sides, but this is called a stack decoupler. So that's why I was confused. It looks like it operates just like a normal decoupler, so we should be just fine. Let's go ahead and just pivot that thing around right now. In between the two of these, I probably, well, somewhere on here, I need a probe core. I guess I can put it below, though. Probe core can go down here, I suppose. The probe core only needs to be in here so that I can use the flight computer. Well, the flight computer, and also in case we want to launch this without a pilot for some reason. Like, bringing up the scientists, there's not a whole lot of reason in bringing up a pilot and having a pilot live up there. So this thing is made for us to change its diameter. Oh no, I can't go any wider than that. I guess it'll be fine, but I usually don't like to just squeeze it into something. It's as big as I can go with it, though. I definitely don't have a probe core that's going to work outside of a service bay. Should we just say screw it and throw in a service bay? No, I think what I'll do is a structural tube. I should have a structural tube that's this size. And I also forgot to pivot this around. Because if it's a service bay, then I don't feel bad at all about squeezing a bunch of shit in there, because it's just a hollow thing. most of the time, honestly. I don't feel too bad at all about squeezing stuff into somewhere, but it just wouldn't make sense for us to, you know, not have somewhere for all this stuff to go anyway, because we have electric components, all kinds of stuff that needs to go in here. How much electric charge can you guys store? 600 in one, 750 in the other? That'll probably be adequate. That'll be fine. I'm just double checking real quick that I don't have a thinner one, because the only other thing that we need to stick in here now is, well, actually, with all that room, we could probably stick a bunch of stuff in there. Let's go ahead and take this thing back down to regular size. It doesn't have any reaction wheels or anything, so the only reason I was sizing it up was to kind of match it up with the diameter of the outside. It would just be a little extra stage in there. I think that'll be okay, though. Oh, and let's see if I can attach this to the top, and we'll just build the stack from the top. Don't mess with me. Go up there. Thank you. Directly underneath that, I think we'll just go with a capacitor. This is going to be a disposable stage, and I am going to size that down a little bit. That should keep us in the electric charge. I want a couple of reaction wheels to assist us with holding this backward. I could probably just make those disposable too and put them on the outside here. How expensive are they? $2 grand, and we save 75%, so yeah, that's cheap. Let's go ahead and just use those to cover all this up. We'll put them on the outside. It might be a little too high. I don't want them to, I don't want any part of that to go past the decoupler. Hello? What the hell has happened? Oh, I picked up the battery in there somehow. Okay. That'll work. Oh, shit. Then I cover up that stinking little door. That's fine. That's not fine, though. You go back in there. Come here, SAS halves. We'll put them down here. Cover up my logo. Branding? We don't need no branding. I've got another one up there, it'll be fine. What the hell? There. Oh, I guess I had added it to the stack decoupler itself. Okay. That should do, though. So I do have a little bit more gear that I wanted in there, but I wanted to put the SAS half on while I could still see everything. I'm gonna take that off for just a second. I want to add reaction wheels. Nah, it doesn't really matter if they're in there. I wonder if I shouldn't just put all this above the decoupler, though. So it looks like our front door is all the way over here. I may need to add some, like, ladders and whatnot, too. So I'm trying to think of the best way to, you know, to do everything that I want to do here. So that little door will be fine. I'm gonna move all this up. I want to rebuild this stack. I've already got everything that I need inside of this thing, so I'm just gonna pilfer parts so that I don't have to go through and find them all. I might just steal that entire assembly. Just because it's right there and so freaking handy. And then I want these attached to the bottom of it. Oops. I meant to grab both. because right under that will go the heat shield, and I don't think that we're gonna get rid of the heat shield. Do you get a membership card? Sure, why not? It's in the form of a Hello Kitty sticker, though. So as long as we're all clear and okay on that, good to go. Does this generate power? What the hell? Powerful gyro ring is designed to help with pitch and steer the Heisenberg. Oh, right. Yeah, these are those fucking huge ones for the airships. Now I remember what those are. I saw that this one required nuclear fuel, and it does indeed generate power. It's got a bunch of integrated RTGs inside of it. And it's also crew passable on the one side, but that crew tube is only going to match up with the other Heisenberg airship parts. We don't need a Heisenberg airship parts quite yet. I think we're ready for our heat shield. We don't need this to be a crew passable heat shield. Just a heat shield. Oh, you're in the right place then. We got all kinds of kitty cats. Database. Ho, look at the size of that guy. Oh, wow. I don't know, what do you think? Does 1,792.1 ablator seem a little much? Ooh, it's got textures too. Who's a pretty little heat shield? You are. I guess we could just go down to the light variant for now. And I don't think we're gonna need anything that, like, sticks out off of this. I think that'll all be fine. All of our radio parts will go up on the top here. I think we're just about ready for a re-entry test. So that would be the finished product, pretty much. Oh no, I do need ladders, don't I? And what orientation are these guys gonna be in if they do an EVA? I'll sell your blood and other liquids. Have fun. Good luck. Hope it goes well. Hydrate. See you again soon. Thank you again for the follow. We did kind of overshoot the mark. We do have too many seats in this thing, so we could downsize it a bit if we wanted. This engine is also very powerful. So we could always switch that up too. No passengers, but I just assumed that we would have somebody stow away in this thing. I didn't get a pilot. Back into the van. Doesn't even have to be a pilot. Can't be a tourist though. I don't think that a tourist can EVA. So anybody dumb enough to hop out of this thing. Let's grab Valentina. Have fun. Oh, it's kind of boring, isn't it? Kind of hard to have fun and donate plasma or whatever. I got a subscription to some gaming magazines back when I used to donate plasma a lot. It doesn't pay well anywhere outside of Wyoming that I've lived. Like, it's not worth doing here. They'll give you like $10 here. It's fucking terrible. And yeah, okay, you know, saving a life and whatnot. But in Wyoming, I'd save a life and make $100. That was worth going out of my way for. Nice. Good deal. So if their head's up here, then we can very easily build a ladder system. And we don't really need it for all this extra stuff, because it'll be sitting on the ground. Actually, should we do... yeah. I was debating not doing landing gear. Let's do landing gear. 6 of them. And then I guess solar panels will go down here somewhere, because we're gonna disconnect from them and just discard them before re-entry. What are our options at the moment? We have a lot of options at the moment. What the hell are you? A super heavy duty landing leg. Okay. I don't think we need that. A little too big. Are you scalable? It is scalable. I want either 4 or 6. Go ahead and retract it and see how that looks. Kinda dig it. I think I like it. And we have different color variations too. Should we put an orange stripe on it so that we go faster? Isn't that how it works? Oh, it's a yellow stripe. Never mind. I'm leaving the door off to the opposite side, so that if anybody were on the ground and were to need to get in there for whatever reason, it would never actually happen. But if it were to happen, then the ladder over here won't interfere with that. And what kind of ladder options do we have? We have a cacti service ladder that we could use. We've got... I think they call them movement... shit, I can't remember the name of it. Some sort of enhancer. Mobility enhancers. And then we have the good old standard larger version of that. Probably gonna go with just the stock ones, because I don't think we have anything else. And then we have fixed ones. I've never added like a ladder mod. I do have a handrails mod. So how does this one fold up? Oh shit. It's part of us now. Yeah, I don't think we want to go with that guy. I think we want one of you up here. Maybe. Maybe not. I might go for fixed ladders on this side, just because of size issues. It's a little too long. So if I wanted that to reach all the way to the ground, then I'd have a gap there too. I don't have any really good option other than to just add these little guys. I don't have any problem with having those there. Shouldn't matter. Now we gotta test them. Okay, Valentina's still in there. Let's also do parachutes. See how many chutes we need. These might be a pain in the ass. Just because I don't know exactly where I'm going to add them. They have to be on the top part. They can't cover a nozzle or a window or the door. They can't obstruct the docking port. It does have an integrated parachute, but I wouldn't imagine that the integrated parachute would be adequate with the additional 5-ton piece below it. So it looks like I can put them in a ring here, or I can do several different sets of 2. That is a lot of chutes, though. Let's see if those will mess with the door. TWR on the pad is only 1.2. I still haven't re-added that monoprop that I took out of there. I'm going to take more out. We'll just burn through the 1534 that we have in the upper part. Why do you still have a blader? I thought I took that away. Get out of here. Make sure I'm on the lightest type of shield. So you all go in there. What is our additional stage here? Oh, to separate from the heat shield. Maybe we will then. No. I want the heat shield to stay there. I want to disable staging of the heat shield. We're just going to stay attached to it. It is extra weight. It's not like we get any money out of it, but right now it's also the cap that's on the bottom of this service tube. So I don't have any like floor in here. If we get rid of it, it's just all open. And I would rather not have to relocate all that stuff in between these two. I want these two to remain physically like crew passable and not have just a, you know, vacant tube in the middle. So we're not going to get much out of this engine. See what we do get though. I just needed to get off of the ground far enough for us to fully deploy our chutes. So hopefully it'll be adequate for that. And if not, we'll throw a freaking SRB underneath it and give it a bump. Man, we only have 19 minutes left before we need to circularize our science probe, too. Oh, I think I have an SSTU part as the root part. Yeah, I'm getting those drag cube null refs. Oh, right, because that's an SSTU part. I'm a dipshit. That's fine. Easy fix. Alright, throttle up. We can fix that. Definitely don't have much fuel at all. But we should have enough for this test. I'm gonna need separation rockets on that maneuvering stage too, aren't I? I don't want to end up in the ocean, so I think I'll cut throttle now. Go ahead and separate from that guy. Thank you for all of your hard work. We're gonna top out right about there. And then we'll test out our chutes. Could have swore I disabled that. Apparently it didn't. So much for testing out the chutes. So I guess it has an integrated decoupler and all that shit too. I could have swore that I disabled it, but that would have been an awkward re-entry. Thankfully, our first manned re-entry with this vehicle will have 2 pilots on board, so they'll both be up in the part that has all the parachutes attached. Oh, it's docking port is the one that I saw before. Shit. So, there's no way for me to have this remain attached, apparently. And use its parachutes that are integrated into it. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Galania. Oh, but otherwise you're doing okay. Because port enable and disable staging should be the docking port, right? And that's not going to have anything to do with us. What about SMDC? That might be it. Maybe. Passed away on the 19th. Oh, I'm sorry. Moment of silence. Because it's taking forever. Why aren't you loading? There's barely any parts in this. There we go. Just gotta yell at it. Shake your mouse. Okay. No passengers. Hopefully that disabled that. I'm not sure. I'm gonna go ahead and enable the lights even though it's gonna throw no refs. It should be fine. Shouldn't crash the game or anything. I feel like we're getting a hell of a lot more lift out of it for some reason this time than what we got last time. I think that's high enough. Let's wait until we're at AP and pop off. Okay, there we go. That was the option that we wanted. Do we have the integrated one? I'm not seeing the integrated parachutes still. Bummer. Fuck me. You go boom. That's alright though. Let's go and put down our landing gear. Make sure that nothing's clipping or looking all funky. No, looks good. Our descent speed looks really good too. We do still have a little bit of monopropellant in this thing. Normally we wouldn't have all that much, but that shouldn't be a problem. And the ablator's back. Yay! Did I not take all that out? Am I really that daft? Avorion. It sounds familiar. Procedural co-op sandbox. We build your own spaceship out of dynamically scalable blocks. Oh, I know I've heard about it. I heard about it a long time ago, though. When it first entered early access. Somebody may have given me a copy of that. I'm not sure. Are you liking it? I don't think I've ever tried it. I don't see an Avorion. So it doesn't look like I own it yet. What the hell happened? Why did our landing gear just clip straight through the ground? Hello? Oh god. How odd. Another oddity is that we weren't kicked out of Time Warp when we sat down. Maybe it was the Time Warp. Let's go back to launch real quick. We've got some anomalies here. Yeah, there we go. It was just really tall grass. That makes sense. Might actually be a problem with the landing gear because it's not stock landing gear. I think it's part of Tundra or that reusability expansion mod. I have to mouse over it to get you the actual mod name. But if we're gonna have a problem with it, we just won't use them. And if we can't find an adequate replacement for them, we just won't have any landing legs. That's fine. We don't need them. They just make sense. So I wanted them. Yeah, how strange. It did disable the decoupler there, which is a good thing. It's just really strange that it's not staging the parachutes. Okay, that's probably what I gotta enable. Whoa. It's all underneath a cover. I think that'll work fine. But I didn't know that there was a cover there, so I might move these all in a little bit more and go with fewer of them. That looks like a lot of chute. Holy shoot. But I don't think that these are going to be adequate for the additional 5 tons, like I said before. Let's do a little bit of time warping until we're right over the surface here. Let's see if these landing legs are going to work right. Might have been a fluke. Oh, yeah. Worked just fine there. So I think it was probably because for some reason we didn't get kicked out of time warp. So we were technically in physics warp when we hit the ground. I think that was the problem. Yeah, I think they'll be fine. And one of the whole reasons that we did this was to get rid of the lower booster without having to save a sub-assembly. See if somebody can get down to the ground and get back up in it. Because I might have too large of a space in between those two ladders, or they may not be able to transition from one of these to the other. Well, going down went great. But can they get back in? No problem. Excellent. I like it. It's a little thick. I think that's okay. I think it'll be just fine. I may change my mind on the propulsion, though. I might be able to make it look a little bit better if it were a little bit narrower. If I were to use, like, 4 curved tanks. We have another nozzle here. It's not that guy. This one. And that's essentially just one of these. So I would still want 4 of these. I would have to give up the boat tail. But instead of the boat tail and all of that extra stuff in here, all that metal stuff, I could set it up on 4 different ones. Go with maybe a smaller tank and then just merge them all into one. I don't know, it might be a pain in the ass too. I think we'll get rid of that for now. I think the upper portion did really well. I do want to do another parachute test with these. Let's see, can I disable that shroud? Just to make sure that I'm not attaching to the shroud itself. I wouldn't want all 6 of my parachutes to keep the shroud from popping off of there. If you see it, let me know. There's a lot of options in here. I want enable parachute staging. I don't see it. Bummer. I'm actually curious how much it'll slow it down if I don't add any additional parachutes, and those were all just default, like, stock sized. Let's go ahead and close that too. Let's do this one more time, I think. This time I just want to try it without all those additional chutes and see how it does with the extra 5 tons plus the landing legs. And I'm going to try to leave a little bit of monoprop in it too for extra weight. It's not going to do as good, that's certain, but I would have really liked a way to just, because it even had like nice flat surfaces to attach them to. So I would like a way for us to stage those either, well, I guess what I could do is attach them further down, move them into place so they visually look right, and then stage the first set of chutes independently of the second set. That would be fine. No passengers, we're not going to mess around with the ladders or anything like that. Just one more little hop off the pad here. Doesn't really matter what we land in. We should also test this for touching down in the water at some point, but it doesn't really matter right now. Go ahead and cut that. Start moving away from the rest of it. So they're not quite enough just by themselves, but they actually do a really good job. We're going to have problems with our landing legs at this descent speed, I think. Just curious if that was a physics-less part. Yeah, it looks like it is. I think it just falls through the surface. And wham. Well, not enough to kill us, but definitely not as light as I would like. So somewhere in here, on these, I want to add more. And I should have paid attention to where to the orientation of the chutes. I was kind of hoping that there was a base part in here. That was silly, because I'm going to want the extra chutes that I had to be opposite. So I know that I want 3 of them. And if I don't attach them properly the first time, I'll just reattach them. We're going to deploy them in 2 different action groups for safety, I think. Wonder if I can see them stowed away here. Oh, I kind of can. I think that one of the chutes is coming off directly in the same... never mind. Never mind. Fuck. I was gonna say it's coming off in the same direction as the door, but there's another one that looks like a packed away chute on this side. And it's got 3 chutes, so if one of them's there, then the other one ought to be over here, and the other one ought to be over here. Alright, so we'll just guess. I'm just gonna start out with right on the nose. And I want to make sure that it's attaching down here. I don't know how that works with this part, but it'd be pretty awkward if I were to stage the chute with that little fairing part. We know that it's going to move, so I don't want it clipping through anything. And I don't want it under the surface either. Let's see how that does. 3-way symmetry. I'm going to make an additional stage and just move them into their own stage. And don't let me forget, I need to grab just a stock probe core and use that as the root part, and then put that back in that service bay down there, so that we don't throw null refs during an actual mission. I'm not sure what causes the bug, but I know that we can work around it by just not using an SSTU part as the root part. And we also can't use an SSTU probe core with the flight computer. So we're going to end up needing an SSTU probe core because they have better control functionality. A stock probe core just to be the root part and to allow us to use the flight computer here. And then if there's a pilot aboard, then they'll be the ones actually controlling it anyway, so it should be okay. I probably could have just staged it on the pad. Because all I'm looking for is whether those are opposite, deploying opposite. I didn't actually get high enough to be able to tell. Back to launch. Gotta go a little higher, unfortunately. And then we start to test it for re-entry. We may need air brakes. Might go with grid fins. We have a lot of different options for maintaining control. I think it'll be pretty okay though, because I don't think that the core itself weighs as much as the extra part that we added on there, so it should naturally want to keep the heat shield forward. But it might try to fight us and lawn dart, so we may need active surfaces on here to counter that. We don't actually have to sit down on the ground if we don't want to either. I guess we should though. Just to see like what our final velocity will end up being. I'm gonna wait until AP just so that I get plenty far away from that thing before I start slowing down. Pop those first ones out. Second set. Oh yeah, perfect. Cool. Let's mess with our deployment angle if I can get a right click on the base part of this. Can I? Yeah, I can't click anywhere else on a parachute. There we go. So would this look better if I go for a wider or a narrower spread angle? I think wider so that it kind of mimics the larger chutes. Although it would also make sense for the smaller ones to be pushed more inward. Oh, you little shit. Come here. I'm assuming I have plenty of time. Yeah, plenty of time. So once we hit the ground, they'll auto-cut. Oh, come on. Okay, fuck it. I'm just gonna leave it. And that slowed us down to 7.3. Still a little bit faster than we want to go. But I think that's safe enough, honestly. Let's see how the landing legs do. Whoop. Didn't mean to do that in physics warp. Apparently it's okay in physics warp. I didn't see how high our G-forces spiked up when we touched down. Because I could oversize these additional chutes just a little bit if we decided that we wanted to. We might. We're going to do some actual re-entry tests, so I think I'll wait to fuck with the chutes anymore until we do that. Most important thing is that there's a little shell that was covering up the top of this. Just wanted to make absolute sure that our parachutes weren't going to go with the shell. That would have been bad. I wouldn't think that they would. They're not independent parts, but... Back to the bad. trying to think of anything else that we need to add to this, and outside of solar panels, not coming up with anything. So let's add some solar. I don't really know which one to go with, but I do think that I kind of want to make it look a little bit like the upper maneuvering stage. I can't remember what it's called for the dragon. So I won't be able to put them on in 4-way symmetry because I kind of want them both out. Like, I don't know. I'll show you. I'm thinking one of these solar panels. I'm gonna have to use one as a kind of a bookmark there to eyeball this. So I want to attach these in 6-way symmetry. And then in 2-way symmetry, I want to try to match them up with an additional set. Why is it not letting me change my symmetry? Because I'm hitting the wrong button. It's a very good reason. You pose a very compelling argument, game. So there's no way for me to get these absolutely perfect, but I should be able to get them close enough that it'll be fine if I just move them into another existing part that's off at the angle that I want. Just like that-ish. And then I'll pop that one off to get rid of the extra copies that were underneath them. Yeah, something like that. I don't know if that's actually going to be enough power. Well, we will find out. Those are attached directly to the decoupler. Alright, and since we have enough clearance for it, I think I'm going to pick this up. I'm going to just reposition it and connect it from the other way. Just because I think it would look better for these to be kind of lined up with the rest of that stuff. Shouldn't interfere with the ladder or anything. This will be long gone by the time we get to using the ladder. Then another little part that I want in here before we move any further is separation rockets for the maneuvering portion. Typically these don't have to be very strong, but I do want them to be able to deorbit the part if we're lined up for a 55-kilometer re-entry periapsis. So I'm going to throw 8 of them bitches in there. And I just want to make sure that they're not clipping into the heat shield. And I also want to make sure that I attach them to the outside and then move them into place, because I don't want them to come off when we stage the decoupler. Definitely want them to remain attached to that. So hopefully that's enough oomph. If not, I'll have to upgrade it. I want to activate all of our, well, no, I'll still do the chutes in 2 different sets, I think. Fuck it, let's test it. Let's see if they'll work out fine. That'll all go in with the decoupler. Let's go ahead and re-add our fuel. All that monopropellant that we took out. I think I only took it out of the bottom one. Yeah. I'm going to try one more time to get rid of the ablator in this. Probably going to re-add it though. Then let's figure out what we need to get the actual payload into orbit. We should need something about half as powerful as the one that we just used. This is about 41 tons for the whole thing here. Am I forgetting anything? Did I have forward-facing nozzles? Pretty sure I did. Okay, yep, we're good. Ah, yeah, probe core. That would have sucked. Open that. I'm gonna keep this one and reattach it to the top of the new one. I'm gonna get rid of that. And then I gotta pull this. Shit, which means I'm gonna have to reconfigure this and reattach the parachutes, because this is the root part of the vessel. Need to make sure that it's not gonna be an SSTU part, though. So I want you... Where'd you go? Oh, fuckles. Oh, come on. There we go. I don't know why it wants to attach to that rather than the probe core, but if it's really going to fight me on it, that should be fine. Okay, all we did there is reroute to the main part. The reason that I threw away the SSTU part first is just to make sure that it, whatever causes that bug, I don't want it as part of the craft file either. I haven't named this, so just to eliminate it completely, I wanted to throw it away, rather than just use the reroute tool. Because I don't really specifically know if the reroute tool will also sidestep that bug or not. Then this guy needs quarter turned, reattached that way. I need to disable that, and I need to enable that. Enable docking lights too? Might as well, I don't know what that does. I'm assuming it enables docking lights, but I don't know what that means. There's probably a light somewhere up here that's pointed forward. And the parachutes that I had attached before were just at the stock size, so just throw those back on. Oh, another mod that I added since last time I updated the CCAM modding list, or the CCAM favorite list. I don't know if that list has the inline balloons and some of the other balloons parts, so if you notice us using those and you want those parts, just let me know. I'll update the CCAM list. At the moment, there's a couple of mods that are kind of iffy. They may not stick around, so that's why I haven't updated the CCAN list even further. Because it just might end up changing soon. So you go in there with that. That all looks fine. I think that's all I did to that. Ah, damn it, the ladders too. I'm such a bad person. Let's see. Hopefully those will still be okay. We'll try them. Ah, shit. Part symmetry. I don't want 3 sets of them. Just 1 set. Look like they'll be just fine. So this will have a nose cone deployment method that we'll use. Yeah, I think we can work on the rest of it. I think we can finish this out real quick. Because everything's looking great so far. What's our non-atmospheric DV total now? What? Huh. Okay. How did that end up at 2,500? I mean, we'll take it, but how did that happen? So that's well over double the amount of monopropellant that we need in the upper stage. I could have swore it was far lower than that. Oh, let's grab out that Oh, what the hell? And why did these change? Oh, right, because I got rid of it. So I need that over to monoprop. Interesting. Okay, whatever. We'll take it. Get rid of all that. Get rid of that. Just in case it does re-add it, I would really rather it only add 199 than any heavier shield type. RCS fuel is in MP. I didn't adjust the strength of these ones because I don't know how. So that should be fine. Oh, we do have different kinds of shoots that we can use too. I didn't actually notice a drogue shoot deploying. Unless those first 3 shoots were the drogue shoot, and then I needed to stage it again. But that'd be a little odd. Could be a thing. Yeah, now we're down to... Oh, nope. We're still at about 2,000 dB. How strange, though. Why was that at 2,500 for so long? I have no idea. Well, anyway, doesn't matter. So I'm gonna stick with the... yeah, I'm gonna stick with the same decoupler that we used last time, I think. The stack decoupler. Because we know it's the right size. And it looks like our nozzles fit just right in there. That was one thing that I was a little bit worried about. I could move them down and in a little bit further, but as long as they fit within the shroud, we'll let it use its stock shroud. Or will we? Yeah, I think we will. I can dead end it there, but then it's kind of clipping into all those, all the ladders. I really don't have any good place to dead end this, do I? So I'm gonna go from the opposite direction then. I'm gonna put it up top. I accidentally grabbed a stack separator the second time. I'm a little nervous about that being on there like that. I'm gonna just put an artificial offset in there. Trying to get it to look good when it closes, but I don't know what it's snapping to. I guess I'll just take it down to the decoupler. It still looks like shit. I need something with like no textures on the surface. I don't like that. Okay. I'm gonna undo it. I don't like the look of that. I'm gonna leave it there, but I'm gonna attach it to the fuel tank. So that could create a problem later on. It depends on when I stage the payload fairing and transition to the final engine. Once I have it the right diameter, I think it's okay for us to finish this out, because I want to get this stage all complete before I move on. Right there. I want it to look nice and smooth, you know? I don't like how it was all broken up on the bottom edge of it. I think that'll do. Okay. We're gonna need a couple little SRBs. We're gonna need a nose cone. I don't really care too much which one we use. They're a little small though. Protective rocket nose. For capping off those medium-sized boosters, you can't beat the Mark 18 unless you're the Mark 19. Not quite the right size, unfortunately. How about you? There we go, baby. It doesn't look like it's got any built-in nozzles or anything like that. That'll be perfect. So I want mirrored symmetry. I want 2 of these. I want angle snap, and I want them to have a bit of an angle to them. Want them to move it away from us and out of our flight path if we're at a full burn. Okay, so all in the same stage now. I want these 2 solid rocket boosters. I want this upper plate. And I want the inner decoupler that's right on the top of the nose there. That one. And that's how we get rid of our payload. We definitely have to make sure that this stage occurs before this stage, though. Or we will have problems. Did I lose all my retro rockets? No, they're right there. Or we could put them in the same stage, I guess. I think for now I will. I don't know if that'll actually remain true. It depends on how, on what our actual elevation is. Kind of determines when we pop that. Let's go and move that up a little bit. I'm gonna go for a longer core stage here. Just wanted to double check that that doesn't mess up our fairing or anything, and it still looks okay. And I have no freaking clue what kind of lifter to use. I've never actually looked at the Octopus. Not quite powerful enough for what we need right now. Pretty close though, 2 of these would be just about right. Check the Mammoth out. Mammoth is definitely powerful enough. Not quite the Delta V that we're looking for, but really close. Might just go with it. Add more fuel. Since we have so much DV in the upper portion, let's see. Our thrust to weight ratio at sea level with the upper portion is only 0.86. We have to get up to about 30-something thousand with the lower stage to be at max thrust. Somewhere around 35. So I need the first stage to at least get us to 35. And I need for this to be able to establish an orbit before it's exhausted so much fuel that we can't get it up to the station and return home safely. They're not using heat irons to remove the carpet glue? Really? Are they just using scrapers? Had to head on out and get out of there, huh? I would hope they're using something, because you can definitely feel that in any good quality, like, you know, thinner pad. I think I'm gonna try it. I've taken it all the way down to 135. How much am I gonna lose as far as DV if I get that up to a favorable thrust to weight ratio? About 150 DV. I think I might try it without boosters first, just to see how she does. Let's grab... Wrong one. This one. There are 6 of them bad boys on here and oversize them. Maybe not that big. Maybe not that big either. Maybe about that big. They're using electric hammers to get glue up? What? Are you sure they're not laying subfloor? I wouldn't think that that would be a very efficient or effective way to get glue up at all. It looks kind of funky, but I think it'll work. I think that there's enough clearance in between the nozzles that those should be just fine. What's our launch cost? 31 grand. Super duper cheap. And our staging is very simple. So I do need a couple of retro rockets on this. Literally just a couple. And I want to see how much additional DV I need to add to this. I'm just gonna add literally 2. I'm gonna temporarily disable that thing's shroud so that I can put these right in here. I'm gonna try to get them within the shroud. Should be just fine. And then we'll put the shroud back on. Okay, those go in with the decoupler, which at the moment is in with a whole bunch of other shit. So what have I done? I just need to separate these out, I think. And that is how I have it. Okay, so if we need to quick stage those, I'm fine with that, but I'm gonna move that plate, the nose cone, thrusters, and this separator into its own stage for now. This is gonna be weird. I might need to hot swap those. I don't know if I'm gonna get it up to the required altitude that we need or not. I'm just gonna launch it as untitled spacecraft for now. This will eventually be a crew transport. And apparently it's gonna be a 10-man crew transport. Had to leave anyway, but you headed out early because of it? Yeah, that'd do it. Deb's gonna stop for popsicles? Nice. GG. No problem, Mav. Yeah. Twitch does drain a lot of battery when you're watching on a cell phone. I don't even know if mine has a good enough connection to the internet most of the time for me to watch a stream on my cell phone. I will be safe and try to have fun, sir. You too. Zoom out just a little bit. If it ever loads up. This is actually the first thing that we're going to use a Mammoth on, and it's a crew transport. Kind of weird. Throttle up. 144 on the pad. We're going to be a little tiny bit underpowered. 3, 2, 1, go. Hit it. We would normally use a series of these as very heavy lifters, but I think it might work out. I don't know. We have a lot of Delta V in that final stage there. Much more than I expected. I do think that we're going to fall short. But, I mean, I want to know how short. It makes it a hell of a lot easier for us to add fuel to the lower stages to accommodate for that. So, I have it set up right now to get rid of the payload fairing first, right? Okay, good. Should be safe to do that even with this at full burn. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Why am I losing control? I'm gonna have to throttle back just to maintain some control on this thing. Oh, I don't have fucking SAS enabled. Maximum effort. God damn it. I gotta stop doing that. That's twice now. I did that last stream too. I'm like, man, why is this so wobbly? It doesn't make any sense. I should have tons of control. Yeah. You don't have a whole lot of control if you don't have SAS on. I got to about that far in the flight before I realized it too. Some silly. Not looking too bad at all, honestly. We're at about 30 kilometers. AP's about a minute out in front of us, and just coming up on 50 kilometers. Let's go ahead and start nosing down into more of a gravity turn. I wanted to get a lot of lob out of that, though, since I have to get rid of the nose cone and the payload fairing before I stage the next one. And depending on what actual altitude we're at by the time we run out of fuel in this, I may just combine those stages again and leave them that way. Not really sure. Let's go ahead and throttle all the way up to full, too. Because I don't think we're going to end up going too fast before we run out of fuel. Looks like I'm going to hit 55k just before I'm going to run out of gas. So I definitely could add those stages into one stage if I wanted to, and just carry the payload fairing a little bit higher. There's our 85 kilometer target. Go ahead and get rid of all that. Alright. I knew that. Bye-bye. See you, buddy. And we're already going fast AF. I'm just curious here, if we just circularize with the maneuvering section, let's go ahead and just cut throttle and see what this is going to say. If I just add a maneuver at AP to circularize, 1,444 dV, and I only have 1,100. Okay, that's fine. 1,100 is still twice as much as we need, so I want to add somewhere around like 500 or 600 dV to the main lifter. That should be easy. Meccan, thank you for the host. I hope you had a wonderful stream today, and I hope that you're doing well. I saw Mr. Reed this morning too. He threw me a fatty host this morning. Oh, also playing Slay the Spire. Excellent. How are you liking it? Have they added any new stuff to it? It's been a while. Like, I think they added the extra level and like the final boss thing. Oh, look at the reskin of the lander can. I had never noticed that. I think I may have seen the part, but I didn't know that that was the, you know, actually it. Oh man. If that were just wider, that would be the perfect part for us to add to the bottom of this for those extra 2 seats. Instead of that big guy in there. Been a while though. Hello. I have no idea what any of the rest of what you said is. Oh, you just barely got it on the Steam sale? I'm not very good at it either, honestly. I can't remember what Ascension JSO's up to, but he was the guy that first suggested it to me, I think. And I got up to like Ascension level 4, and now I just get shit stomped all the time. I'm not doing a very good job getting past it. I don't even think I need that much of a standoff at all, do I? Let's go for a fairly flush hydraulic decoupler. But the important thing is that we have fun, right? and I have had a lot of fun with it. I do have a bad habit of kind of binge playing the crap out of it, and I need to stop doing that because I just end up frustrating myself. So for the main stage here, I want to add fuel, and then I'm just gonna supplement that loss of thrust with some solid rocket boosters. We could also definitely do liquid boosters, but I think the SRBs are gonna do just fine. And I'm intentionally placing those to the east and the west, even though normally I wouldn't do that, just so that I don't have to lose the control surfaces here at any point. Because I like them. Very easy game to binge. Yeah, I almost feel like you need to. I don't know. I'm sure you don't have to, but it takes me a couple of rounds to really get warmed up for sure. Oh shit, where did that go? Oh no. Oh, come here. Found it. And I want 2 of these. Same as every other thing that we make. I want those to move the solid rocket boosters away from the main stack there. We might end up having to have a second set of boosters, but I think one ought to do it. Or at least get us pretty darn close. Because realistically, we only... well, we do have to circularize. Maybe I'm underestimating how much DV we actually need. Because now that I think of it, I was kind of calculating that based off of putting our stations up. I think I actually need over 800 DV left over. Shucks! I've been thinking about this improperly the whole time. You guys go in there. I might have to add even more than what I've got here. That puts us at about 4,000 atmospheric DV. Let's add more fuel to this, since we can afford to with our current thrust to weight ratio. This is a really heavy lifter. That'll take us down to 143 on the pad. So 1.3, that looks better. And our cost to launch has gone up to a whopping $40,000. We're just making a quick and easy crew transport. In case you were wondering. In case you just wandered in. So the asylum, I think, holds 6, right? Yeah. So this would be a 12-man... well, 12 crew transport. And I'm naming those independently of the tourist vessels, kind of on purpose. I kind of want to pull that nose cone down to cover more of the fairing plate there too, but I'm going to leave it. I'll leave it. Update our save. Did we want to pilot on this one? I don't think so. I think we'll do this one unmanned as a test flight. We need about just under 5,000 DV to get up into an orbit. So we're going to get about 4,000 of that from the lifter and the solid rocket boosters. And then we're going to see how well the final stage will do for finishing it out. I'm also curious what these SRBs are going to max out at, and whether we're actually going to be able to cut throttle completely. Because we might be able to. So no passengers. We don't even have a pilot. We definitely not going to load up passengers on it too. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, the power. We only started out at a thrust to weight ratio of 1.5, but we should very quickly accelerate now with the additional solid rocket boosters, and we'll compensate for that additional thrust by throttling back on the liquid engine. Much like we always do. So I'm going to give this about a 10-degree angle or so. And maybe a little more. I'm almost halfway out of fuel in the SRBs already. We're up to a TWR of about 2, so we'll throttle back a little bit to save some gas. Looks like I can go down to half throttle, no problem. For safety, normally I would have these attached over on this side and on this side so that they separate outward parallel to us, but I think we're gonna be, yeah, at a high enough power and a low enough altitude that they'll just piss right off. I think we're fine. If I were gonna try to lay down flat at a low altitude for some reason, which honestly I never would, then I would have more of a problem with those being there. I would rather just retain the extra control surface here and here. And it looks like it'll work out, so let's start nosing down a bit. Everything's going fantastic so far. I'm going to go all the way down to about a 45 degree. Keep pushing. AP's at about 40, so I'll start to slowly nozzle down, or nose down, not nozzle down. And I'm just staying at full speed now. Started out a little bit under a 1.5, I think, but we burned through fuel so freaking quickly with this engine that it shouldn't be a big deal. I don't think I want to go under a 20-degree angle quite yet, though. I want to push AP up a little bit higher. Just about time to get rid of the payload fairing, too. This is a big old lifter. Very buku. Doing a pretty darn good job, too. I like having a mostly single stack transport. And I definitely like the very low investment to bring people up there and then bring them back down. Nice and cheap. Alright, so we're at about 55k. Let's get rid of the nose cone and the fairing. Just to shed a little bit of extra weight. It might be smarter for me to wait a little bit longer since I do have a docking port on the front of this. You just have, I don't know, really weird drag. Like, they slow you down a lot more than any other flat part. They're definitely not aerodynamic. I think we'll be safe. That should be plenty of lob. Let's go ahead and lay over horizontal. Let's see what our speed gets up to. We're at a 3.5 thrust to weight ratio right now. Very powerful. And I think it's kind of silly for me to have that delay there. I'm just going to add the ignition of the next stage engine right into the separation stage for this guy. I think it'll be fine. Yeah, I pushed AP way up there. Hello? No, really, I meant it when I staged you. So AP is at about 100 kilometers. We have 2 minutes until we get there. We're pretty darn close to our orbital velocity that we want. Let's go ahead and just add a maneuver at AP to circularize. That's going to cost an additional 700 meters a second this time, so that was just about right on. That'll leave us with probably not enough. I think I need just a little bit more oomph. Because I was kind of fudging up there when I was calculating how much remaining DV I need in this stage. I wasn't thinking about... let me go ahead and give that guy a burst of monoprop. I wasn't really considering the fact that I want to recircularize at a lower altitude so that I can control where we set down exactly. I was just thinking, you know, get rid of the stage like we've been doing previously. Let's go ahead and deploy our solar panels. That's another thing that we need to test out here. Make sure that we're going to get enough power off of those guys. We look like a really fat version of like a Orion capsule. Is it the Orion or the Dragon that has the 2 solar panels off? Kind of like that, instead of a 45-degree X shape. I'm hoping that's going to be enough power generation. So we did get up into an orbit. I know that I need about 200 to get up to the target. I need 200 to circularize when I'm at the target. And then I need about as much to get home. So I am going to fall just a hair short of 800. Which is still going to be pretty freaking close. But I need to add more power to the initial stage, I think. And then just more fuel in the second, in the main lifter. Because that thing's so powerful, I think it's going to be fine. So I'm going to go ahead and revert. Our target then is going to be somewhere around 900 meters a second of DV remaining. We're so hairline right now, but I also need enough monopropellant for us to do the docking maneuver. And monopropellant is our propellant, like it's our only fuel in this. So as I do all of our maneuvering, we're also using up our gas that we need to get home. I guess alternatively, we could always go with an upper stage too, a second upper stage. Split some of the fuel that's in this main stack away and redistribute it into another engine and a much smaller orbital stage there. But then we're just going to end up with too much monopropellant, and it's kind of a waste, I think. So how do I want to add more DV to this? I could try to match up burn times and make this into a dual booster. So to be 2 boosters connected to each other on either side. I don't really want to add more fuel to this and drag our thrust to weight ratio much lower. I guess that does only take down to about 143, and I'm only looking to add a couple hundred meters a second of DV. Let's just see how it does. All I did was knock up the length of the booster one setting. Like, we're literally that close that I think that'll be enough. Yeah, and I think I'm going to leave these as separate stages too, but I am going to just go ahead and hot stage the next one right on separation. So regardless of whether the final orbit is actually, good enough for us to be able to go up to the target or not, we can definitely test for re-entry on this one. Whip it around, go ahead and slow down and see if our heat shield is going to be adequate or if it needs to be oversized. Because it might be. We also need to know if we're going to have enough control for re-entry with just the heat shield and the pod that we have. We only have like 2 little tiny reaction wheels in there, so I'm hoping that we can just naturally keep the heat shield pointed forward during re-entry due to the weight of the vehicle. No passengers, no pilots, no nothing. We start out just a little bit low, but it only takes us, a second to get up to the speed that we actually want, and we're going to go a little past that anyway. So I don't really think that's going to matter. The SRBs are just helping us get off the pad a little bit more efficiently. So we're kind of working them a little harder than they want to. Oh yeah, this thing is so much more controllable with stability assist enabled. Quite the pain in the ass, honestly, without it. Alright, it's starting to fight me, so I'm just gonna stabilize at about a 65 degree here. Prepare for separation. I want to see what our thrust to weight ratio is going to be when we get rid of the SRBs. So I'm just staying at full throttle this time. About 1.3, I think that's fine, as long as we stay at full throttle for the initial takeoff there. We're going to spend a little bit more time in the atmosphere than we normally should, but I think it averages out well because we maxed out a little high. And it does not take this thing too long to burn through enough fuel so that we're right back where we want to be at a 1.5. We're at a 1.5 right now, at about 20k. So I'm going to lay over to about a 45 degree angle while we push AP up. Burn, baby, burn. Down to about 50% of our fuel remaining, somewhere in there. About 112 seconds of burn left. Looking pretty good. AP's at 50 kilometers. It's about a minute out in front of us, just where I want it. Keep nosing down as we push it upward. Keeping an eye on our actual altitude, just past 40k a second ago. And that'll let me know when to get rid of the payload fairing. Nosing down a wee bit more. 65k on the AP, target's 85 or higher. I would really like to hold on to this for a little while longer so that I'm not exposing that docking port, so this time I'm going to wait until we're at about 60k before I get rid of it. It's only 5 additional kilometers, but I think that getting even higher up and into even thinner atmosphere is going to work out. Thrust to weight ratio is over 2.5 right now, down to about a quarter of our fuel, 45 seconds of burn remaining. I'm going to lay over horizontal. I accidentally took it up 10 extra kilometers because I forgot. Get rid of that guy. Lose all that extra weight. Thrust to weight ratio of about 3, and we're at about 70k, so we shouldn't have too much of a problem with air resistance at all. About 20 seconds remaining until the final stage here. And everything is looking beautiful. AP's gonna end up at about 100k again. Get ready for separation here. Nice. And by the time we get to that stage, sorry about that. Didn't mean to blow you up there. We've got about 2.5 minutes before we will actually reach AP. So once again, just circularize with the maneuver node. And this time we're going to test it for re-entry. So at AP, we're going to go ahead and just do that circularization burn. I'm going to go ahead and turn off the flight computer until it's ready to execute that maneuver. I'm just going to hold prograde. It'll just save us a little bit of monoprop. I think we're in business. Oh yeah, we're looking great. We're gonna end up with about 800 and something DV left. So if nothing else, if I do ever want to add more, it's only going to be a matter of like maybe 100 or 200 additional DV that we need to add. We ended up at about 900 left over. Wonderful. Should we test it for docking and then test it for re-entry? I think that we have enough DV to do it. So this little crew transport will never have to go to one of the hotels, but it does need to be able to get to both of our stations. And Station 2, Science Station 2 that we just put up, is at a higher elevation. So I want to set that as our target. Wait a minute. Oh, never mind, I'm an idiot. I was thinking that we were at that one, and I'm like, why the fuck are we at the same elevation as the station? We're not. It's cool. We're good. We're fine. So this station is up at 475k. I just want to make a maneuver node. We're fairly circular. Make a maneuver node to go up to 450k. And then I want to figure out when I want to execute it. Oop, 475, my bad. Looks like I wanted to execute it a while ago. Shucks. So I'm gonna have to go around for a complete orbit. Maybe 2. This is actually a really bad time for me to launch for an intercept with this. 3? Really? 3 orbits? Because it's just about where we are now, but 3 orbits from now. Right about there. Ugh. I hate time warping through 2 hours. I do want to retain the ability to revert this flight, though. Shucks. So I'm just gonna have to do it. We'll just keep holding prograde. I guess now's a good time to see if we have enough battery to not lose power when we go into the eclipse portion of our orbit. Oh, actually it's not. We need to revert this. We have a more important maneuver coming up. Well, shucks. Guess I could just pay out of pocket to deorbit it later. I think I will. Instead of doing another test launch of this, because I know it's going to be really close. So I'm going to tell the flight computer to go ahead and execute that. I'm going to get rid of that first part, and we're going to come back to this. We're going to jump over to a different vessel. Normally I would revert that, but oh well. And I suppose if I have to add additional monoprop, I may as well just put it on the bottom of the main portion there, like right underneath the decoupler that's beneath the heat shield. And we'll just throw some radio cans in there, because we're so darn close to our target. Okay, we'll go ahead and delete that. So this is a probe that apparently I messed up on. Why are you still connected to that? Oh, was I going to use that as a kick-out stage too? I'll be damned. I'm either an idiot or a genius, one of the two. Go ahead and give it access to monoprop so that it can get on target. Don't have a whole lot of time before it's going to execute a circularization maneuver. I am very confused on why I have local control of this. I shouldn't. Go to map view and see if we have... Oh. It helps if I enable the lines. Oh, okay, so we just got super freaking lucky. One of our other scan satellites just so happens to have direct line of sight with us and with the ground facility. Sweet. I didn't expect that. That's actually why we have this second maneuver in here, and why we're letting the flight computer circularize. Because it's not actually necessary with this. We could have just done everything that we want to do in a flyby. I'm actually thinking about canceling it. I think I'm gonna cancel that. Get rid of that and turn you off. And I think right in here, I want to follow-up maneuver. I want to be in high space the next time we do a maneuver with this. And I just want to slow down. Shit. I may have to wait until we're outside of the sphere of influence of the moon. What the hell just happened? Come here, maneuver node. Quit being fussy. I have to do it with this one. So what I'm looking for is a low PE encounter with Kerbin. And I thought that I had set up the encounter for it, but I guess not. So I'm going to do it in 2 maneuvers. Well, screw it. Since we have a connection and we're so close to PE, I'm really hoping that we can execute our experiments. I do need to make a quick save, though, because I can't for the life of me remember the action groups that I had set up for it. Let's go ahead and get this guy to stabilize just pointed prograde. So this is a science probe full of all kinds of wonderful things. And if I did it right, I should be able to toggle action groups 1, then 2, then 3 to perform its experiments, exhausting all of the science in a low orbit, or in space low and in space high, with 1 probe. So let's see if I did it right. Here's action group 1. Don't see a magnetometer arm. Oh, there it is on the back. And I was expecting... wonder if I have an invalid one. I was expecting 14 or 15 different things here. So what did I miss? Material study, we should have 4 of those. Gravity scan, just 1 of those. Temperature, got it. Atmospheric pressure, telemetry, looking good. Mystery goo, 4 of those. Orbital telescope, that's wonderful, that's that part. Oh! So the orbital telescope can actually be performed over separate biomes. I'm gonna have to add that to a different kind of probe that we're gonna use. There's our other material studies, that should be 3 of them. They all worked. Is it you? Can I not do an irradiance scan? Okay, the irradiance scan is only suitable for use in high orbit. Now our numbers look a little better. Okay, and then I should be able to use action group to toggle all of this equipment in, I think. Perfect. And then I think I execute action group 3 to do the second set of tests. So we should have 4 Science Junior samples stored in here. We should have 4 mystery goo, that's these little guys. These are the micro goo, and these over here are the science micro. Outrageously expensive, but should be good enough. Then these are a combination piece of equipment. So these have a thermometer as well as a barometer inside of them. And for these experiments, I've got a storage experiment storage unit that I've pulled the data out of those so that they can be run a second time without having to overwrite any of the previous data. So it's not able to pull all of the data out of everything, but it is able to pull all of the data out of everything that I needed to pull just a single sample of data out of. So that should be fine. And then the second set of tests, I wonder if 2 hours is going to be enough. I need to get into space high around the moon. Giggity. There we go, space high, blaze it. I'm going to update my quick save since the first part of the mission went so well, and we still have local control now that we have line of sight with the home world there. I'm going to try Action Group 3. I think that's the right one. It's not. It's not at all. Oh no, I've done bad things. Let's try Action Group... Here, wait. Deploy the bays. I don't even know how that shut down with that antenna in the way. I've had issues with it before when I accidentally did that. Let's try Action Group 1 again? Or is it 4? Must be 1 again, but... There we go. Cool. And I did get 14, so the only thing that's important is to make sure that I got 4 different mystery goo, because those were single use, and they were the same piece of equipment. And 4 material studies. Got a gravity scan. This time we got an extra scan in. Sweet. Okay, so I don't want to close the bays again. I do want to go ahead and pull in all of our equipment though. We don't need it out there. It didn't work. Oh, I'm hitting Q. Home row keys, kids. They're important. I need to hit the number 2 on the keyboard, not Q. Duh. And how much DV do I have left? Oh shit. Something messed up. It's not telling me how much fuel I have left in the upper portion now. Interesting. Great. Wonderful. Amazing. This is fine. I enjoy this. So, right after we escape back into the sphere of influence of Kerbin, I want to see if I have enough DV to go ahead and just go for a low orbit. We should. We saved a lot on not having to circularize. It's going to cost a lot for us to circularize when we get there, though. So I may have to wait until we actually get all the way over here to PE in 6 freaking days. So I'm going to aim for something around 90, 85, 90. That'd be 580. Additional maneuver here to circularize. This will be the expensive one. 1500. So I need about 12. I need about 200. 2,000. Jesus. I don't know how to math. I'm thinking that we have enough. I'm not really sure why I don't have another stage here. I definitely have a decoupler there. Retro rockets, the activation of additional engine. I don't know why that says I have 0 meters a second of DV though. Weird. That'd be funny if I put the wrong engine on here. No, it's the right engine. So the upper probe part only operates on monopropellant. I have a can of monoprop here, can of monoprop there, and a monopropellant only engine. And I don't know why I don't have a readout. We're just going to have to wing it. We're going to have to hope for the best, I guess. Let's go ahead and disable SAS and get this rotated around. Flight computer off. Do I have a connection? I should. Yeah, there we go. I'm just lining up so that my solar panels will be exposed for the rest of the trip. I'm going to get it a little bit closer to its target before I switch off of the vehicle. And I really hope we get these back. This should be a boatload of science if we can get both of these back in one go and don't have to relaunch. I'm going to have a bit of a duplicate of some of these things, though. Do you not have nozzles on the bottom? You do. So why didn't I disable these, I wonder? Oh, because I don't have nozzles on the top. I gotcha. Okay. Alright, and we're going to say goodbye to the moon. Unfortunately, we didn't get a very good look at it. If the moon were in the opposite end of its orbit, we would have had a hell of a good look. We got down to about, I think, 25 kilometers from the surface, but it was in the dark, so we couldn't see shit. Do I want to leave in this orientation? How we do on power? Yeah, we'll be fine. It'll remain able to charge, so that'll be fine. Alright, so back over to our test transport. Ooh, shit. I forgot to put that into the flight computer. Abort! Abort! I need to go back over to that probe. I hadn't actually committed to it yet. I need to remember to hit execute before I switch off of it, or it's just gonna float out in a highly elliptical, funky-ass orbit forever. And that'll be no good. I guess I could probably check on it at any point in the next 8 days and it would be fine, since it does have a long time to get to PE, but I don't want to forget. So we have over 2 hours left on this one. Another benefit of switching back over to this thing is we can time warp through those 2 hours much more quickly. Maybe. There. For some reason it wasn't loading the map. Come here, you little shit. Oh, nope, wrong thing. Oh, I do need to fix that one, though. I updated the game in the middle of the playthrough. This was supposed to go flying past this moon, and then this moon, and this moon, was changed. Its orbit was changed. So I do gotta go and switch over to that. But, honestly, it's probably just gonna end up being deleted. I didn't have the camera oriented properly, like, you know, all those initial, like, silly little things that I do to make sure that we're pointing to east on the launch pad and all that. I totally spaced doing it for the camera, so when I switch over to the camera, instead of, like, W and S nosing me up and down, A and D nosing me left to right, it's all fucked up. It's like quarter turned. It's a pain in the butt. There were a couple of other minor changes that I wanted to make to it as well. It's just not very accurate. It's very overpowered. The nozzles on it are way more than it needs. So all I needed to switch over to this guy for was to tell it that it's okay to go ahead and execute those upcoming maneuvers. And I do want it to have the second maneuver in here for now. Even though I'm not going to let it execute that, we're going to have to modify that. If I, for some reason, don't have a connection, I want to make sure that it knows that even if it's going to do it wrong, that's the next maneuver. And then I'm just going to stay on the probe because it's so far up there. We can time warp at a higher rate, and we'll just kill off this 2 hours that we're waiting. Do it 1,000 times time warp instead of 50. Alright. Let's jump back over to it. We've still got a couple of minutes to go, but just in case we need to make any corrections or anything like that before we go and execute it. 50 times time warp is fine for 2 minutes. Kind of a pain in the ass for 2 hours, though. We already checked it with, what do you call it? RCS build aid, so it should be fairly accurate. Just want to double check it. I want to take it up and actually dock it to one of our stations. Make sure that it does, you know, doesn't need a standoff between the nose and the decoupler or anything weird that I hadn't thought about yet. So we're still holding prograde like a champ. Looking good. Go ahead and just time warp again. And I should have told you... Okay, good. I do want it to execute the maneuver. Oh, okay. We're fine. I thought I had overlooked another alarm. That was the alarm for this. I'm an idiot. I'm used to waiting until the alarm actually pops and then going over to the vehicle. That shouldn't actually be necessary for this one. Alright, there's the first half of it. Let's go ahead and turn that off. Activate monoprop, hold prograde. Switch out to map view. I want to right click on our intersect here. We're going to have a separation of 1.9 kilometers, so there's no adjustment needed. That ought to be just fine. I want to add an additional maneuver at intersect. We're going to use that as a just a bookmark for when we're going to be about there. Tell the flight computer to go ahead and execute it. Take that first command out. We'll take the second one out and the maneuver itself out. Start our time warp. So the definite downside to using monopropellant, both to maneuver around, going for the docking maneuver and as our propellant that we get up to the station and down from the station with, is if I run out of gas, we can't even, like, pivot. There's nothing we can do. We definitely have to ensure, if we're using this transport, that we use a maneuver node and make, just double check every single time that that we have enough DV for the rest of the mission. I'm gonna move our camera. I want visual contact with our target. There she is. Let's go ahead and get rid of that now that we have it. Get rid of that maneuver node. Don't need it. Switch this over to target, and we're heading right for it. We're actually coming in alarmingly close to it. With only a separation of 3 meters, 3 kilometers, I'm not too surprised. So I want to stay fairly close to it because I don't want to change our angle all that much, but I do want to lower our approach speed a little bit. And I want our maneuver node, or our retrograde to be either directly above or below it. The target itself. I'm gonna do one more. Looks like it's still just a little bit off. So I believe we're gonna be coming in underneath it. That didn't really slow us down much. Down to 101 meters a second approach speed. Still pretty quick. The flight computer is part of, help me out guys, remote tech. It's an integrated part of remote tech, and I love it. You can do the same thing if you prefer not to use remote tech. There isn't a version of it that's like a standalone. But you can do something very similar with MechJeb if you'd rather not use remote tech, but I've been using remote tech since before the comm network. I love it. I love the delays. I like the way that the relays need to be built. I'm a big fan. Alright, looking better. We're going to have one more follow-up, more than likely, but we are getting pretty close, so I want to make sure that in between stages that I am locked directly on retrograde in case I need to slow down with a, big hurry. You prefer MechJeb more? I just never learned how to use it, but Chilla, who's another really cool guy, he streamed a lot of it, and he uses a lot of remote tech. Very, very powerful mod. Alright, we got physics kicking in. I'm going to do another adjustment. Yeah, and even if the computers weren't doing like everything programmed from the very start of it, you would be punching your information into the computer for the vast majority of it, with very few exceptions. I'm all about a flight computer. I have a flight stick. I know that LGG has a mod that allows you to integrate it. That would be nice for complete immersion, but I'm so used to a mouse and keyboard now, I don't know if I could actually get used to it. Oh, burst in the wrong damn way. We'll go ahead and start slowing down a little bit more too. Ooh, I may have overdone it. Yeah, it killed off a little bit more speed than I wanted. Let's burst forward and... I don't want it to take that long for us to get there. And I have no idea where the hell we're going to park. I believe that our parking spot is going to be right about there. I can definitely tell that this is the food and kibble storage because there's so many solar panels so close together. So I know that our parking spot's somewhere around in the middle. Oh, not the map key, damn it. I meant to burst my monoprop. I'm only approaching at 2 meters a second. That's a little too cautious, I think. There we go, 4.5, and we'll do some time warp. Maybe we can get out into the daylight. I still can't really see where the hell I'm supposed to dock. Oh, now I see him. Okay. I think I'm gonna stop early and pivot around and approach forward facing. Normally I try, because the docking port I think is right in there. I could be wrong. Oh no, there we go. I am wrong. I want to go upward, and I really gotta figure out the right fucking keys. I keep putting my hand down on the wrong keys. Yeah, I'm just gonna stop and flip around. I'm screwing it up. The docking port's facing toward me too, so normally it's usually facing upward and downward. This one's got them facing completely outward. Reorient the camera so that it makes more sense. Oh, nice, we did get sunlight. There we go. Oh, I have SAS off. It's like, I wonder why there's a little bit of a tilt there. I'm struggling with SAS lately. I toggle it on and off so that I don't have to consistently vent monopropellant to turn around. It's just sometimes I forget to toggle the damn thing back on. Alright. Let's go ahead and make sure that we're controlling it from here. I'm hoping that our mod will work, but I don't actually know. Oh, nice, it does work. Cool. So I have two different mods that I usually use to dock with. If it's something very small and nimble, something that should be relatively easy to dock that doesn't really matter all that much, Then I just use docking nav ball docking port alignment indicator. Whoops! I just put my gear down. Doing it again. Still doing it. Otherwise, I use docking port alignment indicator, which is a far superior mod. That's this guy, to figure out if I'm pointing the right way and everything. This one, it doesn't really matter all that much. We should be relatively safe. And it looks like I'm actually pretty much lined up already. Lined up properly. I'm a little bit off, but the magnetic pull of these sons of bitches is real strong, so we should be okay. Oh, thank you, sir. We just put this one up today. This is all based around the Station Science mod. Station Science, we got a couple of pieces on there that are for USI life support. And what we're designing now is the transport that will bring our crew up in 2 groups of 8. Ooh, I'm starting to get a little nervous that maybe these docking ports aren't compatible. I certainly hope they are. I was told that they are, but I've never actually tried them. Okay, good. It looks like they are compatible. About to get a little bit awkward. So we've got 1 parking spot for 1 crew, another parking spot for additional crew. We have 2 Thinker Research Laboratories. We've already gone through this, but 2 Thinker Research Laboratories up here with the softer white lights. And then right below that we have 2 4-man zoology bays. Then the bottom stack here, I was trying to beef up its power generation. Didn't really work all that well. The cyclotrons consume a shitload of power, and they're kind of hidden away underneath all of these solar panels here. So we got like 2 cyclotrons there. And then we have our habitat all the way up at the top of it. So this is just a 16-man station. We additionally have a spectrometron on the bottom of it. And then whenever we need food, or if the animals need kibble, this from like here down separates. And then we just swap in another set of food cans and kibbles. Bring it on up to whoever needs it. So this is kind of an interesting mod, but we're not going to get into doing any science on this until we get the transport ready and start to bring crew up. Hey, thanks for the follow too, Quick. So I'm going to go ahead and undock. First part of the mission, total success. Great success. And it looks like I'm on the wrong craft, so I need to switch over to this guy. We want to just move away from it. I'm going to go ahead and switch that out to orbit. And as soon as it looks safe for us to burn retrograde, I'm hoping that we have enough fuel left over. It's going to be a little close, though. We're going to head on back in and test this for re-entry. This is going to be a little bit later than I would like to deorbit it. Ideally, I would have done this burn that we're about to do right now, like back over here somewhere in the dark. That's okay. If it was really, really bad, I would just wait and do it on a subsequent orbit. But I kind of want to pound it all out real quick, since it's just a very simple reorbit test. So we're going to go down to just above the atmosphere. And I want this to just continue holding retrograde. Get on over to PE here. We'll circularize. And then I'm hoping and praying that we've got enough fuel to deorbit. But it looks like we're going to be just fine. We can check it with the maneuver node too. We have 290-ish meters a second of monopropellant left. If I go and add a maneuver at PE, to circularize. I need 194, so very, very close, but that still leaves us with 100 meters a second of DV, which is way more than enough. That's even a good overhead in case we had like a kind of a shitty dock. I think one other thing that I do want to change about this vessel, though, is an additional action group to deactivate all of its monopropellant nozzles, and I'm hoping that I may even disable crossfeed on the docking port if I can. I don't know, it's integrated, so I don't know if I disable crossfeed on that, if it's still going to be able to pull monoprop from the rear tank. What I don't want is the station, if we have to reorient the station. I definitely don't want it to be consuming all of these guys as monoprop. The two transports, that would be a bad deal. We'll go ahead and tell that to execute, except for that part. Oh, dog's all excited, Deb might be home. My security cameras are on the fritz. Hey, baby. I didn't see her pull up, so I wasn't getting ready to end. I say we finish out this reorbit, or this re-entry test, though. Go ahead and delete that. This part's super easy. We'll just let the flight computer take care of it. Just gonna recircularize. This will actually work out okay. I didn't burn it too late. It's just I could, you know, very easily with one click go in and put in the deorbit burn at PE if I had made the initial burn a little bit earlier. That'll be fine though. Turn that off. Keep holding retro. Yeah, 100 meters a second left over. Perfect. We do far less than that to actually deorbit this thing. And I think I also want to adjust this thing's fuel flow priority. Maybe not. That is an awful lot of monoprop left in this thing. I kind of have a feeling that we're getting shortchanged here. How in the hell did that happen? Oh, okay, so when we were building it, remember that fluke that we had there? It wasn't a fluke, it was stage recovery, or it was SSTU accidentally telling me that I had this tank cut off. We have 1,460 monopropellant in this tank, and it's barely being utilized. So, wait a minute. Disable crossfeed? No. Enable. Enable. Might have to do it in the VAB. I don't know if I can enable it on this one. Point is, though, we have a shitload more fuel. Oh well, it's fine. We should still have plenty. So I don't really care where we set down. Normally I would try to target like the launch pad or something. For this re-entry test, it really doesn't matter. All that matters is that our re-entry PE is about 55, and I also want to be out in the daylight in case anything fucked happens. Oh, and I guess another thing that matters is a direct line of sight to one of our other things. So right about here, I'm going to go ahead and continue this burn till we get our PE down to about 55. And then we do a little weird spin maneuver. So I'm going to stabilize with the horizon. We don't need a flight computer anymore. Oop, disable SAS. I'm going to whip us around to prograde because our separation rockets are pointed forward, and I want them to slow the maneuvering package down even more. But there's no real reason for us to spend any extra monoprop to hold prograde. I don't know what I'm going to do about that crossfeed issue. We basically have 1,500 monoprop that we've just... You son of a bitch! That we've just carried around with us for no reason. And then I want to set that as a target real quick, and hopefully... Well, hopefully it'll let me. I just want to make sure that that thing has some, you know, a negative PE, that it's gonna be recovered. It's not. It's still got a PE of... Oh, wait, no, that was me. Where's my target? Oh, yeah. That's way more than enough powerful from a low orbit. I think it's going to smash into the ground right over here. Cool. Alright, so for the rest of the vessel, SAS enabled, hold retrograde, we're ready to do our re-entry. So I'm really hoping that we don't lose any of our landing gear, but I've never used these landing gear before, and we don't have an oversized heat shield. Highly possible that we're going to lose our landing gear. We're going to hold retrograde for the entire descent, so we just time warp up until we hit the upper atmosphere, and then go into physics warp. Ooh, let me level this out just a little bit, too. We're going to leave RCS on, try to vent whatever we can. I've still got an outrageous amount of monoprop down there. An absolutely outrageous amount. So this thing weighs way more than it's supposed to. Ooh, I should probably start habitat on that when we take off, too. That'll just make everybody a lot more comfortable when they're actually up on the station. We'll have 2 additional 6-man habitat modules. Totally forgot about that benefit. So this thing has a super wide bottom. Might be a problem. It may want to do a tumble. But we shall see. I'm really hoping that my center of mass is closer to the heat shield than anywhere else, and that it'll stay nice and stable, but I don't know. I'm also kind of hoping that I don't lose any of these ladders, so that'd be kind of a bummer. No target, so our maneuvering package must have just slammed into the ground there. I'm going to leave us in physics warp until we start to look like we're about to lose control, or we get down to about maybe 65 or 60 kilometers. Just to speed through this a little bit. And I wonder if it's smarter for me to activate the parachutes at this altitude. Can I make a quick save in the atmosphere? I can? Really? Can I load a quick save within the atmosphere? Really? Okay. I knew that I couldn't switch off to another vessel, but I don't think that I've ever tried making a quick save within the atmosphere of something. Because why would you, right? So I wanted to make a quick save because I want to try 2 different things. That cover that's around our parachutes isn't really necessary for re-entry. It should be fine. If we do end up plummeting, going into a somersault, we're still kind of totally fucked. So I want to see if I stage this, if that'll expose the parachutes or deploy the parachutes. Apparently, it won't do dick. So that must auto-deploy once I'm at a safe altitude or something. I don't know. We're going to find out. What I've actually done is activated the second set of chutes. But this set should deploy at a higher altitude. So let's see. We'll just carry out the rest of it. We were still at about 75 kilometers. We should start to see re-entry effects between 70 and 65, I think. Not too bad looking, as far as our little vessels go. It is thick, though. I mean, this thing weighs a lot for what it is. For just a re-entry module. But it's also a comfy way for 12 people to fly around, so maybe I guess it's not that bad. So I think I'm starting to see some glow from our service bay, and that's never good. Does that look a little red? These look a little red too. Also not good. But like I said, kind of expected. Maybe not the service bay so much. I kind of hoped that the service tube would have a higher heat tolerance just like the stock ones have a higher heat tolerance than most parts. And if nothing else, the Asylum is the heavier variant of the two different options when it comes to a 6-man piece. There's another one identical to it that we could swap it out for that doesn't weigh as much. But if we do end up needing to get rid of the service bay, we'll just attach it directly to the bottom of this, and we'll figure out a different place to stash all those goodies that we have. Starting to get them good old re-entry effects, though. Let's see how it goes. No tail yet. I'm gonna put it back into physics warp for a minute. It looks very stable. I'm also wondering, is this going to use any of our fucking monoprop? It doesn't look like it, does it? It did let me enable crossfeed on this part, though. And that's the part with the actual nozzles, so I don't know. Maybe. We're at 1435. Let's just pin that and move it out of the way. I would think that it would start to use it already to help us stay on target, but I don't know. Still no tail. That or I broke re-entry particle effects, the mod that I was using that adds that tail. Seeing a lot of heat, but I'm not seeing a little overheating dial or whatever. Little meter. I don't know, maybe it'll be just fine. We're finally starting to lose some speed. Oh no, I wonder if I did break that mod. Oh, okay. It just doesn't work in time warp. Oh nope, I just wasn't being patient. There we go. Now we're starting to get some overheating. I think it's the heat shield itself. It's definitely not using my monoprop. Which makes me a little worried. It won't do a whole lot of good, but it does help, you know? Now, I'm not seeing the legs overheat or anything. That's definitely a good sign. Okay, that's weird. I'm also not using a blader. This thing's broken. I'll probably have to take out the SSTU version and throw something else in there. Weird. Huh. Free a blader for everyone. We are really not slowing down very fast, are we? Well, we're still at 55k, so... Yeek. Yeah, I really wish we were venting some of that 1500 freaking monoprop. not using it. What if I tell that just out and start to transfer it into the top? I wonder if the top will be able to use it then. I definitely want to fix that though. I don't see any other options. Why are we not slowing down? Something's broke. We're at 51k, and we're barely losing any speed at all. We can't weigh that much. Alright, starting to get a little better. Plenty of heat going on. Still not using any ablator. Uh-oh. Starting to overheat our landing legs too. Thinking this thing's screwed, but it's acting so weird. I may have to swap it out for different parts. I don't know what the hell's going on. The first thing that I'll do is probably swap that part out, because this is our heaviest part. Yeah, absolutely batshit. We should definitely be slowing down more than we are. We're just like flying parallel. I don't know, something ain't right. Just the re-entry that never ends. Well, it's about to end. Because our heat shield's about to pop. I think it's the heat shield. It might be the service bay, actually. Okay. So we found some issues. Really weird ones. I'm waiting for this for one or the other to blow up any second now. Thankfully it's not a manned vehicle, and it wasn't a very expensive test. I'm very confused. Oh, it was the service bay. So that's the end of that test. Oh god. It's back from the dead. I guess I'm glad that it kept automatically adding a blader to that part. Now we're losing speed. I think that heat shield is bugged. It wasn't consuming any ablator. I think it's gotta be the heat shield. Maybe it's the size that I chose for it or something. It's really weird. See our little monopropellant nozzles trying to help us maintain, but I had to put this on the lowest heat shield to reduce weight because we shouldn't have been using this as a heat shield. So this is gonna blow up. If it doesn't, it got super lucky. By all rights, it should blow up. Gotta be the heat shield. So the first part that I'll take out and try swapping is definitely gonna be heat shield. I just want to see if this is gonna blow up or not. And I'm also curious how the staging is going to work since I activated both of those, so if it does survive, at least I'll be able to figure that part out. Also, when it comes down to it, I don't have the ability to revert this vessel. So, you gotta let it crash or blow up. But at this point, it should survive. No problem at all. It's gonna take forever for it to set back down on the ground. So let's see how they deploy. I've already activated both of them. This one might have a problem, though. I have no idea what altitudes they were set for. We lost all of our speed at 20k. I don't think I'm gonna stage it again. Yeah, don't want that. I definitely don't want those deploying before this set. Oh, and it's not even gonna let me stage them again. Hold on. Ah, because I don't have anyone on board and my antenna is no longer connected. It was in the bottom there, so there's nothing I can do about it. Well, let's time work through it, though. We'll see if it actually does deploy, and if not, because the second chute... Oh, there we go. So 2 of the chutes deployed, just not the drogue. How odd. Weird. Drogue chute's still packed away. It's on vacation, I guess. Now, how... Oh, okay, none of them are fully deployed. I was gonna say, how the hell is that not enough chute? Well, so I'm gonna have to just redo the staging on that and stage that within the atmosphere. That'll be fine. I may even set an external drogue chute on there to give me an indicator of when exactly to stage that. But at least I know that once it does stage... Oh, never mind. I just can't count. There are 3. So I guess it will work. I'll have to see if I can put these parachutes at a lower altitude, though. Or a higher... Or, no, lower pressure. Because I definitely want the main chutes to deploy before the secondary chutes. I'm a little miffed on why we're at an angle. Oh no, I'm totally dumb. I was counting the secondary chutes. The red striped ones are secondary chutes. These are the main chutes. And there should be 3 of them. Oh, great. Oh, there we go. I had to kick us out of time warp. Safe chute didn't kick me out of time warp. Huh, weird. Well, better late than never, I guess. It's gonna take forever for this to hit the water. We're definitely going at a safe speed. So I'm gonna use this time to figure out who the hell we're gonna throw a host to tonight. Deb's all home and everything. I didn't have the security camera wasn't up, so I didn't know she was pulling up. So I had no time to prepare. She says, "Aw, I don't know who to hang out with." Let's see. Got some buddies playing Satisfactory. Got a fella playing Kingdom Come. There's a really good show, or a really good game. Some Stardew Valley, some XCOM, some DayZ. Let's go say hi to Car. We hang out with Car all the time. Car is awesome. You'll love Car. Make sure you hit a sub button when we get there. We're gonna go say hi to Mr. Car6. He's doing Dauntless with viewers at the moment. And he's a member of the THC stream team, just the same as I am. Also just all around an amazing guy. So you guys have a great rest of your day. I'm gonna head on out. I'll recover this whenever the fucking thing hits the ground, but honestly, it's gonna take forever. It's approaching the ground at 3.8 meters a second. Even more slowly than I safely approach a station in time warp, and all I can do is physics warp. So we're gonna throw out a couple of direct links if you guys want to use those. If not, a button should show up over your chat. Of course, Paula, thanks for hanging out. We're gonna go hang out with Mr. Carr. Well, I figure out what the hell we're gonna have for dinner. Actually, I think we're having leftover chicken for dinner. You too, Paula. Have a great night. Ooh, I got an ice cream Snickers too. I'm gonna go get fatter. See you guys over in cars. Bye, guys.
You know. Dan, tasking me to shout out for Mr. Dan